Yeah, big boy.
Oh, I didn't have my camera on. You guys,
I just clicked it.
I didn't
All
have
right,
my
I guess
camera.
we're live.
Now we are live. Welcome to Late Night on Phantom Hooligans. How did this happen?
I don't know. I thought the channel was dead.
You know what? It's my channel now. Hold on.
We're taking
The
over.
It's my
hooligans.
channel now. It's always been my channel. I am the
Oh
same.
no! Oh no! There's like two streams going. I heard my
What?
phone in the background. I was like,
You know how this works, right, Crit? You know you can.
yeah, I'm a boomer. Yeah. Cash loves Star Trek 5. Yeah, Cash loves Robin Hood with the foxes. I hate that movie. People put me on the
What?
pedestal.
I like that movie.
How can you hate Robin Hood with the foxes?
I've seen
I
it
don't
done
care.
better.
If you've seen that as a kid, I don't care. I like that.
I've seen it done better.
Well,
I hate that.
just because you've seen
It's
it
not the
done
point.
better doesn't mean it's a bad movie. I mean,
Okay,
It's not meant to be
It's
a
a weak
realistic Robin
Disney.
Hood movie. Yeah.
It's a weak Disney film.
It was Disney at its golden age. I mean, come on.
I mean, if you think so, I won't hold
Well.
it to you.
Speaking of that, they're watching Dragon Slayer of all things in the EBN watch party. Speaking of Disney in their golden age, before it was a
Dragon Slayer.
Does Phil doesn't want to join? He just wants to troll.
Hanson. I don't even. Okay, real talk, Phil. I don't even 100% know what you even want from me. Like, send me a video or whatever you want me to sing.
You know who Hanson is, right? Bop, bop, bop. So when he sees you and Aiden on or whatever, he thinks you're the Hanson brothers. That's what he's saying. You know Hanson Bop? that's what he's talking about. I'm sorry to tell you about it. Maybe it's your hair or anything else. I don't know. That's what he's referring to. Crit loves it.
No, I will not.
Because now Strike knows what he means. Come on,
I'm
Phil,
glad you guys are enjoying yourself.
I don't see it personally. I mean, I'm not like a huge. I'm not like.
I'm fairly confident.
You look like Hanson.
Okay, I'm kind of glad that he was laughing at something else.
5 seconds, fucking Crit.
Hey man, I didn't even know you were at that show. Arcane next season.
Arcane wasn't watchable. I want to have another season.
No.
Oh, Phil's gonna come on in 20 minutes.
Oh gosh.
Phil on. By that time, Cash might grace us with his presence.
Maybe.
Give me a break. I'm on Tim's talk.
Give me a break.
How does Tim's talk take precedence over this? All deference to Tim's talk, but really. Ay, Vega. So who saw the Morbius? Crit, did you see the Morbius?
No.
Strike, are you able to see movies anymore or still no?
No, I'm able. I just no particular interest in Morbius.
I would see Morbius, but I don't want to see Morbius. You know what I mean?
Again, I think we've had this phenomenon, right, where everyone's hating on it to hate on it and telling us to hate on it. I saw it. I mean,
no, I'm not even like. I'm not into the concept of the character. It's just
I didn't know anything about him. I didn't know the Morbius character, whatever. It's like, okay, I can go and see this, whatever. And I thought the movie was perfectly.
Sometimes you just have it. Like the character design alone was like, not really right up my alley. I'm a pass.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was fine. There was a few people in the theater watching it. You know, it wasn't like empty seats. Like
it wasn't completely dead.
Like they're putting on Twitter, right? It's like, oh, I'm the only one here, and no other seats are taken, and all this stuff. I'm like, okay, well. Whatever.
I mean, it got a C cinema score. That's pretty bad.
I don't go by any of that, especially in this day and age. When those things mattered was pre-social media and online presence and all this nonsense that happens now. Yeah. So you can't take any reviews seriously anymore. Oh, wait a minute.
Ooh.
Here we go.
Oh my goodness!
He's here.
Wow.
The center of attention has graced us with his presence.
I have. So we got a raid incoming from another stream that I was on. So brace yourself. Oh, no. It's coming. Yep.
It's coming.
It's coming. The raid. Get your floaties. Yes. Get your oars.
Get your W-2 forms.
Get your W-2 forms. That's a new one. Get your pencils.
And Cash, I think that Phil McCracken's going to join us when he frees up.
Sure. That's all good. It's been a pretty busy day today, but
well, you're always too busy for us, so I get it.
I am never too busy for people that I've gotten to know. What the hell?
Oh, well, I mean, I beg to differ, but that's okay.
No, you've been on a lot of streams lately. You have, yes, you, Matt. You.
No,
just because they're private, it doesn't mean they didn't exist.
Yeah, and by the way,
oh my God, that went on for 4 hours. Who watched that?
I
did not.
You were ranting
about that. You ever asked? Oh my God.
X-Wing will
I'll be honest, my sleep, I know I don't sleep much, but my sleep is more important than your 4 hours talking drunk about shit.
When you guys were rambling on about masks, I was like, I need to go to bed.
Do you ever ask X-Wing, like, if you're going to privatize the stream, maybe we just shouldn't do it?
No. In all seriousness, his rule on those Cantina late nights, it has nothing to do with me. It's whoever is on those streams.
Okay.
It's an exclusive thing. So if you're there for it, you see it. And his thing is they will all be privated. I mean, this one was a little bit, this one was a little bit all over the place.
Sure.
Right? But I mean, every now and again, some things are said that probably should be privated.
Yeah.
But that's why they all go away, right? So it's like, all right.
Yeah, as long as he's not twerking, because even Charlie got scared away from that. I was like, oh, it's not good. Good job, X-Wing. He told striking us and Aiden.
Yeah, as I said, I didn't watch it. Charlie seemed quite disturbed.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you guys were talking about. I honestly don't really want to know, but.
Which way though, Strike? The twerking or the stream from last night?
Both.
Oh, okay. Well, he didn't twerk last night. Not that I.
That's good news.
Yeah. Yay! Yeah.
Oh,
I guess
for sure. That's too funny. Just, I mean, and it was like. And Fat Stevens, I'm sure, said thank you. More material, so yeah. He loves making memes, so yeah.
Those late night streams, again, they get a lot of views, but you have to be present to win, right? If you're not present to win, then you can't watch it later because they go away.
Right. Yeah. But did you get your setup yet with the Switch, Matt? Have you set that up yet? You have.
I did. Oh, this actually worked. So awesome. So I have my Strike looks happy in this thumbnail.
Because we have a lot of stuff to do, I know.
And so I've got everything set up, and I also pre-ordered this. This might be the first game I've ever pre-ordered in my life. Was the Lego Star Wars? I did pre-order on the Switch because Braden found someone who said that I don't know how they know, but they said that they had some hands-on with it or whatever, and that it runs pretty well on Switch and all that. And I figured if it doesn't run great on Switch, then I'll just get it on PS4. You know, and then I guess I'll have it twice. But yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, we're all excited about it, right?
Twice, is it? Yeah. I mean, I'm a little disappointed. I watched some gameplay, and you can probably beat, like, say, the Phantom Menace in 1 hour. I mean,
really? Because I had seen what I had seen online seemed to indicate that it was, if you did all the side missions and all that, that it was going to be like a very long time to get through it all.
Yeah, but the main story, like, if you like go through it, it's like an hour.
Yep.
The side quest.
Well, that's kind of sad. Really?
Yeah, it's
And Ancient One just popped into chat. Tim's talk raid. So, yep.
Where's the raid?
Yeah, like one lonely guy, like
really
raid!
I'm sure they're coming. One lonely guy.
They're coming. They're coming.
Do I need to sing karaoke again to get more people here?
Yeah,
you got the
Matt sings karaoke and Cash starts.
I mean, I could show them Arcane Matt. I could show them Matt Arcane Matt.
What did you say? I sing karaoke and what?
Yeah.
Not sure I want to repeat that one.
Oh, I didn't hear.
So, okay, I know.
Catch it on the replay.
So, I know Gold Package and some other people think that after one episode, Moon Knight is just the best Marvel show out there.
It's the best.
It's not. Whatever people want to believe, it's one episode. Yes, Arjun and I enjoyed that episode, but it wasn't like mind-blowing. I know.
Cash is a shill.
I know. I shilled for it.
Hello there.
It's Phil McCracken.
It's Mr. McCracken.
Yeah, we can hear.
Yep. Anyways, welcome, Ancient One.
Oh.
Ouch! Wow.
And welcome, Phil McCracken.
That's not how we welcome.
Damn, Cash! Wow.
So
you just joined in and Cash just kept on.
All right, Phil. You are officially the co-host.
You guys missed out. The reason why I was teasing, I always tease Strike and Charlie. It's not because they're doing that thing or what was it, that karaoke, and I was hoping I can get him to go on there and do the karaoke. That would have been awesome, Strike. That would have been awesome.
Maybe next time. Maybe if I'm not sober.
but I will say this, dear God, if you guys go to Nashville and you go to a karaoke bar, take some bail money, please, because look, you go to jail overnight in a Tennessee jail, court doesn't open till Monday morning. And there's going to be some of you people, they're going to be going there, and I don't think you can handle Tennessee jail. So bring the bail money.
That's why Matt's the designated driver, though I don't trust him.
Designated driver. All right, drive, Matt, drive.
Me and Arlena are we're gonna duet at the karaoke
bar. You got, I'm telling you, you Yankees going into Nashville are not going to survive there.
Well, you are the original Yankee, Phil. So
I am not no Yankee. Don't let you insult me every time by calling me that. But which is I hear Echo Base was me and Nick were on the stream and he's talking about there's going to be a cabin.
Well,
I'm trying to find out what is going on and what's going to be done inside that cabin.
They're getting a like an Airbnb, right? They've got an Airbnb nearby, and I think it's going to be Nick and Coach and Mexican Iron Man and Loki's Morning of Mischief.
It's going to be me and Matt in a hotel.
Oh, God bless.
Play the Pornhub music.
I was going to say straight. Thank you.
Oh.
Well, have fun, boys.
Matt's gonna be disappointed because I'm not cash. Yeah.
What? That's so weird. Why would you even say that? It always gets crazy here.
Oh man.
But no, we got a lot of stuff coming up for the hooligans. We're gonna do some gaming streams. We got a lot of stuff coming up. But if you guys want to do if you want to do a stream, if I'm not too busy, no, I'll have time for it. We'll have if you guys want to do a stream of the hooligans from Nashville, if you have time, you can. Or if you want to, walk around, do a live stream when you're. I don't know. You guys will probably going somewhere.
I think Ian McDermott could come on, maybe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. For the price of $300. For the price $300. Yeah.
Probably more.
I think I can only afford one of the Clone Wars. I'm not going to spend $200.
Yeah, dude. Don't. Yeah.
Timothy Zahn's free.
Timothy Zahn for some reason.
Timothy Zahn's free.
If you're. Yeah, I met.
Yeah, they're not using any of his writings anyway, so what does it fucking matter?
Yeah.
That's probably why he's
there. I mean, they're not using it, so what does he care? Right? Exactly. He got his money, and it's like, why should I write any more of this? It's
he's a very humble
ridiculous.
person. He
is.
It's just like Tim Rose going to Celebration.
Yes,
like, we fucked you every way, which way but loose, but come to Celebration.
Yeah, seriously.
And he's going.
Yeah.
So sad.
Oh man.
So sad.
That's messed up.
Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we thinking about Kenobi? I know Phil McCracken is very excited.
Oh God,
man.
You guys are trying to put me into an early grave. I mean, seriously.
Early grave.
No. I mean, since we got one of the, and I mean this in all a polite way, but this is the best reference, one of the four stooges of that night. Yeah. You guys
don't talk about Cash that way. You just joined.
Cash wasn't there because I know Cash was there. I don't think Cash would have ventured into the places where you guys went. I mean, they brought pain. I mean, they made me go revert all the way back to 1977, and I'm like, am I watching the same movies from the very beginning that I saw on the movie theater 4 times in 1977 as a kid? And yeah.
No, I think we all watched the same movies, Phil. I just think you misinterpreted the dialogue.
No. Why is my interpretation different? Why is my interpretation the wrong interpretation?
You better
because we can watch the clips word for word, and I can understand, and I can speak 2 languages, and I know English pretty darn well. So I am no.
Maybe when he says "I am the master now," he was referring to his time as a female swimmer.
Oh, you're really going to go there?
Oh my God! Whoa,
Lordy! I don't want to ruin it because you know what's coming up, Risman, is the Wrath when I'm going to finally get all 4. Oh, I'm getting all 4. We might not have got it this weekend, but I'm going to get all 4. And we're going to sit down.
All 4 of what, Phil?
The 4 Stooges, man. The 4 Stooges. And
4 Stooges.
Uncle Phil, and I mean this in a nice way, but in a reference to the image, is taking the belt off. The belt is coming off.
So again, Phil, I think the biggest problem I have with everything you're saying is just that you're wrong, right? Other than that, everything.
Oh,
wow!
You know what? We can do it. You know what? I was going to save it, but I think I can do it right here. Risman, you already did it, but we have 3 different people here. We can do this right now. Everybody can do a little look on YouTube. Watch first clip. I would ask you guys to watch. Is Ezra Bridger, or whatever is not, whatever his last name is, Ezra, going to visit Obi-Wan Kenobi? Take a couple minutes, watch it, and then come back, and I will explain everything I explained to Matt Risman, who still, if you prove it to him, he's still going to say, your ideal or your thought is wrong. I guarantee you, I'll convert these three.
So I just have to ask now for the record: are you using Disney canon against me? Are you pulling out a Rebels reference and trying to say somehow it's support?
Why don't we watch the clip live on the stream?
I'm going to use whatever I need to use to defend the original canon.
Fight fire with fire. I totally understand.
I can't pull it up here on the surface. Can someone pull it up or no?
Phil, send me the clip and I can share it.
It's Prince Sons on. He's talking.
Hold on, give me a second. Give me a second.
I'm saving my tongue for Kenobi when I get to it. So speak your piece, because.
Yeah, right now I can only talk shit about the Grand Inquisitor. Everything else is in the open.
No,
and
I could talk much more shit than that. Yeah. I could talk way more shit than that.
Because I think that was the same episode, right? Ezra showed up and saw Kenobi before Kenobi saw Maul, right? Isn't that the same episode?
Yeah.
And I think what Phil's referring to
Obi-Wan finds Ezra, and then Maul finds both.
Again, that's why I need to be refreshed to have the clip pulled up, right? But I think it's the whole "you're not supposed to be here. Why are you here?" And I don't
let them. I gave straight the.
Yeah, I got it.
You got it.
No. Hold on, let me pull it up.
Oh, do you have permission?
I'm going to bring out the two little pieces of fire. The big fire I'm going to save for the EVN when we do our little video.
How do I give you permissions? Oh, I got it.
You just gotta.
Got it now. Popped up.
All right, you got it? Okay.
Now let's all watch it. Risman, watch it. Don't give roll the eyes.
I'm watching, Phil. I'm here.
Hold on. Can you hear the audio?
No.
Let me.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
No. You failed your friends. No. You will die. No.
You don't want it to get taken down.
No, it's just a clip, right?
It's just a clip. It should be fine.
Yeah, but those Disney drones will.
I think we're all right.
If it's as long as it's less than 10 minutes.
I forgot about that.
Waffle, waffle.
Chopper.
Oh dear boy.
You're in the wrong place, Ezra Bridger.
Master? Master Kenobi?
I am, and when you have your strength, I will help you on your way.
On my way? No, I came here to find you. To warn you.
About Maul?
Yes. You know?
One doesn't survive as long as I have by being foolish or unprepared. Maul is an old adversary, and a persistent one at that.
The voice.
I had no intention of fighting him, though that seems inevitable now.
You don't understand. You're the answer. The Holocrons told me. They said you would be the one to help us destroy the Sith.
It's the first I've heard of it.
The rebellion needs you. We need you to defeat the Empire.
What you need, you already have. Unfortunately, you seem to be letting it all go.
But if I had what I needed, why would the Holocrons send me to you?
They didn't. Maul did. Maul used your desire to do good to deceive you, and in doing so, he has altered the course of many things. He knows your fears, your heart, and he manipulated the truth, which has led you here, where you should never have been.
But the Holocrons, they tell the truth.
Do they? The truth is often what we make of it. You heard what you wanted to hear, believed what you wanted to believe. Now the only one who has gained anything from all of this is
me.
must go now.
I led him to you. Let me make it right.
That is not your responsibility. I will mend this old wound. Ride north. That is your way out. Your way home.
See you soon, apprentice.
Manscaped. Ja, deine
Oh,
Eier werden es.
Great.
Oh.
The best ad commercial on YouTube.
And the ads.
Those do work well, by the way. But
Now, all you guys here.
So Phil, I have to tell you honestly, that clip only supports everything I've been saying.
You think that only in your demented evil mind, but
you only hear what you want to hear. You only see what you want to hear.
What year would you say this is in the timeline? Would you say this is
Well, clearly this particular clip is set after what we're going to see in Kenobi.
You think it's after Kenobi? So like 6 years? You don't think it's before Kenobi?
It's not. It's definitely not before the Kenobi series.
Why do you say that?
Because it's established how Rebels timeline is connected with Kenobi.
Okay. So we're going to get magically, and I'm still iffy on this stuff about Obi-Wan PSD. That man doesn't sound anywhere near PSD Kenobi.
100%. Because by the time we get to this Kenobi, lightsaber, robes, it's going to be after what we see in the Kenobi series, inclusive of things that I still don't want to say to you because it's just going to make you even more upset.
But, so I gotta ask real quick, what is even the point of contention? Because I'm not sure I even know what
I'm still under the and I want to remain this way. Obi-Wan does not leave that planet. Obi-Wan does not leave Luke under any circumstances. The whole, I know Coach has that little theory. Well, Obi-Wan is already going to leave the planet. I'm not all bit on that. I don't think that whole story is complete. We can.
So you don't believe what you saw in A New Hope then either.
Okay, let me explain something to you, Matt. If Obi-Wan leaves, let's just say Obi-Wan gets into the sand speeder with Luke and his droids, and Luke takes him, right? Like he did in New Hope. Let's just say, hypothetically, they never see the sandcrawler. Luke gets him into Anchorhead.
Mm-hmm.
Luke's going to drop them off, the droids and Obi-Wan there, and turn around and go back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he gets there. It doesn't have any money, but let's just say he managed to use Jedi mind trick on Han, and I'll pay you when we get to Alderaan, right? Viable? Would you say that's that's the way it would go?
Yeah, well, it's two different things, right? I mean, they met, unless I'm misremembering, they met Han and Mos Eisley, right?
Okay, let's say Mos Eisley.
But I think the issue that we have is what you're proposing is Luke says, "Nah, we never saw the sandcrawler. We never the mitigating circumstances never happened," and so he takes Obi-Wan Anchorhead so he can get off world. And what you're about to say is Obi-Wan would never have left without Luke.
No, I'm saying the Force interfered. It stepped in for that part. But we're going to forget that the Force steps in, shows them the sandcrawler, everything, which changes everything. Coach says Obi-Wan is going to leave Tatooine no matter if Luke goes with him. All I'm asking is give me a little leeway here. If he makes it to Mos Eisley, gets to Han Solo, gets on the Falcon, no Luke, right? He makes it to Alderaan, no problems, right? He gets there. You have a Death Star. Don't forget, a Death Star. So even if he's a day early before the Death Star blows up the planet in our timeline, Obi-Wan gets there and talks to Bail while they're sitting and have tea and crumpets. Death Star blows up the planet. Bye-bye Obi-Wan. Bye-bye Bail, no matter what. Princess Leia is stuck on the Death Star, right? Let's just say, hypothetically, she dies, right? So you manage to totally destroy the whole OT trilogy just by doing that. Because in that timeline, he's going to die on Alderaan. No Luke able to do it because he has no training while he's on the Falcon. He's stuck there on Tatooine. If he goes back to this homestead, there's no one there. Yoda can't communicate with him. Where's our New Hope?
But what if he what if he comes back? That makes no sense. Huh?
How is he going to get trained to even talk to Obi-Wan as a Force Ghost? He has no training.
I feel like we're talking about two different things.
I was about to
right
say
now.
I don't quite understand because you're talking about basically a parallel universe where events happen differently, but I don't see how that is the argument on why the events in Kenobi might.
If Coach is going to use his thing that Obi-Wan is going to leave, no matter if Luke wants him to. I mean, not wants him to, but even if Luke doesn't want to, if you do that thinking, he's going to be on Alderaan before the Death Star.
So
maybe and the ending analogy, he's going to die on Alderaan.
So Phil, this is 10 years before A New Hope. Nothing much is going on besides, the Jedi Purge, and that's really Vader's game and the Inquisitors, whatever the hell they're called.
And I'm gonna prove what this said.
Wait.
Go ahead.
Wait. Okay. So, from what I learned in this story, Obi-Wan is by himself, and really he watches over Luke, but he never really interferes with Luke. And when he does want to interfere, Uncle Ben says, Uncle Owen basically tells him to bug off. And
similar to what was originally in canon anyway.
And there was a Jedi, and I don't want to spoil it, but I've heard.
You already told me before.
There is a Jedi that tries to get Obi-Wan to come help him, and Obi-Wan tells him to bug off because Obi-Wan doesn't want. And Obi-Wan is close to getting caught, but he doesn't. And really, that settles that.
Well, Obi-Wan, no, because if he's let's just put it this way. My whole point about the little Ezra and Obi-Wan being nice and practically tell him get off his lawn. Okay, if we get Maul, okay, would you say Darth Maul is not as powerful as Darth Vader? Force-wise, his ability to be with the Force. No.
At this point, not even close anymore.
Darth Vader is,
but he managed to.
But clearly not menacing because he has no helmet on. But that's a whole different story.
Here's
a whole different conversation.
He managed
Last night, me and X-Wing went on for an hour that unless dark side users have a helmet on, they're not menacing. And I'm like,
100%. The Inquisitors, like the normal ones, should have helmets.
Okay. But it's like, how would you ever know they're bad guys? I'm like, because they have red lightsabers.
His eyes. There you go. But my point is, if Maul was able to sense and find Obi-Wan when he got to Tatooine, Darth Vader can't.
So here my biggest
Darth Vader can't. Darth Vader, if he's anywhere near Tatooine, he's going to sense Obi-Wan.
That's the catch, though. Vader just will never, on his own,
he wouldn't want to go back to Tatooine. I know that.
On Tatooine or Naboo.
Yep. But here's the thing, and this kind of drives me even batty, even though it's in the movie. You're going to have Bail Organa, who's supposed to be protecting Leia, and this is also Disney, and partially George Lucas send her along with all the Rebel Alliance ships go to Scarif to get what? To get the thing for the Death Star, right? And then it's supposed to lead right into New Hope because Vader catches up to that ship. She practically leads Darth Vader to the very place where, let's just say, Yoda and Obi-Wan doesn't want anybody there. And the one person they definitely don't want going there, she brings them.
Well, but she doesn't know that Vader's not supposed to be anywhere near Tatooine.
He doesn't know, but if he gets near that planet, he ain't going to sense it.
Convenience of the plot, because somehow we need to enter the atmosphere of the planet where our protagonist is. It's storytelling.
I got you. I mean, don't forget, there's a lot of holes here, and none of these holes I created, George Lucas created. Darth Vader's 1 inch away from his daughter while she's watching the Alderaan blow up, and yet he can't detect that she has the ability to use the Force.
And then he grabs onto her when she goes after Tarkin. And
he's right there, but somehow, I'm not blaming Disney for all this mistakes in canon, but
Phil, my only point is, which I still think is legitimate even after this conversation, is the whole conversation between Yoda and Kenobi in front of Bail, right, in Revenge of the Sith, about what do we need to do next, right? How do we keep these twins safe? Who's going to do what to whom? And how do we handle that? And they obviously decide Bail's going to take Leia, and Kenobi says, you know what, I'll watch after Luke on Tatooine. And Yoda says, away I'm going to go also into exile until we're needed again. For me, needed again
until the
doesn't
right.
mean
right.
Never again until A New Hope, right? For me, if Bail shows up on Tatooine and says, we have a problem, something has happened with Leia, I need your help. To me, it's completely appropriate for Kenobi to say, one of the two twins is in trouble. Luke is here with his aunt and uncle. I don't know if Nari's helping at that point or not. I don't know who he arranges to do what, but he then says, I'm needed right now, right? I'm needed. I got to help. We got to make sure. What can I do? That doesn't feel out of bounds to me.
For me, the
Bail Organa is ranked where in the Jedi Order?
It has nothing to do with that.
Nowhere. So wait a minute. No. You went there, so let's go there. You said like the final meeting between Obi-Wan, Yoda, and Bail. Everything that was said was, quote, until the time is right. Not when time is needed. Disappear we will until the time is right. Let's get this straight. And we're gonna. And this is. I'm glad you brought it up. Let's get this straight.
This time was right. This was one of the times that was right.
They had their chance. The moment where it was balanced between them and the Sith, aka Anakin and Palpatine, and they failed. Okay. Even if we go with Coach's thing with Obi-Wan going off planet without Luke and never gets destroyed on Alderaan, Obi-Wan can't do anything. Not even against Vader is he strong enough to take on Vader.
He wins one of the fights. He does win against Vader.
No. Forget the canon that's coming. Let's go with what we beforehand. Obi-Wan?
There's not much to go on him. It's just a book.
To go do Kenobi. He could have done that with Ezra right there. He would have had Ezra. He would have had Kanan. Let's say he's a closest thing to a Jedi Knight. He would have had Ahsoka. And he would have had them.
It's two different. It's two different things, right?
No,
Ezra was manipulated.
Yoda's specific reason. Wait a minute. The specific reason of all this is to wait till Luke is old enough so he can defeat Vader and the Emperor. There's no one else.
I disagree. I categorically disagree.
Wait a minute. Let's put this way. Even forget about Vader. There's 2,000, according to what we know, 2,000 Star Destroyers for the Empire, not counting Victory-class Star Destroyers and small ships. That's not counting the Imperial Army. That's not counting the new Sith Inquisitors. And don't forget, there's also the Force users, the, what do they call them? The Imperial Guard. They're Force trained. That's even before you even get into see Vader or any of them. And there's only one Obi-Wan that isn't at full strength like he was on Mustafar. So we're going to say old Obi-Wan is going to be able to go there through the galaxy and cause ruckus and he knows it and we know it. The only person that can destroy the Sith is Luke Skywalker.
But he's not going to destroy the Sith. He's going to save a little girl.
Not his mission. That's Bail's mission. He shouldn't even be putting her out.
Bail needed help. And he went to one guy that he knew would help.
When he's on Yavin 4 and he's talking to Mom Martha,
so
the other Rebel Alliance leaders tell him what?
The story.
You need a talking pillow? Like, you got the talking pillow. No one else can speak.
My point is, even the Rebel Alliance didn't even want to go to Scarif. The one little fish admiral, he disobeyed and went. It wasn't until later that the rest of them showed up. Mom Martha didn't want them to fight at Scarif. The Rebel Alliance is too weak and not even capable of doing much.
I don't know why we're bringing in that into this conversation, right? For me, it's very easy.
The whole point, the Rebel Alliance wouldn't even destroy the Empire if it wasn't for Luke.
So apparently what we're saying is what you're saying is the only thing that released Kenobi from his responsibility with Luke is when Luke reached some unknown age at some unknown point with some unknown amount of understanding to then go on his own. Right. And for me, it's like, again, the words that Yoda said was, until we're needed again.
No. Until the time is right.
Same. It means the same thing. The time you are saying the only time is right is for him helping Luke, and I disagree.
The only card that the Jedi have to play, forget about the Rebel Alliance, forget about that, is Luke Skywalker. Yoda isn't coming off that planet. Even when Luke goes to face Darth Vader the first time, you didn't hear Yoda say, move over, young Skywalker, I'll get into the X-Wing, I go with you. He stayed on that planet. He never left that planet. The whole purpose of him being on Dagobah is a planet that cancels out the ability to feel the Force there. The Emperor can't feel or even knowledge that even Yoda is alive. Yoda leaves that planet. The Palpatine ain't going to sense Yoda. He'll be over there with so many Star Destroyers, Yoda wouldn't know what to do. And that planet gets turned into dust. Don't even need a Death Star. They don't even need to step foot on Dagobah. The whole hope, the whole reason for the hope is because it's Luke Skywalker. He's the only one. Now, how they wanted him to do it isn't the way he did it. He chose to try to save his father, and through his father saved him. They wanted him blank on blank to kill him, to kill his father and kill the Emperor.
So the reason why they're doing Vader and they're doing this little adventure, Phil, is because all of the Tatooine stuff has been done to death with the Book of Boba, and that's why they had a meeting and they said, you know what would be more interesting than Tusken Raiders? Darth Vader.
I agree with you 100%. I even joke around and even say Boba Fett can't leave Tatooine, but Obi-Wan can. It's the other way around. I blame Disney. but that ain't. And I understand.
Well,
I'm with you on
sure
that.
going to leave Tatooine and Mando 3.
I'm with you on that. This is a cash grab by Disney. They know having
Boba was a
Obi-Wan
cash
and Darth
grab.
Vader again is going to bring money. Even if it's not that good, it's going to bring money. We're going to watch it. If it turns out bad, we'll be after the effect. But I mean, if you're going to sit here and watch these shows and you hear it, I mean, let's put it this way. Strike, you're in Germany. There's a lot of medieval stuff there, medieval history. There was like 100, different princes and kings and queens. If somebody tries to overthrow a prince and they had a newborn, they had a son or a daughter, it calls for the killing of the previous family. So there's always a guardian for a prince or a princess. And if they're young and they're driven out of power, the guardian hides that person. He doesn't go out there and wave my sword, here I am. But if anything happens to that guardian protecting that prince or princess, who's always going to be a threat to come back and take their throne, they die. They die. This is not, see, George Lucas uses a lot of history in his stuff. We might not recognize it. Obi-Wan is Luke's guardian. To raise him till he's time enough, if we be in our world, till he can be of age where he can be trained and he can lead. If somebody does, look what happened. I'll use another example. The Tsar, his family. The only way the Russian communists could take power completely without fear calls for the complete execution of the family, from child to infant. Don't make a difference. They have to die because they can't have a chance of restoration of the royal family if they want to be a republic in their concept of a communist republic. Same thing applies in this galaxy. Luke Skywalker is the last hope of the Jedi. Yoda isn't coming off that planet. Obi-Wan, now we're going to pull him out. If they're going to pull him out, if he's smart, go join Ezra and the crew. Right?
But
they have a chance. They ain't going to last long. But
you do have to remember, though, Phil, that Yoda said there is another. Right? This is why I don't find this story to be difficult to get my head around.
Okay.
Right? If Kenobi is going to go anywhere and do anything for any reason, it's going to be for Leia.
Okay.
And so for me, if that's what happens,
if I understand what you're saying, if Leia is the other hope, okay, let's just say she is. She don't have
Yoda said she is.
All right.
Yeah,
she
Ben says
nowhere near the
our
force
only
powers of Luke Skywalker. She does not have the force powers of Luke Skywalker, even if she was fully trained. Even if she's fully trained, she's nowhere near Luke Skywalker. And Luke Skywalker, in Return of the Jedi,
that means
we don't really know that because in no material she was ever fully trained.
Right.
Well, I mean, she can clearly float through space and still survive. So, I mean, that means something.
In Return of the Jedi, when Luke goes faces his father, it's an equal fight.
It's too soon.
Am I right? It's an equal fight. Most of the fight is an equal fight.
What fight?
Between Luke and Vader in their fight on the Death Star. It's an equal fight. Oh. Most of the fight that they're doing is equal, right? Luke can't get the upper hand on Vader until Vader taunts that he found out that Princess Leia is his daughter. Luke actually uses dark-side anger abilities to help push him over the top to beat Vader. That's the only way he beat Vader.
It feels like you're making my point, right? This is the reason why when Kenobi is called upon by Bail to help out because Leia's in trouble, he says, yep, I got you.
They created trouble. They created trouble so they can create this little hiccup in the timeline.
Phil, would you feel better if Kenobi Zoom calls Yoda in the series and says, Bail's here, Bail wants to talk to you. You know,
what Yoda would say?
What do you think, Yoda?
What do you know what he would say? Crazy are you? Stay where you're at.
He would not say that.
You think Yoda's going to jump and say, yeah, go ahead and help Bail?
100%. Given everything we heard Yoda say about Leia in Empire Strikes Back, 100%.
Leaves that planet. Force sensitivity is, there's no other Jedi that can help him. He's going to go out there, forget about the Imperials. Let's forget about the Imperial Navy. Forget about the Imperial Army.
At the same time in this series,
but there's
Inquisitors, Jedi.
There's Darth Vader, and there's well, I guess now I'm not sure in the canon what the Royal Guards play, but in the original, the Royal Guards hunted Jedi.
You'll see, Phil. There'll be a set of activities that happen in this series where you will finally see the light and say, you know what? Given everything I just saw in this story, Kenobi should have left Tatooine.
I think like a lot of things, like when I heard when you heard certain rumors, it's just one of these things, like it's not impossible to make these things work, but it needs to be done right. And I know that's a vague term, but that's just the way you need to explain it, because like, yeah, it definitely could work, but I could obviously also see X-Wing.
Oh my God!
Disney,
X-Wing, no.
X-Wing writes Kenobi series. Disney not caring about integrating it well, obviously, but we just don't know yet. That's why I'm like always on these like sort of topics. I'm like, we don't know. It could go like, yeah, makes sense, or it could go, oh shit, yep, they fucked it up.
Well, like I said, even in this show that's coming, you see them hunting Jedi. Right? We see him hunting
I hope
Jedi.
so.
You want the most powerful? My God, I actually thought it was him.
I honestly thought X-Wing joined for a second.
But they're hunting Jedi. That's not only what the Imperial Army's doing, the Imperial Navy's doing, the Inquisitors, Darth Vader, and like I said, the Royal Guardsmen. Well, maybe we'll find out it's still canon. They still do it. But that's a lot right there for Obi-Wan to just say,
I don't think the Royal Guards are going to.
We are going to see Purge Troopers, though.
That I'm looking forward to.
I don't mind different Stormtroopers, different iterations of Stormtroopers. And I agree with Crit 100%. It hurts me. But yeah, when Crit says they messed up with the Boba Fett series, just ruins everything. It was definitely too much Tatooine. I think Crit made it. Yeah, they had that little meeting and said we have too much Tatooine, and that's why they're venturing with Obi-Wan down this path.
No, I mean, I think you and Crit will both see when the second season of Book of Boba Fett comes out. It'll be everything will be made clear, right?
No,
we just got to give it to the end of the second.
Okay, season. I want to talk about why I think the Obi-Wan show looks interesting, uninteresting, I should say.
Uninteresting.
Yeah.
Okay, another hater. Right. That's fine.
Another hater. All right. Well, I'm pulling up the chalkboard.
Before we even go into any more, hold on. I just want to say, if we start off the series with like some Clone Wars stuff or like Order 66, I'm a nut. Okay, so like, okay, we can continue.
It's going to happen. So.
Okay. So Crit's Classroom. Why I think
the non-shield edition.
For the non-shield edition. Why I think.
Is that for Boba? Oh no, for Kenobi.
No, why I think the show's gonna be weak. Okay.
I think Cash went to sleep, by the way.
No, he went to get pizza.
No, he probably joined back to Tim's talk.
So we've seen this.
They're one-person raid,
So we ain't seen this Inquisitor, right? She's a human, yes. Blah blah blah. But why are we getting the most generic looking bad guy in a show?
What up, Berlina?
It's the same as.
She needs to put a helmet on. If she would just put a helmet on, she would be much more menacing.
Yeah, I mean, even Trilla had a helmet on at first.
Yeah,
I feel like X-Wing really is here.
This is so
That's
boring.
exactly what he said last. There he is. Exactly what he said last.
Well,
all right, and then you have this
either helmet or yellow eyes. There's no in between.
And then you have this tragedy.
Her braids do be on point, though. She has the braids.
And then you have this.
Yeah,
tragedy.
Humpty Dumpty do be hitting the beats.
I don't know. This looks so bad. It reminds me of.
But his dialogue was so good. So I don't care what he fucking looks like. I don't care that she has no helmet on.
Yeah, I don't mind the no helmet, but I mean the Grand Inquisitor just looks.
Somebody
awful.
stop me!
I care how they act. I care.
Okay, but I mean, just as an objective fact, like, I mean, you've seen. I mean, we've all made the point more than clear. Revenge of the Sith. Pounds just don't fucking look like that.
They never
it's just in universe.
This is the first time they've ever been in live
No,
action.
Matt, there was in Revenge
in universe. It's just bullshit. They just didn't. And I'm on Hawks. They didn't do their fucking homework, and it's the easiest homework they could have done.
They couldn't do stunts in that other getup.
No.
Yeah, man. No
excuses.
No.
That's why Ahsoka's things were too short. Couldn't do
stunts. Forget it. Forget it. Fucking bullshit, dude. That's the same argument with Ahsoka, and yet Shakti in the Geonosian arena does full-on choreography. Fuck off. No excuse.
I 100% yield that he doesn't look like the way we saw this race.
If he is such a small part as people say he is anyway going to be in the show, fucking just make him look accurate.
I don't care what he looks like. I care what he says. I care what he does.
I don't know.
Both parts are usually important to make a good piece of cinema.
What if Winnie the Pooh said
television?
What if Winnie Pooh was like
cinema?
Oh, Christopher Robin.
It is literally an add-on to Revenge of the Sith. It is cinema.
But
this series is television.
Strike. This is like making a show Vikings and making one of the Vikings Japanese. He can speak all the Scandinavian, but he's not a Viking.
And I mean,
and
it's
what
a
that guy
trend.
Is, that Crit's showing onto the that one to the left there, that's not the guy from Utapau. That's not the race. He can put the tattoo on his head. That is not the race. Show the Revenge of the Sith guy, please, Crit. Show the Revenge of the Sith guy.
Where did they put it?
I don't care. I don't care what he
it's
looks
great,
like.
Matt, that you don't care, but it's just laziness on Disney's part.
Totally.
And I'm not going to give them leeway on that one, because it's like literally, you don't need to read anything. It's not extended universe. It's not EU bullshit. It's the main fucking trilogy. And it was a fucking extra in the Revenge of the Sith. It's just
Matt,
cheap.
you see,
it's just cheap.
When you mess with even a prequel trilogy's canon, do you see the hate you bring out of people? Do you see it?
I'm not disrespecting Strike's point. I get the fact they don't fucking look alike, right? For me, the point is, how does he act in the series? What does he say? Is it impactful? Is it written well? Right? Does it work for the story? I don't care if they made him a fucking hut with a goddamn lightsaber.
Nah, come on.
I just don't.
Okay, well, it's great that you don't care about it, but it remains, for a good story, you need the aspects that you named. You need good writing, you need good dialogue, you need to make the character make sense in the story. But at the same time, it just doesn't make sense to literally have Mace Windu in one movie and make him a fucking Twi'lek in episode 3. It just doesn't make sense. And I mean, this is not a problem that just the Inquisitor suffers. I mean, Disney has done this with a lot of species, just way humanizing them way too much, and just not caring about the fact that they're supposed to be aliens. But on the and the funniest thing is the Grand Inquisitor is a Disney original character, and it's like they don't even give a shit about their own characters. It's funny.
No, he does remind me of someone though. Let me see if I can bring it up.
And just for the record, Matt, I don't think anybody here is blaming the actor for what's happening there. It's Disney's fault. They're in charge of the looks. There's somebody there that's, I'm pretty sure, saying this is their costumes. Somebody, but here I've been saying, and Crit heard me.
I get it.
No one there at Disney does the lore. There's no.
Get it.
Everybody keeps saying it's John and Dave. Well, guess what? If this is John and Dave's work, they're messing up. If that was Lucas, he would have been 10. No. Uda Palin looks like that.
It's not Lucas. You know why it's not Lucas, Phil? Because he's a sellout. That's why it's not Lucas. He fucking sold out.
I agree.
Let's not keep saying it's not Lucas. Clearly, it's not Lucas. He doesn't care.
I won't say he doesn't care. I think he did a little childish thing by I'm hurt. And it wasn't, and I know everybody says it's a prequel trilogy. No, he got butthurt over the movie The Red Tails, and it didn't succeed. So he got butthurt because of the cartoon that he came out with, and it got burned by Disney. The 5 of us
on the stream care more than George Lucas.
Are there people? Yes, Timothy Zahn. He saved Star Wars twice.
So I don't want to hear again. George Lucas would have. This isn't what George Lucas did. This wasn't George Lucas. George Lucas relinquished that right when he sold the franchise.
But he is still the creator. We still refer to Tolkien.
Yeah, he created it, and then he said, you know what?
Would not be doing.
You know what? I'm out. Give me the money. Show me the money. Make it back. Who cares? I don't care.
Everybody's done it. Even Stan Lee and Marvel sold all the rights. First, they sold the rights to
so take him off the pedestal.
Nobody else wanted to buy any of the other Marvel stuff.
He doesn't deserve it. Take him off the pedestal.
How come?
Oh, 100%. I mean, when I talk about the stuff that I'm talking about, the thing that I know that the way they show it is wrong, objectively. And I think for the Grand Inquisitor, the funniest thing was when I first heard about the casting and I heard it was Rupert Friend, I thought that was great because honestly, if you look at Rupert Friend, like without any makeup and shit, honestly, his facial features, they look very much like the Grand Inquisitor. I could definitely see him, but they just fucked his face. Honestly, I mean,
my biggest issue is not that he looks bad as the Grand Inquisitor. It's that he should have been Agent Callus, right? I'm still not over the fact that he's not Callus, right? So for me, they should have just had Jason Isaacs play the Grand Inquisitor for facts.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, at least for the voice, at least do something like in Solo with Sam Witwer and Ray Park.
For me, when I saw this go down, right. The lines that Rupert Friend spoke in the trailer, to me, sounded like the right things for the Grand Inquisitor to say.
Yes. Nobody's arguing about that. I thought it worked too.
I'm like, okay, the actor put on some weight, right? And they chose to let him go with that, right? I'm not going to try and put a round peg in a square hole, right? Just to say, okay, they did a bad job because they did this before in what we've seen in the prequels or whatever. Then they should have brought that actor back. God bless, he still looks the same way, right? And put him in the fucking suit and made him the Grand Inquisitor, right? They're using what they've got, and for me, it's like everyone is so focused on the fact that it looks bad, and it doesn't look good. But I mean, this is a television show.
I'll give you another example. I'll give you another example of I'm going to use another franchise. We all here watch Lord of the Rings, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the person that was supposed to play Aragorn wasn't Viggo or what's the name? Morstein.
Viggo.
What happened was there was a younger guy playing his part, and the director, we all know his name, even up to the very last moment, said, this is not going to work. This isn't going to work. Nothing against this actor. It's not going to work. And he actually went to Morstein to do that role, even though he originally was supposed to play a lot younger than what we got with Morstein being older. The image is what's important. When you have a movie, it's imagery, storytelling, and music. They're the three things. Mess with one of them, and you can turn a good movie into a bad movie.
And I mean, the other thing is, I mean, the whole argument with like, yeah, the actor put on weight. I mean, I know Disney's all on the train of like, oh, the prequels had so much CGI and people hated it. First of all, look at the prequel generation, aka me and like so many others. Like, yeah, I don't think that many people actually mind it. And I mean, literally, one of the like some of these things, fucking CGI it if you can't like make it in like makeup and shit. It's not like the technology has advanced over the years. I just think it's cheap. And I'm not gonna give them leeway. Definitely not after fucking Book of Boba, that disaster.
Matt, it isn't hard for them to hire somebody, even outside of their company right now, to say, we want you to be simply the lore master. Say yes and say no. Yes, you can do this. No, you can't do that. Sole job. Ain't going to cost them anything, and it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. We had that with Lucas. And I know you get mad and you say, well, Lucas done sold and everything. Fine. Somebody has to be the lore master.
We have a lore master right now. His name is Dave Filoni.
Yeah. If you remember, me and Crit, when everybody was on X-Wing and they were watching doing the little live stream, you guys were singing the praises of Eclipse and Boba Fett. It's the best coming Star Wars we're going to get. Everybody's excited. Me and Crit were in there typing in the chat saying, you guys are overhyping this stuff, and we even got clips of the
again. I have to.
We'll see you in 6 years.
I have to say again, for the record, Phil, I did think that the Eclipse trailer looked good, but from the very fucking beginning, I said, Book of Boba Fett makes me nervous. He's overhyping it. I wish fucking Robert Rodriguez would shut the fuck up. So don't pigeonhole me into it was going to be great. I never thought
not pigeonholing. We can go back to the clips of that live stream. I'm pretty sure X-Wing has it up. And Crit more than me was the one being more vocal, saying, well, I agreed 100% that you guys were over giving the hype. You were giving a green card before anything even came out.
I was told to be shut up when they gave my criticism.
We were there. Me and Crit were there. And I don't like to be I told you so or anything or hurt anybody's feelings. Good to be hyped up for it. But when you put yourself up for big hype like that and you come crashing down, that's hard.
So I'm not sure where we're going with this, right? The Grand Inquisitor doesn't look good in Crit's classroom. Okay, let it go. Right? I still think the story will satisfy us. I even think the story will satisfy you, Phil. And that's why I keep saying that you're going to see the light. It's not me trolling you. I really believe that.
I thank you and everything, but I hope to, I don't see it. I don't see it.
And my issue is what I hear is you saying that you hope I'm wrong, right? Which I'm like, I don't know why you wouldn't hope I'm right. And that the story is quite fulfilling. And that it fits together well. And that it all makes sense about why he had to leave when he left. And if they meet, why they meet together and fight,
Matt,
and what they say to each other. People are coming into this with nope. Let me tell you why it's nope. And I'm like, why can't it be yep?
Because just like in Lord of the Rings and the divide that's going there, the bombs are going off already over there. Mess with canon, what people know, And it's not you're messing with the movie.
It's two different things.
It's an example. You got Amazon totally destroying what Tolkien done.
If Kenobi showed up as a woman, if the Grand Inquisitor, it's two totally different things.
Wait a minute. Tolkien wrote his stuff based upon an inspiration for the English don't have lore like other countries. He wanted to create lore, not for anybody in Russia, not for anybody in China. He wanted to create lore for the English people to have. Fantasy or whatever, that was his goal. And to go into a movie where, and I'm all for integration and everything, all great, but you're not going to see a white Zulu. Nope. You're not going to. I don't want to see if they make a Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I don't want to see a Scandinavian there. They weren't there.
What they're doing with Kenobi is not the same as what they're doing
affecting canon
with the Amazon Lord of the Rings. It's just no.
My point is, it's affecting canon. You might not see it that way. You might see it. Well, okay, it's changing it, and they have all the power. To me, the grand little scheme behind the evil Sith of Disney. This is retconning Star Wars to make a remake without making a remake. Disney.
I don't think it's retconning anything.
Oh, it is. It is.
No, it isn't.
Hello, boys.
I mean,
hi, Arlena.
Hello. It's another
Cash coming. I have been watching.
I thought you were taking a nappy nap.
I said stuff in private chat. This is the day I have to get pizza for people. So
I had to get pizza.
That's right.
So Orlando shows up.
That's right.
Right. Hey, you know
those were some mighty fun tunes earlier.
That is,
By the way, you both over there, you bet your ass I clipped that.
Cash is having a pineapple
you clipped
pizza
islands
on
in the
pizza.
stream?
Oh my god.
How's your pineapple pizza, Cash?
It's nice to no pineapple.
Pineapple? Ugh.
Did you get all your anger out yet, Phil?
No.
No. Cat, I have to give Phil. Cash. I have to give Phil great credit. He loves to keep talking and talking, even though he's wrong. He just keeps saying it over and over again.
This guy will have the Empire ruling the system, having the original trilogy retcon. Thank you.
Emperor you're talking to the guy that essentially
ruling the Sith, and you plunge the galaxy into continual darkness.
Well, I am on the
everything that you said sounds great to me. What was the
point of why I'm going against you? This is the whole evil plot of Sith Risman. He wants the African invader to stay in power.
But Phil, don't get it backwards. I am the Sith Lord. He is the Grand Moff.
I don't have a helmet on. I don't even have a red lightsaber. How could I be a Sith?
Yeah.
Darth Vader didn't have a helmet on.
He's got the tattoo.
He did not have a helmet on.
He does have that.
Phil will see the light. He's gonna watch the series and he's gonna come back and he's like, you know what? Moff Risman, you were right. And I'm like, no, I'm right.
When you told Coach and Nick and you sent your little message, what was the message in there? This is going to kill Phil McCracken. This is going to put him in the grave.
I said I don't think Phil McCracken's going to survive this.
Yeah. It's nice to see you on the channel. I know you're a hooligan, Arlena, so thanks for stopping by.
Yeah.
Where's my pizza at? You didn't bring pizza for the rest of us, Cash?
I would, but you all live in different states, and there's a certain person who lives in Germany. Yep, that's right. The strike. Yep.
Bop.
Oh boy.
Poor Strike.
I was trying my best to get Strike to, do the and he absolutely, you had to karaoke. I would have died. That would have been golden.
Look,
send me that video. I'll think about it, and I'll tell Charlie.
Yeah, I was gonna say Strike.
and Aiden.
If he doesn't, he has to do it with
Charlie.
And
Aiden. The triple.
But yeah, no, I mean it's just like a lot of. Did you see the Batman, by the way, Arlena? Or did I know Matt did?
I have
no
not.
Strike hasn't yet. I don't want to spoil anything.
You're not going to spoil.
I hope they put a shirt on that scrawny ass, right? Put
You're
a
not.
fucking shirt on it.
Yeah, you're not going to spoil anything because I have no interest in it.
You have no interest? Well, you're not missing much. So I'm sure you already know that there's some underlying.
You said you liked it, Cash.
I still liked it, but there were still some issues with it.
I watched it, but I liked it.
That's
I
right.
liked it.
Hey, Risman, it broke Batman canon. Okay, now we're going to go there. It broke Batman canon.
Batman has a lot of canon. You can't.
I think Phil McCracken, you need to change your name to like Canon Gatekeeper, right?
Yeah.
That's like your Canon.
You have this
the gravity shirt. That's broken canon. He's broken
you
canon.
Make me feel old, but you know what? When we were kids, in my age, back in my day, here we go. We're going to use the classic. Back in my day, we used to play Dungeons and Dragons, and we had to have a person that was the dungeon master to draw up all the little dungeons, to roll the dice. So yeah, I know about being lore master, dungeon master. Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Cash knows about D&D. He lives in a dungeon, so it's
if only. If
well,
only.
hey, can I put my 2 cents in about Kenobi?
Of course.
Please,
of course.
Go ahead.
So I am cautiously optimistic.
Yep.
I am cautious only because of Book of Boba. But I am optimistic because I think they know they cannot fuck up Kenobi.
And Favreau had nothing to do with this story.
Thank God, yes.
No fucking Favreau. Fucking Favreau.
I really think they know if they fuck it up, they're going to have people leaving in droves. And I'm one of these people. I fucking love Obi-Wan Kenobi. He's not my favorite character, but he's always been one of my favorite characters. And when Ewan McGregor played him, it was just fantastic. I see the issues with it, but to me, they're nitpicky issues, like the way the Grand Inquisitor looks and certain little. Those are nitpicky.
They are.
I want a good story. I want to see Kenobi go through his shit.
Yes.
And I want it to be just a good story, basically. That's all I want.
Can you imagine at Celebration with Ewan and Hayden there and a panel talking about the 2 episodes of Kenobi that were just aired with however many people are there in the audience? Do we really think it's gonna suck? Do we expect the audience to heckle them and say, you know what? Fucking Grand Fatty ruined this. Fuck y'all.
Hey Tim, what's up?
No, but
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Probably not gonna be a light up moment for me in the show.
I don't feel any excitement from the trailer.
If they were smart, they would have Rupert Friend on that panel too.
Yeah. Well,
if
see,
they
this
were
is
smart.
This is my thing. So if you guys remember way back when, if you watched any of the streams, you'll remember that I consistently said the Boba Fett trailer underwhelmed me. Nothing about it excited me. Nothing about the trailer.
I was the number 1 hater because I was like, yeah, wrong armor, don't like it.
Yeah, nothing about the trailer made me want to watch Book of Boba. So when I went into watching it, I liked episode 1 and 2. 3 was complete shit. 4 wasn't that great. 5 and 6 were fucking fantastic, but they had nothing to do with Boba. And episode 7 was mediocre at best. So when I say that to say, when I saw the Kenobi trailer, I got excited. I liked the trailer. So I think it's gonna, with the same thing, I think it's gonna go in conjunction with the series, and I'm optimistic about the series. Now, saying that, I also say I hope I don't like the series just because I want to love it so much. I really want to love this series, y'all.
Yeah,
and
I think a lot of us do.
I don't end up liking it because I want that so much.
Well,
I hope that I love it because it's a good fucking story, and I really truly think that that's what we're gonna get. And I'm gonna preface that by saying, y'all, Disney Star Wars overall has given us shit, but they have also given us some good stuff.
They
Rogue
gave
One.
us
Rogue One was great.
The Mandalorian.
The Mandalorian is good.
Solo
They have
quality.
given us
Solo
some
was a good
good
story.
stuff. They gave us
Solo's
season
all right.
7.
All right.
Season 7 of the
4
Clone
minutes
Wars.
of Luke Skywalker at the end of the Mandalorian season does not erase what Disney done.
No,
as
no,
much
no.
as everybody
No,
back
I
then
don't
were
think that.
No,
praising,
I am not
was
saying
praising
that.
it. I know
Phil,
you're not
that's
saying
not
it,
what
but
I'm
there are
saying.
other people
But I am
that
saying
did.
that they have given us good stuff. They have given us stuff that we've liked.
I know you
So
liked Rogue One, but that movie, even while you're watching it, you can tell that it's two movies that got cannibalized. Because that movie was reshot 90%. No, excuse me, that was Han Solo. 70% of Rogue One was redone with reshoots. And if anybody knows movies, to make a profit, they only can do 10 to 15% before it starts eating up the cost. When they released the trailer, you saw the TIE fighter. There was the clips of it. When you watched the movie, it wasn't there. Gone. Everything was re-edited, redone. And in the movie, and I can understand it because they're in a rush, you can see the movie is two movies. There's a little chaotic there. It was good. Everybody wanted to see Darth Vader again. I did too. I wanted to see more Darth Vader in the Bacta tank without the fog, but
Can never have too much Bacta, right? More Bacta.
apparently.
Painful cries of a Boba fan.
Pass the Bacta.
So again, there's 5 of 6 of us here on this panel that are interested in this series being good and supporting Star Wars going forward. And then there's Phil McCracken.
Oh God.
So the thing is, why I'm like cautiously optimistic is first of all because I don't want them to fuck it up, and second of all, even though I, as someone that knows Boba, or at least like to think I know Boba quite well, did not enjoy the series at all.
Strike, do you
except
have
the
a
first
shirt?
2 episodes.
Strike, do you have a shirt? If you don't have a shirt, you're not a real fan.
Oh yeah, no,
right.
No, I
Yeah.
don't have a shirt.
Right.
That's why you
There's also-
don't believe anything I say, because I'm honestly, I have no fucking clue of what I'm talking about because I don't have a Boba shirt. Can you believe that? I don't have
real
one.
quick, I want to put something, Matt.
Strike, just wait for the 3rd episode. The 3rd episode, you'll be.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait for the
I
3rd
just want to
episode.
point this out real quick about Boba Fett and Strike. You probably know this. When George Lucas created his father, he inserted him where originally it was Boba Fett getting the armor from Jaster Masteel, the law officer. Yep. Now they totally changed this in Disney. His armor isn't Beskar armor. It's Cortez war armor. Boba Fett's armor originally, and now it's originally was now
originally was Durasteel.
had the ability that if a lightsaber touched it, it gets deactivated. That's in the lore. His armor is not Beskar. Not all the armor that these Mandalorians have. There's 3 different types of armor. Not Beskar. Beskar is not the ultimate armor that they made it in Mando. Okay, Cortez armor. When you read the EU with Boba Fett, his ability to fight a Jedi was because of the Cortez armor. That's one of the reasons when Raven at the Battle of Malachor 5 beats Mandalore is because he had 2 lightsabers in case the one got deactivated. And when Jango is facing Mace Windu and Mace Windu is charging him, you see as he's shooting his blasters, he's bending his head forward. The reason he's bending his head forward is because when he's seeing Mace Windu charge him, the only unprotected part of his Cortez armor is the neck. And that's why Mace Windu took him off by the head. Disney, oh my God, I'm telling you. Ugh.
Yeah, I'm right with you. I mean, apart from the fact changing all of that. I mean, I thought the lowest blow of them all was them completely changing the mold. I know people have heard me talk about this more than enough, but actually changing the mold of the armor,
Totally.
it's disgusting because I mean they got it right in Mando season 2. It was the same mold from Return of the Jedi, just recolored then at some point. But in Book of Boba, they just completely. It's kind of a mesh between Boba and Mando's armor. Like the visor's more like Mando, and it's just bullshit.
The emblems,
but this is just
no. Like the actual like helmet, the shape is not the right one.
But if you notice on the emblems of Boba Fett's armor, you see the symbol on either side of his clan, and then you have the sister that the girl that lady, the one that I forgot that actress's name. She tells him he's not a Mandalorian. He's wearing the symbols of his clan on either side of his shoulders. It's like Disney. Hello, if you're going to change it, you can take a little eraser and erase the symbols of his Mandalorian clan on either side.
Well, I mean, the one he has on the chest is Jaster Muriel's sign.
But the one on his shoulders,
just the mythosaur.
That's another symbol of his clan. Another thing.
Yeah, I mean, she was more referring to the voice because it's Jango's voice, and Jango obviously not alive; it's a clone. But yeah, but not even the point I wanted to make. The point I wanted to make is I didn't really enjoy the series, but what I did enjoy, what I thought was very truthful to what I think it should look like, was the Order 66 scene.
Yeah,
the Order 66 scene I think was done very, very well, just very well done. Except from the part they changed a few things about the clone armor, but yeah, I'm nitpicky.
It's fine.
But that's what I'm kind of hoping for is I'm confident I will be satisfied in those aspects, like Order 66 flashback, anything Clone Wars related. And the rest is sort of like, yeah, I hope they don't fuck it up, and if they do, I'm not surprised.
Like you were pointing out about Boba Fett's armor, but it's not just like Star Wars. They change this stuff, and they have all this money, and they should have the best makeup department, the best wardrobe department in the world potentially. And they just like mess this stuff up. I mean, look at the what was it, the Batgirl costume? I don't know if you saw. It looks like someone painted a bag. Fine, it's comic book accurate, but it still looks like someone painted a bag and then threw on the costume.
I think it's even funnier because I mean they literally own the franchise. They have access to all the props they ever used. Like, I mean, they got it right in Mando season 2. All they needed to do if they wanted an extra set for the series, fucking use the same mold. Oh my god, big brain.
They do a lot of changing of canon, and they don't even tell the people. They changed the pilot on the surviving wild.
And again, it was one of those things before the actual series aired. I was like, okay, this is one of the things. It's obviously different, but if they actually like explain he reforged his armor because it was all dented up and stuff, it could make sense. Again, one of those key features where I'm saying it depends on how they do it that matters. It's not that it's impossible to change the armor mold, but then fucking explain it. That's like the whole like kind of state I'm in. Like, I don't think it's impossible. It works. Like going back to Kenobi, it just matters how they do it, and that's kind of we can't judge that yet. We haven't seen it, so.
I just like how they paint his armor up, and then when you see him in Boba Fett, his armor is all scratched.
It's all scratched up for no reason at all. Like, okay, what did you do? Like, take a fork and.
He hurt his armor while he was in the back of the tank.
But when it came right down to it, it didn't matter what kind of armor he had or didn't have.
In the Star Trek Next Generation, they always change uniforms, and no one says, "Oh, did you get new uniforms?"
Well, nobody cares about Star Trek. Sorry.
Well, no one cares about Book of Boba Fett, so I mean,
I know. I don't care either.
I don't think Strike cares about that.
You're kind of putting me to sleep with this Boba Fett helmet talk.
Well, then fuck off. No one's keeping you here.
I'd rather hear about masks.
But actually,
masks.
But actually, Crit, that's not true. the fact that nobody cares about Book of Boba Fett, that's not true.
No.
People care about Book of Boba Fett to the extent that they can bring it out to say why every other Disney Plus Star Wars series that comes next is going to suck because Book of Boba Fett was poorly written. That's why Book of Boba Fett matters.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
you know, the one thing in Book of Boba that
Not because of the
really,
story or Boba Fett,
really
because of the
pissed me
plot.
off. That I mean, it just fucking pissed me off to the T. Was when fucking Boba and Cad Bane were meeting up. There was no reference to the
Oh my
ding
God.
and Boba's helmet. What
Yes.
the fuck? Perfect
Also,
opportunity. One line
was
was
so
all you
bad.
had to say.
The dialogue was so bad when Cad Bane was "I'm still faster than you." I 100% expected Boba to be like, well, that metal plate in your head suggests otherwise.
Yes.
No, I got armor.
You know what he should have said?
God.
What I expect. Here's what I expected Boba Fett to respond to.
See you later, Whoopa.
No,
Polynesian spa.
I expected him to say, "Well, I'm slow with respect." Right?
Slow with respect.
Right.
Given the dialogue
Even
and
better,
the writing of the series.
I have a better one.
That was
Cad
so
Bane,
bad.
I'm still faster than you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is
exactly.
just. But
Didn't
it's
he,
like.
Didn't he basically say we all get old and slow? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, and it's not that what he said was untrue. It's that it wasn't in he should have said, "Go fuck yourself."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go fuck yourself. I fucked your mother last night.
Yeah,
And
literally.
you know what? She thought I was plenty slow enough.
The sheriff,
I mean, there were so many other
that
things
got
he
killed,
could have said.
or didn't get killed, he got hurt. When he faces
You know, the whole thing is
Bane, he said the lines I wanted Boba Fett to say. He sounded more Boba Fett than Boba Fett when he faced him.
yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
All we needed was one line when Cad Bane says, "I'm faster than you. How about that ding in your helmet? Is your head still ringing?" Or some shit like that.
Yeah.
You
like,
know,
if you remember, we are pretty much same on, and you're old now, old man. I mean,
yeah, and then Boba could have been like, "Well, how's that plate in your head?" You know, I mean, come on.
No, they don't want to think about these things. I wish it was just Star Wars. It's a lot of entertainment. You see, the fans, they're doing a better job because they understand the source material or they care enough.
Cash,
I mean, with fans, it's hit and miss.
Cash,
It's hit and miss.
Yeah,
but...
it's
Cash,
hit and
there
miss.
is no source material. Remember that.
Oh yeah.
Oh right, I forgot. Thank you.
You forgot.
Strike. Would you
Fade
have
in.
loved?
Fade
Would you
in.
have loved in Book of Boba Fett when Boba Fett and Mando were in the hiding out, waiting for their fighting? Instead of all that talk in plain basic or English, what we were preferred to, wouldn't you have loved that they were speaking Mandalorian and having that speech?
Oh yeah.
In Mandalorian.
Yeah.
Disney has.
I was 100% like the way they talked. It was just so. Bo was just so generic. It was like the best chance to give us like a little callback to what we've seen of like Camino and stuff, and him looking at Slave One taking off, looking at Django Slave One, and literally, the dialogue was just so generic. And I mean, when Mando was like, when Boba was like, "Do you actually buy into that Bantha fodder?" and Mando's like, "I do." Like literally, he could have said, "Good, my father did too." You know, like. It meant something to him. Like, it's not like he just completely threw the Mando code from his dad out of the window. That's just not what it was.
I say this, it's typical Disney destroying original trilogy characters. It's like they hate it. They wanted to buy it, but they hate it. They destroyed Luke. They destroyed Lando. They destroyed Han. They destroyed Wedge. I know X-Wing loves him, but the best pilot in the world, the guy the only person else survived the 2 Death Stars, and the best thing Disney can do is put him in the turret of the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah.
They couldn't find him in X-Wing, but they managed to find Poe an X-Wing.
Yeah.
It's insanity. And I know Matt says, well, this is nitpicking and everything. I don't care what franchise it is. Lord of the Rings, Battlestar Galactica, Star Trek.
Yeah.
A lot of us fans, we know the lore. We don't mind minor changes if they make sense. None of Disney's changes make any sense.
But they do this with their live action. Look at all their live action. They have to change something for sensibilities or whatever. I'm not going to go into all the details, but there's no reason to change this. For example, the go back to Lady and the Tramp, which is considered a classic. And the live action, they said the Siamese cats are, it's some.
I'm
it's gonna
Italian.
hurt
Can they say that the
somebody's
meatball scene was
stupid.
discriminatory? I mean, tough skin people.
Yeah,
I don't
seriously.
think anybody from Thailand ever complained about the Siamese cats.
No.
Just like us Italians didn't complain about the meatball. The spaghetti meatball. It's ridiculous.
Hey, Tim.
Yeah.
Welcome.
I mean, and the thing is, with animated, I feel like I've had way more satisfaction, so to speak. Like Bad Batch, not too many people liked it. I personally really liked it because of like just the world building and like all the little details it gave. Okay, if I'm honest, just because of that Scorch scene, but
all right. All right, gents, I'm gonna go to bed, so I'll see y'all later.
Night, Chris.
All right,
Good night,
Chris.
Bye.
Don't shoot anybody. All right, cool.
By the way, Strike, I am a diehard Boba Fett fan. I'm with you.
So you have a shirt.
Oh, I do have the shirt. I used to have a bunch of different action figures.
I mean,
until I sacrificed them in the Great Fire.
Look, and the other thing is, look, I'm fine, but I find it funny that people, even in our community, in the Hangar Bay, other communities that we're part of, they go, I want to be a shill. I got a shill for this. Why? Even if you love the company, it's okay if you criticize it. It's all right.
Yeah.
It's not a bad thing.
Not everybody has the same taste.
No, they don't.
Yeah, I agree with that.
When Disney makes a claim, Matt, and they go, Star Wars is for kids. I'm sorry. Lando Calrissian, Mr. Colt 45, Billy D. Williams, Mr. Ladies Man, he is not there in Star Wars for kids. No.
Yeah. And Phil, we had a discussion about this, about Freddie Prinze Jr. being a part of that, because he was like, Star Wars is for kids. Like, it's a whole debacle.
Freddie Prinze Jr. is a bitch.
Yeah, he is. He goes off on fans. He's crazy.
That guy can fuck off.
It's just,
Yeah.
It's a mess.
It's not a good look. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when he calls fans like toxic and like fucking, what did he call us? Like when people have a problem with Ray flying the Falcon perfect, that makes you sexist or some bullshit. Oh yeah,
he's a beta male for some reason, and he grew up as like alpha. He was in alpha male movies, but he changed. Just like even people like Will Wheaton, the list goes on and on. Chris Evans, like, why are these people beta males? I just don't get it. I really don't.
Will Wheaton better be careful, because Captain Kirk might be a little old. I
knew it was coming.
William Shatner can throw a punch where Patrick Stewart and his character Picard cannot throw a punch. He cannot throw a punch.
I know you always go back to that.
You know I will always say that. Trust me, I think William Shatner can knock Will Wheaton out.
Even at, what is he, 90-something?
Yeah.
And still going strong. Still doing the yearly jump out of the airplane.
He was just at I went to GalaxyCon, what was it, 2 weeks ago now? And he was there. He was signing autographs and taking pictures and stuff. I mean, the man doesn't stop.
No, he's
he was, as soon as like the first Comic-Con he came, like this was back in like October when he came back from like the moon or whatever. He came to Indiana for some reason, in Indianapolis. So he was there. I saw him. The man doesn't stop. Like, I feel like his clicker is, rest in peace, man. Like, I feel like, he's getting old. So that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's cool, though.
Well,
and he said at this age, At this age, he says what the fuck he wants to say. Who gives a shit?
Yes,
William Shatner will put you in your damn place, and he does not care.
What do you want an answer to, Phil? If you bring up Star Trek 5,
yes, it is.
Oh,
Darth
no,
loves Star Trek 5.
Oh my god!
Boy.
Oh, man.
No, I do not.
No.
We
Too
had
many
I
hours
had
to
to
make
watch
that.
that
You have
for
the
another
Blu-ray.
stream, so yeah. I did not enjoy that movie very much at all.
No.
It made $45 million at the time, going up against original Batman.
Oh yeah, because it
Twilight
was
made
Star
a lot
Trek.
of money. Does that mean it's great? I mean,
well, they got a die-hard following, so I'm not going to knock it.
Book
And then
lovers.
people
And Fast and
know
Furious,
that in and
too.
out. Unlike
the
Matt
supporting
Ridman,
cast
he does knock
families
people
were
that
better
love
than
canon.
the main three characters.
Oh, Matt. Oh, poor Matt.
Matt knows it. Matt, you know me. I go against X-Wing every time. Baron Fell is the best pilot in all Star Wars, and I will stick to that. The canon says it, and I'm going to go with it. I don't care if they retcon.
I have to argue with that one. Anakin Skywalker was the best pilot.
No.
Yeah.
Baron Fell.
I agree with that one.
Anakin.
Baron Fell had a TIE interceptor that didn't have hyperdrive, didn't have the lasers that the Rebels had, like on his TIE fighter.
Oh,
but
so
yet
he didn't have
was
one of
a
Thrawn's
deathly
TIE
killer.
fighters.
Deathly killer so much that they had to convert him to come over and join Rogue Squadron. So...
Well, he also has the Force, and then he was like a prodigy when he was a kid. He was freaking, doing the pod racing, and then he won. Like, he didn't win the first one, so he had like a little bit of arc development. I realized it was a little Mary Sue moment or whatever when he went into the ship, whatever, like in space, and took everyone out conveniently. I get that, but like, he knew how to fix things and understood the machines, right?
The good thing about that, Tim, is he it was a he and not a she, so it really wasn't a Mary Sue moment.
And one other thing, the most person that suffered the most traumatic stuff in all Star Wars is R2-D2.
Oh,
R2-D2 seeing everything. Look, everybody says Luke needs to talk to Ahsoka to find out everything. No, he doesn't.
R2 already told him.
R2, hey, why don't you like play those tapes? Anakin slaughtering younglings in the Jedi Temple. Ooh, okay.
There was actually an ebook.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
With Luke Skywalker, he's trying to get R2 to let him see everything, and R2 is traumatized. He's not letting him see it. Him and his wife had to actually hire a hacker to hack R2 to see it, just to see it. That's how protective R2-D2 was over Luke Skywalker. He didn't want him to see none of that. But here we are now, a different canon, and everybody says, well, Ahsoka can tell. No, R2-D2, he's with him. He does most of his dirty work. He was the one who flew baby Grogu back to Tatooine. Not even Luke Skywalker wants to go back there.
R2 be racking up those kills on the way,
He is the ultimate killer, and I don't care what Matt
really is.
Outer Rim pilots.
That damn fake
who's that?
droid.
Look, you got to feel bad for R2 because, like, when you see him in Revenge of the Sith, he's just even more of a badass with his blasters.
Oh, yeah.
He murders two super battle droids. Did you guys see that edit of like R2 with subtitles, and it's like that scene? It's like, ha! I like murder.
Matt Ridman right now is hating all us because he's that damn droid from Rebels.
Chopper is still the best.
He is not the best.
Oh God!
Chopper is a war criminal.
Chopper is.
That's exactly why he's the best.
Chopper is funny, but Chopper is not R2.
He's literally fighting against the Empire. How is he your favorite?
Chopper is a real sarcastic droid, and that's one thing I love about that droid.
I do like Chopper.
Has an
I like
attitude.
Chopper, but R2 is. I really like Chopper. He's probably my favorite. One of my favorite parts of Rebels. But R2 has my heart, man. R2 is just
R2 is a great
he's
droid.
been there for everything.
If it wasn't for R2 at the very beginning saving the Naboo cruiser, everybody would have been dead, and Anakin would still be a slave.
Mm-hmm.
R2.
I think like BB-8 is trash, but like as far as like Boba Fett, the bunny droid or whatever that shut himself off, I think they could go huge with that. Disney, if you're listening.
I love that detail. Like, as a Clone Wars fan, like I know a lot of people were like, "Oh, that was goofy." That's exactly how they usually act in the show, like in Clone Wars. So
yeah, it is. It's exactly how they acted in Clone Wars.
It was funny, and they showed it later on in that last scene. What was it? The finale episode where the Power Rangers, the Vespars, they were sitting there.
They showed it during the table scene.
You're right, Tim. Vespas. I mean, Power Rangers.
Yeah, they're all like, yeah, and then you have Black Chrysanthemum coming over there, and they're like, oh, blah blah blah, something about eating an apple or a fruit, and they're just like, yeah, like, where's
and
mine?
Boba says, actually, I don't really want to rule here anymore. Let's give it to these guys, so I'm gonna be free in Mando season 3. So this whole show was pointless.
It was all
brought up.
Pointless.
Yeah, and Matt Risman, I hope you're listening. That was really good. They let the biggest, tallest Wookiee on Tatooine just stroll right up and through Jabba's palace. Nobody noticing, no guards, no alarm systems, and he gets.
I don't think Matt is going to argue against Book of Boba not being good.
No.
Yeah,
a mess.
But then they leave him wide open. Let's ask Chusidic or whatever, then like get like hammered down or whatever, and not show any cool moments. It was cool when everyone was flying by, but if you're gonna be like stealth-ish, let's be guard right in open territory, right in from the Capitol building. Like, dude, you're like a massive Wookiee, like 7 foot tall or 8 foot tall. Hide somewhere, or even on the building, ducking down and looking over. You could still stand guard or whatever. I mean, I know you're formidable, but I don't know, man. That's it.
It's I mean, God, we're it's not even one of the worst parts about the show, but yeah, I mean, you're either, okay, so you could like send like an assassin that would just like go in there, shoot him while he's in the bacta tank, or you can send a Wookiee who's going to rip him out of the bacta tank, throw him around a few times, and like waste so much time until backup arrives.
Yeah,
sounds like
none of the best. Yeah, none of their arms get ripped off. Like keep it PG because that's what they are doing, and you can't rip a bionic arm off. Like, I mean, at least they did it in the club scene order, and that was a lizard person. But none of the like Power Ranger group got hurt, or died, or anything to give it stakes. I don't know.
Black Chrysanthemum somehow has natural inborn Beskar armor because he went through that whole entire fight scene, shot how many times, and he's invulnerable, pretty much. No.
Yeah. Did you see the video of like the Battle of Tatooine and Book of Boba slowed down? They kill off one of the whatever, like the Freetown people. They kill the same dude off 6 times. The same dude, the same dude gets shot 6 times in different ways, in different shots. One of the Power Rangers, an unnamed Power Ranger, like not one of the primary ones, gets like shot, I think 12 times. I'm not even kidding. Same dude, 12 times in different shots. It's quite impressive how they managed to be so lazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say it isn't that like people that watch George Lucas's Star Wars original trilogy, prequel trilogy, that we didn't nitpick. Got our
you know what George Lucas's Star Wars was like? You could go into Revenge of the Sith, look at the Clone Wars battles, and you would see people in the background. You would see clones in the background. What would they do? No, you wouldn't see like some special marked clone die 12 times in the back. You would see one clone hitting a battle droid with the blaster. You would see one battle droid get punched by a clone. Yeah, it's
because him and his team, and mostly him, because he did this even in the EU books, and everybody says, well, he's just one man, he couldn't do it. With the EU books, before the books are released, Timothy Zahn, when you guys get there, ask him before the book is released. George Lucas is calling him once a week, and he tells him, "Yes, you can do this. No, you could that." Timothy Zahn wanted to talk in Aaron's Empire, wanted to talk about Lando, and maybe because at the time they were presuming Lando was a clone, and George Lucas gave specific orders: you're not to ever mention anything about the Clone Wars. And if you don't believe me, you can ask them. So that whole entire script, and even when he went through all the EU books, none of them were allowed to talk about the Clone Wars. None of them. So George Lucas guarded his baby. There's even a video of him. It's for humor. Someone brings up Mara Jade and he beats him up.
Yeah. I am not the creator of Mara Jade, and I want you to get out of this office now.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's a joke.
But Phil, I have to say again, he didn't guard his baby so well, did he? Because he sold.
He sold them.
He got a little butthurt, and then, like I said, it's not only Star Wars. It was Red Tails, and there was the last deal. After he sold it, they were supposed to do a cartoon, and they did. It's not very popular. The last thing LucasArts officially released is George Lucas made this. I want to say like it's a cartoon, but it's like a childish, like fairy tale type deal. It flopped. So George Lucas gets sensitive. If people don't get his stuff, he gets upset. And unfortunately,
he had an article a few years ago, or more than a few years ago. He was quite upset about how people felt about Star Wars. But even though, however, people still feel about the prequel trilogy, it doesn't. So many people went to go see it, and even if they felt it was different from the OT, people still went to go see it. Now with the sequel trilogy, it's changed. But
I will speak for the OT trilogy. When I remember it, I was in my 30s, and when it came out, I loved the prequel trilogy. I loved the thought of the prequel trilogy, but there were still people that could not comprehend. This is not about Luke, Han, and Leia. This is about Anakin's story. What people really want, and they could not change their minds, and I can understand it. They're still wanting it. They wanted more Luke, Han, Leia, and the crew. That's what they wanted.
Because it's the core group.
Yep, and they were diehard. So even when the movies came out, and even if they could be good, a lot of them got converted over because they let it go because it wasn't them. I mean, even today, people still ain't going to get it. But it's not about Luke. It was about Anakin. Could the stories been told different? I wasn't much of a fan of Titanic Star Wars love story, but you know what? I understand.
Twilight, you mean? Twilight and Titanic?
But if you don't have that story,
totally.
You don't have Vader.
Yeah, because you don't see the love that he had. And in some ways, when you get to Revenge of the Sith, you see it almost as an obsession more than love. Where I didn't see it, I see him traumatized. He lost his mother, and he didn't want to lose his wife and his child. Anybody in that predicament could do anything. We would have done it. We all would have done it.
Yeah.
But that drove a lot of people because when you think Star Wars, you don't want to see Titanic in space.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's just it's the same. It's with all this stuff. Oh well, did Princess Leia save Han? I'm like, yeah, in a way she did. It's like, but you get in these conversations with people. They're trying to tell you now that there's something wrong with Princess Leia being called Princess Leia. Well, yeah, she turned into a general. That would make sense. But like, she was still a strong, badass female.
Well. What? Yeah. But that's one of those things. Okay, so people have a problem with her being called Princess Leia. Okay, so we're just gonna ignore the fact that her, like Bale's wife, I mean, she's the queen.
Right.
Exactly.
I'll give you another
it's an objective title.
I'll give you another example. And Strike, since you're in Germany, you might be able to confirm what I'm saying. Even though the imperial family of Germany isn't in power, and officially the German government doesn't recognize any royalty, like a lot of countries that got rid of royalty, they still call them by their title. There is still the House of the Kaiser. They have royal titles. They don't acknowledge the German government, don't acknowledge it, but everyday people heir apparent to the throne. They're still, for Germany, even Russians have it for their czar. The Italians still have it for their king. There's royal families. They're not in power. But even if Princess Leia owned a house, she would never lose or could lose the hereditary title of princess, even if the plane is stolen.
And then also Queen Elizabeth, right? She didn't marry any king for a while because she didn't want him to take her power, right?
Talking about
no. That's technicality because he was actually born a prince of he's from a German family,
Greece,
from Greece, and what they didn't want, the government of Britain didn't want that line of the family to become co-equal as king. That's why he said, "I'll take the title of prince. At least give me the title of prince." And they gave him the title of prince.
So
that was
Phil,
more government, not
can I speak for everyone on the panel when I say fuck the Germans? Can I get an amen?
No.
Can I get an amen when I say
Strike,
fuck the Germans?
No.
Strike, I love you, Strike. Just ignore.
Moff, you're the first one. When I visit the U.S., you're the first one I visit. The first one. And it won't be a pleasant visit.
You're the first one.
Wait a minute. The majority of my family,
as much
is
as the
German.
United States is, I hate to say, infatuated in love with England, us Italians and Germans have a love for each other. The Germans love coming to Italy and doing their vacations, and us Italians love the Germans.
Wait,
and it's never going to change no matter what. I don't want to use the two evil men in the world, but they were, no matter what you want to say about it, they stayed loyal to each other. There's a loyalty there that the Italians and the Germans have because throughout history, the rest of Europe made damn sure we didn't unite. They didn't want to unite Italy, and they didn't want to unite Germany. We share a lot in common. Our languages are different. Our views are different, but we share a camaraderie when it comes to feelings. Let's just put it that way.
And can I just respond to Mags's? I highlighted Mag's comment here for a second. She said, "Oof, I'm a quarter German," and so what I have to say is, well, at least 75% of you is still good. So I mean, that quarter is not a big deal.
I mean, let's be real. I mean, he didn't mean all the Germans in general. It was literally just me. I mean,
yeah, because you are.
I am all the Germans.
Just like Ray was all the Jedi. You are all the
Germans. Please kill me.
Since Matt Risman's picking on you, Strike, I will forever call you Kaiser Strike.
Well, there are worse things you could have called him, Phil, so I think he'll say Kaiser.
And Phil, can I just say I didn't realize McCracken was Italian. I really
I'm going to explain it. I explained it before, but I explained it to you.
Irish or Scottish.
My nephew is half Irish, and I bust on my Irish family. I tell them they need to stay out of the moonlight because they get moon burned. I'm old, and I'm not good with a lot of things with the computer as other people. So my nephew hooked me up with Google and all this, and he was the one, and he goes, "You have two choices. It's either Phil McCracken or Pat McGroin."
And you realize his name is, because I had this whole Arlena, I have to tell you, for a long time I'm asking people before Phil and I, DM'd, before I slid into his DMs, and we had a conversation. I'm like, is his name really Phil McCracken? Everyone's like, no.
I remember you asking that.
Phil McCracken.
I remember you asking that.
Not Phil McCracken. It's an avatar.
Oh, no.
But I remember you asking that, Matt, because you were like, does nobody use their real name anymore? And I was like, well, Arlena is my real name.
Yeah, I figured. Daryl uses his real name.
So, yeah, spoiler alert, Strike is not my real name.
It's not his real name. No.
And 721 is not my last name.
I'm aware. I'm aware. But so
although
Phil is
I'm pretty sure
really...
Cash and Money are his actual names.
No,
sure.
definitely.
Or is
not.
it 100% variety?
100.
Nah,
no,
it's more
that's
10%. 10%.
It's 50% because
No,
the other
his
50%.
his real name is 100% douchebag. But
no, that's Matt. That's
Sounds
Matt,
right.
dude. You did not. I have to bring this up since he called me a douchebag, Arlena. You were not in the VC when Matt was like, yes, yes, yes. When I think it was when He-Man was getting killed. He's like, we've never seen this before. Yes, yes, yes. He just kept saying it over and over again.
Don't get me started on He-Man.
Cash Money is really a crime boss somewhere in Gotham.
I could be. Yeah.
He works with
Matt
like
Risman
felony.
has called Kaiser
wait,
Strike to drink.
Yeah,
Matt, I'm going to tell you this. We'll talk
I think
Strike
he's
later,
schnapps.
and we're going to
he's drinking
form the
schnapps,
Pact
Phil.
of
He's
Steel
drinking schnapps.
to end Moff Risman. The Pact of Steel. The end Moff
No,
Risman.
see, I gotta take Moff's side on this one. I'm gonna be with the Moff because we're both on the Chimera.
Empire, yeah, come there.
So
Y'all knew Empire.
And there's nothing wrong with schnapps, by the way. That's the best things the Germans ever did was the schnapps.
it is actually American. It is whiskey, but
this went from Star Wars to hating Germans.
and you know what? And Strike.
Oh, he's drinking the fake
bad.
whiskey. He's drinking like the honey whiskey. It's like the fake whiskey.
So with your hatred of the Germans, do they include the
it's
Austrian?
fucking 8 a.m. and I haven't slept.
Do you have
Leave
a
me
hatred for
alone.
them?
I drink what I want.
Look,
Here we
he
go.
has to go
Here we
outside
go.
and replenish his blood because he's half vampire.
Matt, do you hate
What is he? He's
do you
Morbius.
hate the Austrians?
He could
No,
be,
they're
yes.
German too. So do you have a hatred for them?
No, the Austrians did nothing wrong.
And you called them?
Strike. He almost spit out his drink.
Okay, I guess
They started World War One. They started World
my
War
God.
One.
Oh, Argent here. We have to have
what's up,
another
guys?
European.
Hey, welcome.
I see.
Welcome.
I see Moff as the best example of like the points of the education system that haven't quite worked.
Look,
Oh,
well, look, Strike.
Well.
I'm gonna tell you. I've done
Argent,
the
weigh in.
23.
You know
Yes.
I've done the 23andMe, so I know that and genealogy, so I know that a portion of my family came over here, and their last names was Kaiser.
Mm.
Yay!
yay.
And then
The
the
roads are
rest of
great.
my
The roads
the
are
rest of
excellent.
my family is either Native American or from the British Isles. So I'm just a plethora of all kinds of mixtures of. I'm just a mutt. I'm a fucking mutt.
She's a mutt.
Unfortunately, I'm not a mutt.
They are.
I'm just
Hey, yeah, what's up,
Italian.
Arjun?
I am.
What's
Hi.
going on, guys?
So what do you think about the Germans, Argent?
Oh my god.
God.
They're my
Yeah,
brothers.
just keep it coming. Just keep it
They're my
coming.
brothers, man.
Man.
My
The
neighbors.
only thing that's worse than the Germans is the fucking Dutch. I mean,
It's the
come on,
Belgian.
Austin Powers.
Oh, God.
Austin Powers. The effing Dutch hater.
My
This is
God.
what happens on the hooligans.
You know, I'm right.
North Richmond is going to make the Amish violent. You're going to make
Oh,
the
man.
Amish violent.
Oh, yeah.
Thankfully, the Amish will never see this stream, Phil.
Amish Mafia.
Right?
Yeah, they're not
They
they
will
like
Amish
that
police
technology.
hand
will.
deliver it. They will
The
never see
Amish
this
police will, and plus the Mennonites, who are like their cousins, they are allowed to use technology, and they will tell on you. So I advise you, do not go into the Amish territory, man. Don't go to Pennsylvania Dutch. Don't go up there in Ohio with that. I don't want nothing to happen to you. They're good with pitchforks.
And
They want nothing. They want nothing. The Amish want nothing to do with me.
And you know, Matt, you remember when I told you I clipped that sweet singing of you?
Oh my God.
I didn't intend to do anything horrible with it.
Oh, here we go.
I just
Here we
changed
go.
my mind.
All right,
Here we
let's check
go.
it out. Share that.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I don't have it
Let's
ready
share
yet.
it.
I'm going to do
All
something with
right.
it.
Oh my God.
Here we go.
We sang together.
Oh,
We
I see.
tried.
Yeah, I'm going to cut out Arlena's part, so it's
tried.
just Matt.
Yeah, we tried.
For the record, I will never put a hashtag justice for Matt Risman. That is never going to happen.
I would never expect it, Phil.
Well, at least we never have to worry about.
Pity. I don't.
At least
Nick Holness needs your pity. I don't need your
Where is
Why do I
Nick
feel like
lately?
this is a stream I
He's
get
probably
kicked
asleep,
on? We're talking about Germans, Mormons, the people
No, not
that
Mormons,
like.
Mennonites.
Oh yeah,
Mennonites.
we
Mennonites.
haven't
Amish.
talked about
Amish.
Mormons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Amish people. Yeah.
Yep.
Talking about Amish people.
I still think there's.
What do you think about Star Trek 5?
Go ahead, say it. It sucks.
Oh, it
Star Trek
sucks.
5
Yeah, I
Star
don't
Trek
like it.
5 is the worst movie.
Hush your
ever
mouth.
made.
It is. It is.
It's
Hands
awful.
down.
It's pretty. It's
2
just
hours
bad.
later.
The search for Spock. The search for Spock.
Now
is
a
my
very
favorite.
painful conversation engages.
Just remember, the worst Star Trek movie isn't Star Trek 5. It's actually TNG's Nemesis. That's the worst Star Trek.
Nemesis is much better than Star Trek 5.
Yeah, not
Yeah,
money-wise.
it is.
Not money-wise.
No, it was the only movie in the TNG.
Yeah,
that
Solo's made Solo lost
No,
money.
Solo
Rainbow
lost money, really?
Hey,
Well,
I'm gonna tell you, Raylos.
We weren't going there, but sure.
I know
Snake Eyes.
Raylos.
Snake Eyes.
Aren't
I know
you
Raylos.
Star Trek 5?
Have
Who
you
said
seen Snake Eyes?
Well,
Who said that?
I know.
It was Strike.
Not Art.
I know
What?
Matt is upset
Archie, you
about this,
bitch!
but
All right. Well,
Art-
nice to have him here for
Oh
a
my God.
second.
that's what happens when Matt takes over, starts kicking.
Arjun,
boy.
no!
Wow.
Oh, Arjun.
Well,
See how it
hey,
is.
He goes on a power trip sometimes.
Matt, I have a question. Did you get to see Morbius?
Oh, yeah, that's a good
I
question.
saw Morbius. I'm sorry, Cash is going to
Oh,
go
Cash.
eat pizza now.
Gosh, oh, this is much better.
Was it any good?
So
Oh, boy.
Morbius is not
Jackass.
a great movie. It's better than what you would think of it from reading
Better not
online.
sober.
Okay.
No,
For me,
Was
it's
it-
like everyone thought Morbius was going to be bad because online it got echoed around, right? That it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. And
Yeah.
I will admit they bait and switched the movie based upon the trailers, right? With the whole vulture and
Mhm.
that part of it for me still was fucked up, right? But the movie was no better or worse than the Venom movies, right?
Was it decent? So it was decent. Would you say
Yeah.
it was enjoyable
Well-
as that small arc of the
it was
Spider-Man
what,
1994 animated series?
Yeah, it was
You
like
remember
what?
that?
It was 75
Yeah,
or
I
90
do.
minutes, right?
Mhm.
I mean, they got to say what they needed to say, and then it was over, right? So I'm like, okay, fine, I'll never watch it again, right? I'm not going to be like, this is the best Marvel movie
Yeah, I'll
of
never
all
watch
time.
Is it
But
it wasn't
Sony's
horrible.
Marvel? Is
So
it
there was
Sony's
no
Marvel, or is
underlining
it Disney Marvel?
politics or anything. It was
No,
just
it wasn't
good.
woke.
Okay.
They didn't virtue signal.
It was
you know,
bad on
they-
its own.
What, is
No,
it?
it
I
was-
haven't watched it yet.
Matt, was it? Is it? Who's doing it? Is it Sony or
This
Disney?
was a Sony.
Sony.
This
It's
was a
Sony Marvel.
Thank
Yeah.
God.
It's
I'll watch
connected with the the Venomverse. It's an hour and 44 minutes long. I think the pacing for this, I like the pacing, but it was too quick, right? This you could tell they needed to plug about 10 more, 15 more minutes
Mhm.
to fix the plot.
Yeah.
But like the first act was great, but then it got too fast and furious where like I couldn't even see what was going on. And that's where it got kind of ridiculous. And then they just cut out too much. But like
Mhm.
the Jared Leto kills it the role. I know people like to knock off on him because of the Joker performance or whatever. But then again, he didn't give him that much time. They could
No.
actually cut out like 30 minutes on the air cut. Like they cut a lot of the stuff on. But anyways, like everyone did a great performance, but the fact that it just got too ridiculous, right? I think it's worth seeing, like a thumbs up. I think I gave it like between a 7 and 7.5. It's not great, whatever.
Yeah,
But-
on Tim, I agree with you. Right, it could have been 10 minutes. It felt very rushed
Yeah.
to end it, right? Because they had his name just it flew out of my mind again. The guy who played Bib Fortuna was
Yeah,
in the movie.
He was great, man. He's weirdo, and like the friendship relationship, I felt that because they're disabled their whole life. And then once they got power, it kind of changed one of them, and then one tried to be good, and they had a good spin on it without spoiling it, right?
Mhm.
So
Well, that's why.
Well, I know the comic books, so you're not going to spoil anything.
Okay.
It's
well, like
Matt Smith, the Doctor Who guy, Matt Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He and Jared Leto, they have, as Tim is saying, they have a relationship in the movie, and I can't say much more about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I thought that was great, right? And I thought they both acted well. It's a very forgettable story for me. That's the problem, right? The story is not it's not a memorable story, and to me it has no rewatchability.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I'm not going to rewatch either of the Venom movies.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
I liked the first Venom.
Yeah, it was all right. It's just
What do you guys think about the second one, though?
I think the Venom movies suffer from the plot is like meh, but like Tom Hardy and Venom is just
yeah.
Well, and
Yeah.
Woody Harrelson was really great.
Was really good.
I mean,
The movie was so short.
Yeah, I don't understand why that movie was
So
so
short.
short. What was it, an hour and 20 or something? Hour and 15? It's
15 or
ridiculous.
something, like,
It
super
reminds me
weird.
of the first X-Men movie. I remember when my brother came out of that film, he's like, that movie was too short. It could have been a bit longer. And
Yeah, usually
it was still
nowadays
a good
they're too
movie,
long, but
yeah,
Yeah,
I know.
the average seems like 2 hours and 20 minutes because what they did with like Widow and Shang-Chi, 2 hours and 20 minutes, and like some others, the Suicide Squad were 2 hours and 20 minutes plus 20 to 30 minutes of stupid trailers before, and you have to have Nicole Kidman to tell us go back to theaters. Like, come on, we don't need that anymore.
No, we don't need that. She didn't care about the other theaters that all got closed down, Tim. But now she cares about AMC. Don't get me started.
She's an actress.
Yeah,
Like, they're paying her to fucking.
I
mean,
know.
come on.
Yeah, toxic cash. Fucking hell, man.
Yeah.
I will talk shit.
For a movie to be 2.5 hours, though, I think nowadays most of the times it's too long because it needs to be really good for me to sit there for 2.5 hours to watch it. Like, fucking hell.
Yeah.
Well, we're not.
I think like one of the first longer movies was like Lord of the Rings that I watched or something. Like, how long is that? 2 hours? I think the first one.
Depends if you watch the extended cut.
Right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh,
Those
that
are
was
good though.
Oh man,
you guys, you guys never had to watch the movies when we had to have they were so long an intermission.
Like Gone with the Wind.
The last movie I think
did
that
have
had it was Gettysburg, and that was because it was. I'm gonna tell you, I saw Titanic against my will.
Oh, I hate
I was sitting there. I was praying for an intermission.
The second hour with the special effects was cool. The first hour with the whole soap opera.
I was the guy in the movie
You
theater
loved it,
at
Jack.
Titanic.
I know you
Screaming
did.
for the ship to sink.
I'm with you. There you go, man.
Oh
I
my
was there to
God.
see the ship sink.
Y'all
I was there
know.
to see the hand scene. The hand in the
Y'all
vehicle.
know.
You know, Matt was
You
the
love
guy
the
when Jack
song.
was when she was like, "I'll never let go, Jack," and Matt was like, "Bitch, let
That was
go."
Like kick her off.
Drown.
Yeah. Push the head on there. Yeah, man.
Oh, man.
Like hitting her on the shoulder. You did the right thing.
I actually like that movie, and I don't like
That's
Rose. There was room. There was room for Jack. I love you, Leo. You know, there was room for him to fit on.
Yeah.
Rose,
True.
Hey,
spoiled brat, pull off.
Mythbusters proved it. Mythbusters proved
That's
that
funny.
he could have
Yeah.
fit on
They
there.
could have
Sure they did.
survived. Yeah.
Oh, it
Yeah.
did be.
That's scary.
Well, they did have a sex scene, but really,
Well,
you could have just laid right on
look,
top of it. They
the
already
thing
slept
is,
together.
that was the
Could've
year.
laid
What was
right
that?
on top of
90.
it. Hey,
Great
hey,
transition.
That was
10
great.
out of 10. Wouldn't do it again.
Please, please make it a great sex scene. I'm like, just
It
drown
wasn't-
them now.
It wasn't even a good
Matt,
sex scene.
They had,
They didn't do
if they
anything.
needed to stay warm, you know what you have to do.
They
Okay.
looked like neither one of us wants to do this. Let's get it over with. I'm like, drown them. Just misery.
The one thing about Titanic that I didn't like was they cut the scene of the sole Chinaman that was on the ship, and
You
he's
can't
like,
say Chinaman. You can't say Chinaman anymore. Phil.
Cancelled. Kick him
Oh,
out.
geez.
You have to say Oriental. I mean,
Yeah, because that
I
was
can't
He's Chinese. I'm
We're all about ticking off.
Anyway,
off,
there's a scene that you can
YouTubes
still see on
anyways.
YouTube that has the clip. He's hunched over, crouching, can't move. He's on some little.
You're about to say Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh,
And
man.
the boat comes by, and they're screaming, and he's yelling in Chinese. But it's really a true story. There was a Chinaman, and he did exactly that.
Yeah.
So
Have you
I
guys?
didn't understand why they cut that part. I mean, there's a lot of parts I would have preferred them to cut. I didn't want to see the lady with her baby dead in the water like that. I thought that was too much. But yeah, Titanic. I was
Well,
only
get
there
ready
to watch
for the dead younglings in the temple.
Yeah.
Yep, that's right.
You know what? You know what? You know what? Those kids had it coming. They had it coming. I'm just gonna put it out there. They had it coming.
Had it coming, except
even on the
Grogu.
Titanic, he has no mercy.
Dude,
Hey, I'm telling
She wasn't
y'all.
wearing that shit around her neck, right? She should have
I
drowned.
can't wait to see a meme of a Moff Rissman up there with like blue, like red eyes, whatever, on top, and then you show the younglings, rest in peace.
Dead younglings.
They had it coming. They had it coming.
No,
Georgie, you always stole my lightsaber.
You
Now
would
you
let
want to.
Cora, you would
Tim,
let Cora
that's
on the
incorrect. Tim.
Titanic when we see her, little girl, Cora. You would want to see her dead.
Tim, I'm sorry, but that
Okay.
is incorrect. You will see me with my red lightsaber on top with all the younglings dead below.
Oh,
X-Wing is
Whoa,
and look,
whoa.
X-Wing has now become very concerned. Matt, you were there with him last night.
Make sure
X-Wing
you
is
put that
now
helmet on, though. The
very
helmet's gotta be on.
concerned with my killing of the younglings because I
Yes.
hold the record.
Yeah.
X-Wing is now concerned with my record of youngling killings.
I got some new cosplay coming
Anakin.
in. So
Kill kids
I'm gonna
in
join you,
Fortnite,
Darth
or
Elena.
where did the younglings come from?
Oh, Tim, are you going to be in Nashville?
This is
No,
Nashville.
I guess
Don't
I
do
can
it.
neither confirm or
It's a
deny what
trap.
I'm going to be.
Nice box.
Neither confirm nor deny.
Nice
No, I
box.
ordered a
This
new
man,
lightsaber.
get
I
this
got
man a
Comic-Con
position
coming
at
up.
Disney, please.
Oh my
Don't
gosh.
do it, Tim.
Really?
Listen to me. Listen to me. They're going on a weekend. And there's plans like going to a bar for karaoke and all this. Listen to me, Tim. You don't want to go to jail over a weekend in a Tennessee jail. Trust me.
We're
You're
not
get
going to
bailed
get
out for
arrested.
Monday.
No.
Are you
You're not gonna get
saying
bailed out
that
for
I
Monday
don't
because
know
it's
how to
good.
behave myself, Phil McCracken?
I
No,
can
no, no,
already
no,
imagine
no.
someone
Let me
vlogging
tell
and
you.
Paul is just tackling, like jump tackling Mexican Iron Man. Like,
Yeah, definitely.
All
I
I'm doing
Let
is
me
going to
tell you what,
Comic-Con.
Phil.
Hey.
Let me tell
What's
you,
up,
Phil.
Justin? And
I-
by the way, just before
Justin?
you get into it, Crit had an interesting comment about Titanic.
I don't.
God.
No, no.
Crit
No,
never-
okay.
Crit
Nope.
never has
So,
pretty good cakes, but let's look.
Oh my gosh.
so
No.
Phil,
All right,
Phil.
go ahead,
Yeah, of course
Harlina.
the painting scene was great.
I will have you know.
Oh my
I will
god!
have
Why
you
did I
know
highlight it?
Yeah,
Oh,
Matt,
man.
I
that
should know better.
I
should
used
know
to
What's up,
better.
go
Justin?
down to
Good to see you, man.
Tijuana, Mexico all the time and
it's
get
okay.
drunk when I was down there, and I never got arrested.
Did you go there with
Not even for the
X-Wing
younglings?
coach?
Carolina
And
probably
did
just
you
No.
doesn't
go to
remember
the
how many
infamous-
people she
did you
knocked
go to
out
the
to
infamous-
avoid getting
Let me
With
tell
arrested.
you.
the
No, I
infamous
went.
cabin?
I went with other Marines, and we were all a
Okay,
bunch of
that's
drunk.
different. That's
We
different.
were all a bunch of drunk fucking Marines.
Okay.
That
That's
is
different.
worse than going with X-Wing, Nick, and Mexican Iron
Yeah,
Man.
and you know,
You have
that might be
no
the reason
idea.
why no one tried and arrest you guys.
You went there as Marines, and normally the police department were a little bit nicer if they see you in the
Oh
uniform.
hell no, they weren't.
Come on, it's Tennessee. They love their
Mexico?
military.
Oh my God, in Mexico? No, honey, I'm talking about
But
Mexico.
you're going to go there with X-Wing coach, and they have plans to go to that evil cabin. You want to tell us what's going on in that evil cabin?
What?
Younglings.
I'm staying in the
Younglings.
You didn't
hotel.
hear this?
What evil cabin?
I'm
Oh,
staying.
let me
Look,
explain to you, Strike. I was
I'm
on
staying in the
Perch
hotel.
J's
so-
channel with Coach and Nick, and especially Nick is trying to convince him you need to come down to the Nashville. You need to come, and I'm in the chat. No, it's a trap. No, it's a trap.
It's
And
a trap.
I explained to him, Tennessee. You know, you go to Nashville, be my guest, and if somebody asks you who's your favorite country singer, and someone says John Denver, you're done for. You're done.
Yeah. Nobody's gonna say John Denver. Why would somebody say John Denver?
I don't even know who
My
that is.
answer would be Kenny Chesney.
No.
Or Toby Keith, but
Yeah.
Toby Keith is the
Cash.
correct answer.
Johnny
How about
Cash.
some German slagers?
Yeah.
There you go.
So how
Trust
many
me.
people are? Oh, Justin's on. Hey, man.
Welcome, Justin.
What's up?
Hello.
Hi,
It's
Justin.
been a while, dude. Welcome.
Yeah, long time no see. How is everyone?
Good.
Very
Oh,
well.
We're
How are
good.
you?
We're
good,
good. But
man.
I just have to
Dude.
warn you, there is one German on the stream, and he's stuck.
Ah,
Just be very, very
Hey,
careful.
Justin, Elton John texted me. He said you can keep the pants.
Oh, thank you. I like wearing the pants, so thank you.
oh,
Yeah, no
are they
problem. It look good
sparkly?
on you. Accents your, your, yeah.
Hey,
Anyways.
What, huh? You
Hey,
what?
Anyway,
yeah, Tim, we don't
it's
need
become
any of
one of
that
those
kind of
streams,
talk.
moving on.
Moving
None
on.
of that
Uh,
kind
Let's
of
keep our
talk.
pants
But
on, shall we?
back to the whole thing
Oh
of
man, come
Titanic.
on.
No,
That,
the
that
only
year-
person in my heart is Ray. She's my ray of sunshine.
Oh my god.
That's what I'm looking for.
Oh,
Looking for
man.
guys. Sorry.
No.
Sorry.
Arlena, do you have a bucket?
Yeah, I need
I mean,
one.
she's my
Because
Obi-Wan. She had me a hello there.
he said the magic name that makes me
Oh yeah. By
induce
the way,
vomit
hello
every
there.
time.
Oh, Ray?
Probably the biggest downer with them pushing back the episode
He didn't say
release.
hello there.
He said hello.
Oh, damn.
I said she had me a hello there,
No,
like
no,
Obi-Wan
Time out.
Kenobi.
Time out.
All
He
right.
said at the very beginning, he said with a glint in his eye, "Hello, Star Wars fans."
You
and
knew
I'm
it.
like, could you not say hello there?
He's
Really?
teasing
Are
us,
you
bro.
I know.
that
Say it,
sucker?
man.
So
You
teasing
gotta
us.
say it.
They
Dude,
told
if he
me
doesn't
not
say
to
it
say
in
hello
that
there.
freaking series, I'm canceling Disney Plus. F
Um,
him.
oh god, that's
Real
He
talk.
wanted to
Say
say
it.
He
it.
has
You
to
could
say it.
see
He
it in
has
his
to
eyes.
say it.
He'll
He
say
said,
it. He'll say it.
I know, I'm joking.
we could put
Pretty
it on the
extreme.
fucking screen. He said, "Hello."
Good or
Star
I mean,
Wars
honestly, let's
fan.
be real.
I'm
I mean,
like,
that should have been the
"Oh."
title of the Kenobi series. Hello there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
But,
Hello
that's
there, a
roll
Star Wars
credit.
story.
Hello,
Roll credits
Star
after he
Wars
just says
fans.
hi.
Yeah.
That's it.
Fucker.
So Matt, going back to the whole thing in '97, I don't know if you watched the Oscars or not, or you watched it back then or whatever. Don't you
97.
feel that LA Confidential should have won that year and not Titanic? Of course, it was a popularity
Oh my
contest.
God.
It seemed. Yeah.
Gosh, what the fuck? Nobody
Yeah,
cares.
right?
Well,
I
just was
don't know
asking
what's
that.
going
All
on.
right, moving on.
Cash.
More
You-
interesting topics.
I hate Titanic.
Hold on.
I hate Kenobi.
I have a question for you guys.
Cash.
Back to Kenobi.
Hold
The
on.
Have any-
conversation has moved
Guys,
on from
have-
Titanic.
Have
Justin,
any of you guys
Proper.
seen
Tell us what you think of Star Trek 5, please.
Oh,
Marcus.
no,
Star
stop
Trek
it.
5 is
No,
a
no.
fantasy of
Yes.
franchise.
It's a mess.
have any of you guys seen the show called Raised by Wolves?
Called what?
What show?
Raised by Wolves.
No.
Raised
Nobody.
by
Really?
Wolves?
Nobody again. My God, man.
No.
You know why?
I've been
Because
watching
that's- because it
it's
sucks.
pretty.
That's
No,
why we
it
haven't seen
doesn't.
it. It sucks.
What?
Oh,
Sucks.
shots
But
fired.
seriously, Spike, you need
Damn.
Damn,
Oh
man.
my gosh,
No,
dude.
no.
Who was that? Was that
I will
Agent?
say-
Series? What?
If you've
I
never
will say
watched
that
LA Confidential, Strike, you
it-
gotta watch it.
It is
Done.
one of the best sci-fi.
Oh,
I've
nice.
ever
It has
seen.
the guy that plays Ragnar in Vikings.
Yeah.
I do like
Yeah,
that show.
Yeah, it is. It is great, dude. You guys.
You have
you guys
piqued
can
my
look Trader
interest.
up.
I
Straight
fucking
Yeah, the
up.
agree
wolves
with you guys
thing
with
that
that.
Arjon is talking about, everyone is saying it's really good.
I really
You know,
love it. It's
you know,
like
I
an
can
insane
think of,
combination of
about-
like, well, yeah. I mean, it's got a lot of alien in it. That's for sure. Influences of how the planets look and stuff. You guys should pull up a trailer if you haven't seen it.
It's a
It
good
is great.
show.
I
actually
cannot
raised
believe that you
Steven
guys haven't seen
of
it.
Racing with Wolves.
Hold on,
Actually,
I
it's
can
awful
think
show.
of a Cash. I want to go back to that stupid Oscars thing because look,
Oh my
I
god.
told you.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh
guys,
Nope.
guys, I don't have a lot of,
Here it comes.
I
Here
love
it comes.
you.
Justin.
Oh,
Oh, there we go.
Go for
I
it,
don't-
Justin.
I don't have a lot of time. I got to get up early, so but thanks for the quick invite. But
Yeah, man.
first off, Cash, I can think of a dozen different Oscar FU moments to
Right?
everybody who was watching.
Yes.
May I provide a Shakespeare in Love? I will.
Oh, jeez.
Yes,
And,
definitely.
yeah.
and
I know.
I will
Whatever, Justin Proper.
I will see your Titanic and I will raise you Steven Spielberg.
All right, so let's
Hey,
go on with whatever you're trying to show here, because I don't know who that guy was.
Just because we were speaking on the Oscars, let's enjoy this.
Jackass. All right, go
that's
ahead.
all
and
I wanted to
finish,
say
Justin.
is that.
All right.
Did you share audio? Because I don't hear anything.
Yeah.
All right.
I just want to say,
I know there's a lot of FU moments, Justin.
The
but we'll
person
talk
that was
about that
robbed
later.
was
For
Johnny
sure, man.
Depp. Johnny Depp should
Yeah,
have
play
won
the
the Oscar
audio.
with Captain Jack.
Oh wait,
He was
did it
robbed.
not have audio?
No, that's
No,
what
it
I
didn't.
asked if you shared
Oh.
audio because I don't hear anything.
Okay, my
Yeah.
bad. Come on.
Yeah, Justin. Even though I feel like you're against Jack and Rose, and oh gosh, I can't stand it. But
Oh my god.
yeah.
Okay.
I really triggered
Now.
everybody. You're welcome, Strike.
Well,
Fucking Oscars, mate. A lot of people should have won a lot, but hey. That's how it goes,
I got one more thing to say, and then
All right.
I'm gonna
Oh,
dip
God,
out.
I
Make
can't
it a
wait.
little
Feel it.
easy for you guys.
Can't wait.
Thanks for having me on again, Matt. But for a second, but Phil, if I were ever asked in Tennessee, what my favorite country artist is, I would say I hate country. Fuck you.
Oh!
Wow, savage.
Wow.
And he's out.
And he leaves.
I
Wow.
like him.
I would
Wow.
say this, and I'm not a real country fan, but if you're going to the heart of country, Grand
Can't
Ole
say
Opry,
that.
and you shout that,
Bo Cephas.
ew, God,
Seriously.
I don't want to express
Hey.
the horror that could happen.
Let's hear someone else shout.
Yeah, let's do it.
Even my John Deere tractor.
I don't hear
is offended.
anything.
Oh,
Dude, I still don't hear
No
anything.
sound.
Yeah, I don't hear any sound, dude.
I don't hear it either.
No.
Nothing.
I don't hear the audio.
No.
Damn it, Strike.
Dang it, Strike. Come on,
Jerry
There
dude.
should be
Yeah, I don't hear
audio.
anything again.
Oh, I clicked on share the audio.
I
Hold on.
thought you were a professional.
The
No,
hell,
sometimes
Strike?
Sometimes it be like that though. You think you got it, and it doesn't.
Yeah, of course.
doesn't.
Yep.
It is, man.
You have to share your whole bullshit.
Yeah.
Yay!
There we
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Could you hear it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
We got it.
Yeah.
It's good, man.
Wife's name out your fucking mouth! Will Smith just smacked the shit out of it.
Yeah.
Of
I dig
course.
it.
Wow.
I like it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That was appropriate.
That's
for sure.
never going to die.
No.
And even
not.
today, Chris Rock's brother, he's also a comedian. He said if he sees Will Smith,
Oh my
it's
gosh.
on. It's on.
Oh my god.
It's
Yeah.
never going to end. It
So
will
Matt-
never end.
ridiculous.
You gotta highlight Crit's
Hold, please.
comment.
Oh boy.
What did he say?
So ridiculous.
Everest production.
Okay,
I
so
wanted to get to
Crit, Arlena, if you don't know this, Crit likes to torture people or trigger people with
yeah,
stuff.
I
So he
figured
says, yeah, so he's like, oh, hey, Cash, what's going on? Hey, you want to watch Netflix Cowboy Bebop? I'm like,
Yeah,
no,
let's
not
do it.
really. Not really, Crit. And then he goes, hey, let's try Sand Inc. So we actually decided to watch an episode one day. And we said, oh my gosh, this is really as bad as the YouTubers have
fall
said
for
it
it.
is. It's terrible. No, it's an embarrassment. It's one of the worst shows. You literally want to go up to Sarah Silverman and Seth
Yes.
Rogen and said, what
Smack
in
her
the
in the
face.
fuck were you thinking?
Well,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
it's okay. It's this fucking woke shit where they always want
Yes.
a woman to take
Yes.
over shit.
Yes.
Fuck that shit. I need
Yes.
a man taking charge of shit.
Women,
Women,
Hawkeye?
women. Look,
That's
I'm
what she
sorry. Women already rule the world. It's called the pussy. Okay. We already rule the world, but we
no.
need the men to think that they rule the world. So I need a strong man in charge of shit. That's it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's clear that
No, I think that
Darcelina comes from the school of Grace Jones, if you remember her.
She does.
Conan
Definitely.
the Destroyer.
Yeah,
Conan
yeah.
and
Grab
Phil,
him
by the
and
way,
take him.
she was also
That's
in
Phil,
yeah.
Phil, thanks for bringing that up.
View
Fuck
to a Kill.
her for having a shaved head, by the way. She shouldn't have. Her head should not have been shaved.
You can't hate Grace Jones. She is
I mean,
a beautiful woman.
defense, some chicks are caught with their
She's a
hair
beautiful
shorter.
woman,
And Kit Smith has always had shorter hair.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
Who the
not
fuck
like
cares
there's
about her
nothing
hair?
like wigs and stuff. I mean,
Right.
Wig?
Yeah, like a lot of black chicks wear wigs, whatever. Like I was friends with a lot of, chicks or whatever, but they would have. I never knew when their hair was real. That's not my problem or not an issue. I respect what you want to do with your hair, but like, oh, is your hair real? I was like, yeah, my hair is real. And then the chicks like dyeing their hair like purple, blue, or whatever, and they had multiple wigs or weaves or whatever. I'd be at hair shows, whatever. I used to do that type of stuff, or Wella and Sebastian, like hair products.
Mm-hmm.
So like. The thing is, it's just like kind of what Darth Arlino was saying. It's got to that point where you can't be masculine or feminine or whatever. Like you can't be like they're trying to like. You can have in between. You can call yourself whatever you want to be.
Yep.
But
exactly.
you're never going to replace the two genders that are established. Everything, right?
I know.
You got to keep it fair, but you just don't criticize the people that like gave us surface or whatever, and because that's always going to exist. That biologically, I'm on the crew where I'll stop this real quick because we're getting off subject. But like we're always going to be.
We really have a subject, Tim.
Yeah,
We've
men
had
and women
some
are,
subjects.
all right,
but-
this is my point. Men and women are always going to be different. There's always going to be different roles. And the way a team works, the way I look at it is teamwork. When you're on a channel, a business, whatever you're talking about, there's roles. It doesn't mean you're not as important to the role just because you're secondary. You're very important. You have the lead role that someone's talking or whatever, the spokesman, but someone's feeding you lines or whatever. It doesn't matter. And I feel like that's what people are missing today. And that's it. Our presidential speech, 2023, vote for me. That's what I feel like.
If you use history and you know this,
Tim just
women
said,
have
right?
power.
I feel like I need to defer to Cash Money because he knows all about wigs and trying to make sure he looks good and being bald.
Cash Money wears wigs.
I mean,
whatever, Howie Mandel, whatever.
All
Dude.
those
Deal or
Insta
no deal,
photos,
buddy.
dude.
Hey,
deal.
look.
No.
The last couple of guys that I dated were both bald, so bald is sexy to me.
Bald is beautiful.
It doesn't.
Did they wear a wig though?
But there's one thing I'm going to hurt people when I say about bald people, and I know people that are bald. I have full
Oh my
hair.
God,
I'm
Phil
50 years
McCracken,
old.
I
Here we go,
will
Matt
beat
Risman.
you out
The
of this
difference between a bald person and a person like myself, I can voluntarily shave my head. I have a choice.
Yeah, you don't, man.
You don't have that choice.
No choice.
And I'm not hurting your feelings.
I am.
I'm just saying.
You just want to rub his
somebody
head for
comes
good
out with
luck,
that line,
Phil, just
bald
admit
is
it.
beautiful. Yeah, if they could
Oh,
have
quit
their hair,
flexing,
they would
bro.
want it
He's
back.
flexing how beautiful his head is.
Yeah.
Look,
you can say,
honestly,
and you can
now
do
that I see it,
anything.
he looks a
I
lot
can
like
do
the
better,
Grand
Matt
Inquisitor.
Risman, but I can take my top of the hair out of my head. I can take the top of the hair out of my head.
I've never seen
Hey,
Phil,
can
so I
you do this?
Mic
Can you
drop.
do that? Can you
Mic
twist your
drop.
hair? Can you twist your hair?
Okay, well, one German gone.
Running these
Oh.
streams, dude. He starts treating like it's the Empire.
Poor strike.
I might shave my hair for Jada.
Put it in the
Hashtag
chat.
Jada matters.
Racist.
I know people that shave their hair.
Calling the kettle black.
I know people that shave their hair for people that lost their hair for cancer and everything. And where I live in my state, we have a children's hospital. So kudos to people that grow their hair out, and
big
especially
time.
children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some good stuff. If you can do it, then you want to for sure.
All kidding aside, I do align with Phil's commentary, right? If I wanted to, I could grow bad hair. Trust me, guys. I don't look great now. It looks worse.
I want to see that though.
So for me, it is a choice, right? For other folks, it's not a choice, and not everyone is happy with not having a choice.
Yeah,
about the hair.
Hey,
So
tough shit, man. Life sucks.
Well, Moth, let me bring up some of the different
Spoiler alert,
perspectives. I
life
can't
isn't
grow
always
full
fair.
facial hair.
Oh,
No, Strike is right. Strike is right.
No, I can't grow a full beard. Like I can't. I can only grow a dirty looking mustache and some scrappy looking mustache. I want to grow. I would like to grow a full beard, to be honest. But you can grow a beard, right? A full beard.
Yeah.
I can't grow a full beard. I want to grow a Leonidas looking beard. I can't. My brother can.
Yeah.
His hair's curly or whatever. So
Well, I mean, but
maybe
the
that
breaks the Kylo Ren immersion, right? So I mean.
Yeah, but I don't.
Right.
All right. Let me be honest about this. Okay, so when this happened, like the whole Kylo stuff, I don't want to call it BS because I was not happy about it. I was not happy about it because I didn't like the character. I did not like the character at first. You know, I've done my research. I didn't want to look like Kylo Ren. I didn't grow my hair out till like the pandemic, right? My hair was I was always clean cut and I would tan. Right? I was like a gym looking dude, right? So when people told me I looked like Kylo Ren at first, I would get mad. I was like, what the, and I would dress up as Nightwing. And then I eventually kind of accepted it, right? So I just embrace it, whatever, I have fun with it. And so yeah, but like I always wanted to look like a Spartan, right? With like the beard and like 300, one of my favorite movies of all time. Matrix, Neo, and Gladiator. Love that movie. Probably second favorite. Yeah.
Great.
So like I think the misconception because I look like Kylo Ren. Like the problem with society today is like I need representation. And you look like the character. I was like, no. My favorite Jedi of all time is Obi-Wan Kenobi. He did have me at hello there. Like he is. He will always be my favorite Jedi because he's consistent. And he has a lot more depth to the people realize. And, I don't know. I think it's a bad comparison, me bringing up to the beard to being bald. But, I wish I could grow a beard.
Not really.
Not really.
Then first off, it's a lot worse people to look like than Kylo Ren. And
Yeah.
I mean, who the hell cares?
And I mean, it doesn't even have to be Kylo Ren. Adam
No.
Driver is
which is a great actor. So
He's a really good actor.
Yeah, he is. No, dude. I get like on my
Tim-
YouTube videos or TikTok, people talk shit. They're like, yeah.
So for me,
Tim, don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. I can't grow a beard either.
Oh, gosh.
Native Americans can grow facial hair. I know because I have
I'm
family
sorry.
members
I'm
that are
sorry.
Native American.
I mean,
they can't
get
grow
me,
facial
bro.
hair. It's just it's impossible for them, and it don't bother them. So yeah.
Yeah, Arlena. Oh wow!
So
Whatever,
I totally
fat ass.
align.
Whatever,
Cash
fat
never
ass.
comes on
Go get me.
camera.
Go get me a burger,
Cash.
dude. Yeah, go get me a burger, Crit. You want to talk some
Slaps.
shit?
No,
go get me
Cash,
a burger,
you're
dude.
supposed to tell him, go make me a sandwich.
Yeah,
Go
go make me a sandwich.
Tell
bitch.
me you want ketchup on your burger.
Get some ketchup.
I can't speak for the younger men, but as an older man, what we always looked in women was, could she make a sandwich? And if she can make a sandwich, if she can't make a sandwich, you already know she can't boil water.
Wait a
No.
minute.
That
Who the
that
hell
went in
can't
such a
make
better
sandwich?
direction than I thought it was going to go. Phil,
Really?
so thank you for
Arlena,
that.
there are people that cannot make sandwiches.
Wait a minute.
I can't confirm that is the first thing I'm looking for, but I'll tell you about it when I think about it.
We were talking about hair, and he went to sandwich. So
It's
I'm like,
hard.
okay,
It's
that
hard
went
to
much
make.
better. It went to a much better direction than I thought.
It did. It really did.
But
I'm
Yeah.
looking for a
When you
bitch,
go to
yeah.
Oktoberfest and you're sitting down and you're waiting for your beer and you're waiting for your schnitzel and you're waiting for your sausage and all that, you want that barmaid, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You want her to be the one to give you your food and your drink. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh, you bet your ass.
Oh my god.
And it's happening this year, finally.
It's your later Ozen are coming out, eh?
There you go.
And look,
Yeah.
Tim,
Jeez. You probably
the
would.
only
You probably would,
the
Crit.
only part of the sequel trilogy that I liked is Kylo Ren. I think his
Yes.
character was
My favorite character from
best
that whole shit show.
out
yeah.
of all of that shit that we were given.
I think it's the coolest character.
Why?
I think Kylo was a good character.
That's from Bar
Near the end,
Rescue.
it was a little bit, but yeah.
My best part about the sequel trilogy is that it ended. Thank God.
Ending.
I knew you were going to say that.
I
Too.
to this day never saw
I think we all
Rise
knew
of
he was going to say
Skywalker.
that.
I have never seen Rise of Skywalker. I refuse
the best part that came out of the sequels was probably the Collider George Lucas review of the Rise of Skywalker trailer. And that is where Star Wars dies. It's
Yeah, we were talking about the EU stuff earlier. Like, they took some of the EU stuff and implanted it into The Force Awakens because Kylo Ren was like a combination of several characters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Revan and like one of the... Yeah. So...
Jason, right? Wasn't he supposed to be Jason?
Yeah, I believe so. Jason Soul. And that story arc in the EU, that was beautiful. When Jaina Solo had to fight her brother, she couldn't fight on equal terms because he and her were equal. She had to go to Boba Fett. She had to get the fist armor, which had Cortos armor, and she had to learn to fight as a Mandalorian. So when she did go fight her brother, remember her brother was a Jedi Knight. Her brother is now a Sith Lord. Mm-hmm. The only way she equaled the playing field was being a Jedi Knight and being a Mandalorian.
Oh my gosh,
that was an awesome storyline.
You mean Grogu?
I just got a really good idea.
like Grogu.
Around like Mando and what's going on with Obi-Wan. What if, they have the legend of the Mandalorian becoming a Jedi, the first Jedi for the Darksaber? What if they brought that into the main storyline and battled because one of the main Star Wars guy became a Sith Lord and he had to correct the path or something. I don't know, something different because they keep doing the same thing.
I mean, yeah.
And spoiler alert, they will keep on doing the same thing.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah, they will. But bringing the
obviously
Mandalorian,
they're too stupid to make Boba the Mandalorian and point out any connection to the past. Well, whatever. Yeah.
Boba's trash. Everyone likes Din Djarin. Dude, Din Djarin's the GOAT. Dude, bring in Baby Yoda. We all love him. Episode 5 was the best.
No, we don't all love him.
That we were supposed to get when it was supposed to be the movie Boba Fett, a Star Wars story.
Tim, do you really think though Grogu should have been in the Book of Boba at all? I don't, but
no,
definitely.
Cash money. To be honest, no. What they were doing, they're a corporate business, and that's what they were doing is merchandising.
Oh yeah,
that's it. And the reason why in the Book of Boba Fett, they were doing it again. They did it again.
So does that mean that he could pop up in Kenobi at some point, right?
Who?
Some episode.
Dear God,
Grogu.
No, Kenobi doesn't need it.
No,
Kenobi doesn't need it.
Boba Fett didn't need it either.
Hey, gosh, they could, but I don't think
Boba needed something to save it.
He needed.
Well, the thing is, they got lightsabers.
If they would have done it right, it would have had. It wouldn't have needed anything to save it. They're just dumbasses.
If they did it right, we would have had Bosk.
Arlena, I agree with you.
Bosk is not even the point. Fucking write a good Boba story. Fucking hell.
I agree. Yeah.
You know who should have really directed Boba Fett? And I wish they did it as a movie. Clint Eastwood, because he would understand it. Because Boba Fett is a clone copy storyline of what was that character he played? Josie Wales.
The outlaw Josie Wales.
And point blank, that's our Boba Fett. He wasn't a nice guy, didn't necessarily a bad guy, but if he got a job to do, he killing you if you're getting his way. And if you're his prey, he gonna kill you. We got Boba Fett light. And that's not Boba Fett.
Phil, were you not paying attention?
It won't even Boba Fett light. It was Boba Fett ultralight.
Yeah, ultralight.
True. That's true, Crit. You really can't use a. That's true. I'll never
Where's
understand.
Daryl at tonight? What's Daryl doing?
Daryl is probably sleeping.
Daryl is probably
whatever.
in bed because it's 2:00. It's 3:00 here, so
Mhm.
it's 2:00 there.
Yeah.
He's
I'm
probably
sure
in bed
he's in
because
bed.
his wife makes him go to bed at a certain time, and if he doesn't, then you get the live stream
Wow.
of him in the
I love
dungeon.
Daryl.
Wait a
He's
minute.
awesome.
Oh my
He
God.
He
was
is
live
also a
streaming one time
hooligan,
in the
Phil.
dungeon.
So.
Probably
With all that.
he seems like he's
We're really going
constantly
through
over
all the topics today.
Yes, we
Yeah.
are.
Goodness.
Y'all
Like,
leave my partner alone now.
Dr. Lena, you know,
He
when the
can't help
honey-do list doesn't get done, he's in trouble. That's
Look,
a fact.
Phil's got like the schedule for Daryl.
Phil's like
he didn't do
Phil's
this.
a bad influence on everyone.
This.
That's what I
Hey,
see.
hey,
Matt
hey,
Risman
I-
trimming
I-
his beard at
I watched this
14.
daytime stream. I watched this daytime stream.
He's like the elder. It's like, yo, you're on the schedule and you do this.
I am the watcher.
He's like, we got the German over there, and we got Moff over there, and then we got like Cash
The only
Money and
reason why
Justin
Phil
Proper.
is watching Daryl is so he can be the first one to pop in the stream. He was like, "Duh, X-wing," you know.
And there you go.
He just shows up to troll, and
God.
he's like, "Oh, gotta go." Bye, and he leaves.
No, Matt.
Yeah.
Let's get real. He didn't get upset, but he didn't like me constantly using X-wing sucks. So I said, dude, I understand. That's all you do is tell me. So I said, I'm come up with something new. And X-wing.
I mean,
It can't be
Nikki also
offensive.
says X-Wing sucks. So, you know, and she was like, "Oh,
Well,
people have picked up on
Nikki
this."
is a female, so that's okay.
You're right, though, Strike.
Hey, I'm sorry.
I do love
if you think
X-wing.
I'm wrong, like fuck you. It's
No,
an
you're
objective
right.
fact.
You're right.
I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't
look,
care.
we do get away with a lot more stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
I said it earlier,
If you
y'all.
can make a good sandwich.
Look, it doesn't matter. Women really already rule the world. It's the power of the pussy. Hello.
Helena Troy.
For the
Cleopatra.
Simps, man.
Do I
Look
need
how
to go
big
on?
Addison Rae is on TikTok because of the Simps, and like, yeah, like women do rule the internet. I will say that. They do,
Well,
man. They
certain
flop their
parts
shits
of
and they get a
women rule
million
the
views.
internet.
They do.
You know,
they do.
when women play video games, and I do feel sorry for
Oh, when women
They
as well.
win.
Okay.
Oh
They
well,
win.
this.
I would
Let's
say
see where
this.
this goes.
Not all,
Okay.
not all,
Yeah.
but
Right.
you know those.
They don't
those
announce it. They don't
yeah.
announce
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
They don't-
Yeah.
they don't play a
I
male
just
character.
beat the next boss. Oh my god. Oh.
Oh my God.
It takes
You
a
would be a
strong
great
woman.
Witcher.
It takes a strong woman to be on the internet, and especially to play MMOs, especially because of the abuse. Even if they never open their mouth and get on like TeamSpeak or Discord, automatically before they even get into the game, and everybody knows it's a girl or they presume it's a girl.
I know.
The,
It's stupid.
the statements
Oh,
and
yeah,
the comments and the messages you get is
Of course,
yeah.
dude.
Of course, it's just yeah.
People
I don't
are
care.
assholes. So
Yes, exactly.
That shit's never bothered me.
No.
Dude, I
No,
used to
you
be in the
shouldn't, right?
Because you have thick skin.
You have
well,
a backbone.
no, look. I only have thick skin because I used to be in the Marine Corps. I was the only
Right.
female in my unit, so I had to because I did work with some misogynists that
Of
firmly
course.
believed
Say it
women
ain't
should
so,
not be in
Arlena.
the Marine Corps.
Yeah,
Show
of
that.
course. Of
No
course.
way.
Matt, don't
I'm
show that
shocked.
next comment.
Believe that.
You learn how to deal with that shit, and you learn how to say "fuck you, motherfucker." I went
Exactly.
through the same shit you did,
Yep.
and look, I'm just playing a fucking video game. Who
Yep.
gives a shit?
What are you
Exactly.
doing?
But when I
cares?
beat your ass, I don't want to see your little bitch ass
Oh,
crying.
that's
Whoa.
what happened. That's what happened in
get
this
a sandwich?
tournament. This guy was so upset that this woman beat him at this tournament at Games Stop. He was so upset about it, and he just kept complaining to other people. I can't believe she won. I think she was cheating or something. I was like, dude, really? Just take the loss and be done with it.
Right? Right.
It's okay.
Because I'll tell you real quick, all the games that I play, there's one game that I play that's not a shooter game, and that's Mortal Kombat. All the rest of the games I play, they're all shooting war
Yeah.
type games.
But
That's all I play.
But you know, we need to remind Daryl, and even though he's a hooligan, that when he's playing Zelda, He doesn't need to use any guide at all for the dungeons. You don't need to see him scrolling down.
Guide. You hate it. You hate it. You
It
hate that
triggers
he's
me.
cheating on it.
It triggers
Oh my
me.
God.
Not, it triggers me. It does. I'm like, come on, Bill. You're
so
better
triggered.
than this.
He's like,
You're
he's
better
using
than
the
this,
guide
too.
again.
Using the guide. He's like, I gotta look it up on my phone.
I gotta look it up. I'm on the guide.
Yep, I'm on
And
the
the difference
guide.
with old people, sometimes,
Oh,
and
man.
I'm one of them people that used to have to use to prime a game guide from back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
There are some games that you just can't complete, and you need that primer game guide. It's better than using the console command and use a cheat mode.
Yeah.
I
had the magazine with all the fucking Zelda shit from back in the
I'm gonna tell you what.
Cool.
I'm like, I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what I'm doing. Even then,
I have never
It's the whole
used a
thing.
game guide for any games that I have ever played. If I can't figure it out, then I shouldn't be playing the game.
Well, I had some, but it's more like collective stuff. So there,
Yeah,
like,
collectors,
back in the
right,
day,
exactly,
crazy about
yeah.
Pokemon. Got the game and got this thick book with all the freaking things you can go to, catch where and what. It was just more like a collecting thing than necessarily having to use it to get through the game. But
there's MMOs like Elder Scrolls Online.
Yeah.
I mean that one you got to look some stuff up for crafting.
Yeah, for the
gotta look it
MMOs,
up.
you've got to look up stuff.
And
yeah.
as an old person, if it wasn't for that, I couldn't do anything on Elder Scrolls Online. You know?
Two questions. Is it a shooting game?
No.
No.
Then you don't have to worry about me playing it.
No, you're right, Alina. Though, in terms of shooting games and stuff, you don't really have that guide stuff, I guess, or the fixed.
Well, I've played lots of different games, y'all. They all involve some type of shooting, like except Mortal Kombat. But I play Assassin's Creed a lot.
Yeah.
I like Assassin's Creed.
Did you
love
play?
Assassin's Creed.
Are you playing Valhalla? I think that's.
I do not have. Okay,
I heard
so
good things.
Black
I
Flag.
haven't played.
Yeah, Black Flag's good.
I haven't played Origins or Valhalla yet. Those are the only two that I don't have.
Right.
I have
think
all
you
the
have
rest
to
of the
play that.
Assassin's Creed. I have all of Splinter Cell, which y'all know I love Sam Fisher. So I have
He's
all
awesome.
of the Call of Duties, even the original ones, the old ones before it became popular. I have all of those. I have Rainbow Six, all of those when it was Vegas and Vegas 2, all of those.
The newest one has some politics in it, sadly now, but whatever.
Not really, Cash.
A little
What?
bit, a little
About
bit.
character looks or some
Little
shit.
bit.
The one thing, okay, so
Not
the one thing
necessary,
that
Arjun.
really irritates me is how for the last couple of seasons, it's been females that they're putting in as their new characters.
Yeah, that is the thing he's talking about too, I guess. Right?
Okay.
I
Something
mean,
kinda like
I don't
that,
mind if
but
they
not-
look like Ella.
No.
No, see,
Look like
it's bye strike. Go to bed strike.
Cat
I
is very intimidated by strong women, so I get the feedback.
I have no issue with them having women in the game.
No.
Because
No,
I'm a
that's
woman
not-
and I play, but when I play the
Right.
game, I play as a man character.
Right.
But if you're gonna be bright, then fucking put a man. Do one man, one woman. One's
Yeah,
offensive,
I
one's
agree.
defensive.
I do that.
Well,
why
yeah.
not?
I mean, it should be like that.
It's
It's
mix
just
it up, but it gets obvious that they're
it-
throwing female characters out.
It is.
It's
It
just
is.
it's
And
just
most women that I know play MMOs normally do not like playing a male character. Darthelina is one of the few. I know a couple, but the
The other
vast
way around is
majority,
true,
they
though. The
will
guys
not
play
play a male
females.
character.
I would
What-
rather play a male character.
what women
The
will-
only game again that's not a shooter game that I have that I don't play a man character on is Mortal Kombat. I play Katana or Jade.
Yeah. You go to bed, Crit.
What is Crit doing now?
He's just being a bitch, but it's all right. Yeah. You
I have respect for people
yeah.
using game guides.
And what's wrong with
but I
Scrabble?
don't have
People
respect
like
for
Scrabble,
people
huh,
using
Crit?
The cheat codes for like God mode. When a
Who
person
the
does
hell
that,
cares? As long as you're having fun.
no.
Yeah, as long as you're having fun, it
Yeah.
really doesn't matter.
Oh
Doesn't
yeah.
matter how you play.
There's, but the problem is, of course, we're now in a society where they're like, oh, we need an easy mode in games like Dark Souls. Why? That's not how it's built.
That's what Dark Souls is.
I know Coach didn't unlock the easy mode.
No,
I was there when he quit Elden Ring,
I didn't even watch it, but at first it was like playthrough. Elden Ring Part 1.
Painful.
Like maybe half an hour later, Elden Ring sucks. Now playing Diablo 2.
Oh boy, no. I haven't touched Elden Ring yet, but supposed to be right.
Don't bother. Apparently, it's a clusterfuck.
It has problems still, but it's gotten better. So
yeah. You have it, Cash? You played it?
Yeah, friends of mine have it. Yeah, they've been having some trouble with it, but other people
Cash
are getting
has
it to work.
friends?
Yeah.
Aha! Somebody, she wanted to freaking
Arlene
Empire trash
today.
I know. Yeah, she's always ready for a fight.
Cash.
I'll fight you, Arlena. You've been drinking, so you ready for a fight?
If it costs money, Cash doesn't have it. It has to be free.
Oh boy, here we go.
Oh god.
Yeah, and I actually heard somebody on this panel actually said he would never do anything sailing the high seas. He's a certain person in the but I found out about that. Mm-hmm.
What?
What?
What are we talking about, Cash?
Well, I don't want to just outright say it.
Say it.
But there's a certain person. I think his name is Moff Risman, who actually sailed the high seas one time. Said he never would, but he did one time.
I never have sailed the high seas.
Sure.
What are you referring to?
What? Sure. I'm joking. Cash money.
I'm kind of lost.
Beyond.
I'm very confused. I'm legitimately confused.
Yeah, I'm lost.
We are all confused.
Well, since no one can speak the English, let me do translation. Apparently, Cash Money thinks he saw Matt Risman play a game that has to do with pirates. The only one I know out there is
That's not it.
No, he's saying that I pirated something, and I'm trying to figure out what he's
potentially. You don't use those words on this stream, Matt.
I know what he didn't pirate.
What are you talking about? What is it that I apparently sailed the high seas on, Cash?
You sailed the high seas on something, yes.
What is it?
I don't know. I heard it was a movie. That's all I know.
A movie?
I heard from your friends.
No, you heard wrong.
I don't know.
What movie was it? Call it out.
I'm not sure. I can't remember.
Snake Eyes.
I don't think he would pirate that, or I don't think he would sail the high seas.
Just boot me out already. Just do it.
No, you're fine. Like I'm legitimately interested in whatever Cash is talking about.
Yeah,
Cash.
Cash.
You brought it up.
Yeah, I don't know the movie. I just know it's a movie.
It's not true.
Are you sure?
100%.
This is where my mind.
So awkward.
This is where my
he brought
mind
it up.
went with
I'm like,
this.
I don't know what he's talking about.
But it's.
Yeah,
so this is where my head went with that.
My friends would say, "This is what happens, man.
If you're going to bring it up,
you make it go crazy. You make the thing go crazy.
Think the language, fuck you, bitch.
Yeah, Cash.
Whatever, bitch.
So what is it, Mitzer? I don't know, and no, I'm not sure. And what is it?
Yeah.
No, okay, I'm saying you said you would never do something like that. You've done it once.
I never have.
Yeah.
It's all right.
And you believe
so Cash said that,
very much
and
all
I'm
right, because you don't know what you're talking about.
Cash
I do know what I'm talking about.
Cash is talking about Matt has never sailed the high seas. I'm thinking he's talking about smoking.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's what I thought he was talking about.
No,
and I was like, wait,
we don't really know.
Wait, Matt's never smoked the Mary J.
The what?
That's what I was thinking.
Name the movie, Cash.
No.
Name it. You brought it up. Name it.
Oh,
Which movie is it?
It's getting hot.
I don't know. I can't.
Well, then you made it all
Archie,
up.
you want to drink?
I didn't actually make this up.
All right, here.
You made it up. If you can't name the movie or the circumstance, then you made it up. So
Debbie does Dallas.
I don't think so, dude.
What was it? Debbie does Behind the Green Door.
Then name the movie. What is it? Which?
Hey, does anyone know how long this marriage has been going on? Anyone?
Yeah, I'm a little jealous.
No, we've always talked shit.
Must have been a few great years that
I'm
are
waiting
now
to
behind
hear.
them.
I'm waiting. You're calling me out, so finish it.
I want to hear it.
Finish him.
Me too. Me too.
Cash
Right?
does not want to drop the bomb.
Come on,
He just
big
doesn't.
mouth.
Matt, he doesn't want to drop the bomb on you. He's
Cash,
saving it for a
look,
rainy day.
No.
I
Cash said
would
he's-
say if I was Cash Money, I would wait for that rainy day before I drop the bomb.
No.
Yeah.
See,
No,
Cash said his friends told him, and we know that his friends are imaginary, so it never happened.
No. Nice try.
No, like I said, here I am. You brought it up. It's my fucking stream. Tell me. What movie is it?
And he says I get too sensitive over the original trilogy canon.
He's just making shit up again, as usual.
Nope.
Okay,
I'm
then what
making
movie
any
is it?
shit up.
Call it out. if
Oh
you're not
my
making it up.
god!
Oh boy.
Cash,
Call it out.
you better
Finish
look
the
in your
story.
phone and try to figure something out.
Literally.
You better
Finish the
start
fucking
googling
story.
some
Why
shit.
is it hard? Why is it hard if you know?
Okay.
Well, no, because Matt, you always say things like you know everything or you're right about everything. We know that's not true. So
now you're deflecting. You said I'm selling the high seas on a movie. What movie is it?
Oh
Was it Red Sonja? Everybody hates Red Sonja. Well, it had to be something bad like that.
I'm waiting for you to name what movie it is.
I have to pee. I'll be right back, y'all.
Kids, stop laughing.
So
We
made it up then.
Strike to bed.
Fine. Just admit you made it up.
We put Strike to bed.
That's all good. If you made it up, that's fine. Just admit it.
Just let me know when you're done.
He's the one who brought it up. I'm waiting for him to finish it. No, it's quiet now. Probably eating pizza.
It's so quiet we can probably
That's
hear
right.
Darth Arlena urinate.
Phil!
Oh my gosh. This stream is going
Oh my
fast.
god.
Look, that got straight up.
Immense pain.
But I have to agree with Cassie. Sometimes Moff Risman, yeah, you always have to be right.
Always.
Even when
have
proven
nothing to
wrong,
do with
you
each
have
other.
to still be right.
The fact that I'm right a lot has nothing to do
boy.
with being accused of being a pirate. And so if you're accusing me of something, finish the accusation or else shut the fuck up. That's all I'm saying.
Oh,
So
boy,
if you
she's
can't
still
tell
on
me
this.
what I'm pirating, then don't bring it up.
I like Arjun. He probably
Yeah.
like stepped away, came back, and like, he was still going on about this.
Oh man, I really
Talking
got
out his
that
ass
triggered.
again as usual.
Nope,
He's probably Arden right now is probably enjoying that Dutch beer.
Beer, not. Oh no, man, it's way too early.
is it ever too early
yeah,
for
it's
beer?
way too early.
Yeah, Arlena, for me it is.
Just drinking Heineken again.
No.
Oh, that is
It's
piss.
Beck's.
9 a.m.
Beck's.
Gross.
Beck's.
If I drink beer, it's Guinness. That's the only beer I like.
Oh.
I thought you were going to say
Hertz
Pat's
Young.
Blue Ribbon. You know.
Oh God, no. What am I, 80?
And Phil's like, you're gonna pass now.
But you knew what I meant. You knew what I meant when I said Pat's Blue Ribbon. You knew it.
Oh my
St.
God,
Pauli
I
girl.
did. Oh my God, I did.
Old Milwaukee. At one time, they were very popular brands, even
They
over Budweiser and Coors.
My dad used to drink Old Milwaukee. Oh my God.
Getting flashbacks now.
Selling my age. I'm telling my age, y'all.
I'm probably older than you.
Oh, I guarantee you're older than me, Phil.
I remember dirt, and I used to play in dirt, and I was thankful for the dirt. You guys didn't know what it was like in the dark ages. We didn't have internet. We didn't have computers.
I know.
Phil met
I
Methuselah.
think most of us know.
Look, I was traumatized as a kid because we used to go out to play. And sometimes we were told, because the girls were in the neighborhood, you had to play with them. In order to fool out the team and play something like kickball, since we had to try to make it fair, we had to agree to play games that they wanted. And 9 times out of 10, and Darth Elena probably has an inkling of this, we had to play house. Kiss the baby. Hold the doll.
Oh my God.
And one is the dad, and one is the wife.
Nurse.
You know it. You know it. It traumatized you. It traumatized you. Can you imagine the horror?
I can't say that ever happened with me, only because I was a tomboy growing up, and my neighborhood had only one other girl. So,
but you do.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. Yeah. So this was my childhood. I broke my arm jumping off the top of a deck doing an elbow slam on someone pretending like we were wrestling.
Awesome. That's a good way to break your arm.
Yeah.
Better than falling off a bicycle or some shit.
My aunt came over from Italy to visit, and she was watching me, and I just got done watching Jimmy Superfly Snuka.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, my aunt and my mom's everybody on my mom's side are really tiny. My mom's like 4'6", my aunt was like 4'8". And I get on the couch, and I'm waiting for her to come around the corner.
You're gonna Jimmy.
I got her Jimmy Superfly Snuka style, landed right on top of her, knocked the wind out of her. I never got a spanking, and I got it from both parents, and rightfully so. Yeah, I never felt a spanking as bad as I did that day.
I'm sure.
And I never was allowed to watch wrestling until I was like 14, 15 years old.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to ask you this, Matt. Then you have never thought, not even once, about failing the high seas.
Oh my God.
No.
We got him
Just one
away
more
from
time.
the Cash. Why did you bring it back?
Why would you go back to it?
I want to know. Not even once.
It up.
Not
he
even
made
once.
It up.
Not even once. You haven't thought about once.
No.
Okay.
I've never done it, Cash. Is that
I am a
something
true
weird?
pirate.
No, it's okay.
That's why
that must be the worst pirate I've ever seen.
I had to download.
I pirate
Sorry.
everything.
If I were gonna be a pirate, I would be like Hondo and Naka.
Hondo, yeah.
Hondo was a cool ass pirate.
Yeah, definitely. So, Cash, tell us your source, and then we can speak about it.
There is no source.
I can't. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't, but I'm gonna drop it. No defeat.
It's okay.
It just can be fun to trigger Matt because we get into these fights even in general.
You know what? Will Smith, take the L. Take the L, Will Smith. Take the L.
Not taking any.
Well, didn't he take the L? What did he do?
He's out of the
quitted
academy.
The academy or whatever.
Yeah.
He not only took the L, but he also took a beating from his wife later that night.
Oh
yeah.
And then she cheated on him again.
You may watch tonight. Nothing more. Just watching.
Yeah.
I don't know if I think he suffers a lot from what went on with his wife, because I cannot sit there, wife, girlfriend, and she's explaining how she's cheating on him and laughing, smiling on her show as he's sitting right there. It'd be me. I would
honestly
check out.
If Will Smith should have honestly gone on stage when he did the joke and shook his hand. Like he honestly that would have been.
The joke was funny. Everyone laughed.
Yeah, it was funny.
He laughed at it.
Even Will Smith was laughing
until even there's a video, Arthelina, of they have another video of her laughing.
Yeah.
When they cut the camera away, there's another of her laughing.
She was laughing after what she was laughing at, Phil, was when fucking Will Smith goes up there and slaps the shit out of Chris Rock, and Chris is like, "Whoa, Will Smith just slapped the shit out of me." Blah blah blah.
Yep.
You know, she was laughing at that.
Yeah.
I said this before. If that was Kathy Lee Griffin doing her comedic stunt up there instead of Chris Rock, and she did that.
Yes.
Do you think he's going up there to slap her?
No.
No.
No way.
No.
And if that was somebody like Brad Pitt, and he went up there and did that, I guarantee you they would have called the cops.
Slap the hell out of Brad Pitt. That'd be cool.
Oh, the security would have like gone on stage and tackled him, you know.
Oh,
and,
definitely.
Like,
and he's be thankful it wasn't Steve
Mike
Harvey.
Tyson.
Mike
Tyson would have just killed him.
Steve Harvey would have killed him. The guy that
He wouldn't have done shit to Mike Tyson. He'd be like, "Man, you make as many jokes about my wife as you want. I don't
the comedian
even
that
care."
hosted Family Feud, Steve Harvey, said if he would, as soon as he come up near him, he would have laid him flat out.
Yeah, but Chris or Mrs. Swift that got into it in the past, right? Like there's
videos of, and clips of him hanging with both of him and his wife many times.
Yeah.
You know, so
problem solved. He's quit the academy now. He's
he's done.
It's done.
Ridiculous.
It's over.
It's done. It's over.
It was talked about way too much anyway.
They didn't
he needs to give that fucking Oscar to Andrew
I know.
But he needs to
I think that, or somebody.
What did okay? So I haven't been paying any attention to the Oscars in years.
Okay.
I don't even remember the last time I watched them. What was Andrew Garfield nominated for?
Tick Tick Boom.
Yeah.
I don't even know what movie that is. I've
Tick,
never
Tick,
even
Boom
heard
is,
of it.
He played the playwright who ultimately did the musical Rent. And
okay. I know
in
what you're
Tick
talking
Tick
about
Boom,
now.
Andrew Garfield played the piano and sang. He did all of this, right?
Oh wow.
And by the way, he was also up against Benedict Cumberbatch on Power of the Dog, which is Cash's least favorite movie ever. But Benedict Cumberbatch was great in the movie. So I never saw King Richard, so maybe Will Smith's performance was great.
My brother liked it. I watched a lot of it. I don't know. It just.
But I have to say, honestly, Andrew Garfield killed in Tick Tick.
I'm sure he did.
Killed it.
That's on Netflix still, right?
Yeah. I highly recommend watching it.
I'll have to watch that.
I just want to show my age, but I have to. I lost respect for Hollywood when they all got behind Roman Polanski when he got, and he fled. And they're still demanding, even to this day, that he should be pardoned. And the Harvey Weinstein,
I know,
next to God. Let me explain to you. They knew what was going on.
Years.
Absolutely.
The casting couch has been around forever.
They can't be a person that didn't know even the craziness that was going on with Hugh Hefner, which also involved Bill Cosby. If you don't think that there was a lot of shenanigans and some of them willing and unwilling with their Hollywood actors, you would be amazed. And then to turn around and to make everybody else in the world think like they're the most evil people, and they promote themselves as the best judges of people.
Right.
No.
I know. They're hypocrites.
They have no idea what it's like for regular people.
Well,
any of us. They're so out of touch. They don't know what any of us are even go through on a daily basis.
It's always been this way, though, right? This is not a new phenomenon.
Yeah, it's come to the forefront. This was
it's just gotten worse because of social media
and the 40s. It was there. It was there. It was even worse because when Hollywood gave you a contract and you were stuck at a movie company, if Paramount, say, had Errol Flynn, he's stuck there.
Even I heard about that. Yeah, back in the day,
today, they're like free agents. They can go do a movie, Paramount or Fox or whatever. Back then, they had, and some of them when they got a certain age, like today. When an actresses get like 10 or 20 years and then they push them out, they will do anything, even if it makes them a supporting actor or even worse, a bad movie. They don't care. They want to still be in some form of the spotlight.
Well, that's kind of what happened.
Wasn't that the movie Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? I guess from.
Great movie.
Yeah, great movie. Yeah, that's exactly what you're describing, right? Like,
but it's more massive than that. if you guys don't think Mel Gibson, even the male actor, had to do something, and I'm not going to presume, but I guarantee you had to do something for that president, CEO of the company to get them deals.
Of course, he had to make a sandwich for him.
You better believe.
He had to get coffee, like Kathleen Kennedy, right? I mean,
I mean, think about it. Even in the music industry, think just even 20 years ago. Look at Disney. Look what happened with Britney Spears, Lisa Lohan. Everybody that come out of Disney minus Hilary Duff, who has a brain. All four of them girls got burned out. They're no longer. But you know what? All the things that they had to go through to be there. You ask why they're crazy, you find out you see it. So Hollywood, they will chew up kids. They will chew up adults. They will make you the most popular person, and they're going to tear you down.
Yeah, because there's money involved, Phil.
Of course,
there's
money and there's power. I mean, even when you watch like the documentary recently, I watched of Alanis Morissette. She was being attacked by these older men and stuff when she was over there in Paris and other places. It's crazy. It's horrible, but people are bad.
Are you an Alanis?
Look at Star Wars. Carrie Fisher.
I like some of her music. Yeah.
Carrie Fisher was supposed to play in that horror movie Carrie in the 70s. The problem was she didn't want to do the nude scene. So Sissy Spacek, who was supposed to be Princess Leia, they both switched. But Carrie Fisher had to do a special deal with some nerdy guy, which she never reveals, that she had to sleep with, George Lucas. And that's how she got the role. And now you guys can doubt that, but that's a fact. That's a fact. You don't even need them to admit to it. It's a fact. George Lucas made Carrie Fisher do the naughty in order to get the role. So
it's nice that he got off his pedestal long enough to take care of that and to get back up there again. You know?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, if you don't think that Kathleen Kennedy, when she was with Spielberg,
man!
Oh God!
Please, I don't want no going
down a road that I don't even want to imagine.
I don't know if
so let's just.
He just.
Phil, you're going down a path I cannot follow.
Yeah.
It's not to follow, but it's, like I said, I'm only speaking about the evils of Hollywood. It's been there from the beginning, and it's even now. And now the things they're doing in Hollywood, what Will Smith did is bad on so many degrees.
Just wrong.
But come on, there's some people in that audience, even right now, did way worse and evil. Might not be out in the public yet.
Yeah,
but
of course, man. Right?
I like a video that was like describing what people what celebs in the audience thought and like took still frames of them. And when Mel Gibson was like, "Not even I did that." At least I don't think I did that.
It's bad when they're asking Mel Gibson's like, even I have standards, right? I wouldn't stoop this low.
There's a recent video of him on a
Jesus, but I'm not going to slap a guy on stage.
Mel Gibson's on a talk show, and they're asking him about what he thought about what happened with Will Smith and Chris Rock. And his publicist beeps right in. This interview's over. It's done. Mel Gibson's laughing the whole entire time, but his publicist got him right off the air. So he couldn't even make a comment. Good or bad, they stepped in. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Even today, even if you want to make a comment, and kudos to the publicist, anything he come out of his mouth will have been twisted, even one way or the other. So, but that's today's world we live in. It's best you not say anything.
Yeah, it's stupid. And award shows, all of them, even
I feel
the
like
Grammys
we've all
and
said
all this.
way too much.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just they used to be entertaining. This is what it's supposed to be, entertainment. I mean, look, G4 even came back. It's like a lecture. Oh. It's crazy. All this stuff is crazy to me. Like this stuff is supposed to be entertaining, informative. I mean, we're supposed to get good information. And
she had a mental thing even before she got in there because of the previous host. That maybe she felt she was better looking, and she really wanted maybe the attention that she got.
Who?
Personally, as a person, I'm not looking at a woman for her being good looking to tell me about a video game. I'm not going to a restaurant, or example like Hooters, to see a woman with big boobs trying to give me food. The last thing I'm thinking when I'm getting food is seeing them boobs. Unless it's at Oktoberfest and she's giving me my Stein and my initial Schnitzel, or whatever they call it. Sorry if I butchered that.
That's all good.
That time it's appropriate.
Oh my
Well, there's a lot to unpack there.
I don't like sauerkraut. Sorry, don't like sauerkraut. Don't put that on my
like
list.
sauerkraut, dude.
Kraut is nasty. Sauerkraut is
Eat
nasty.
it.
Awful. It's disgusting.
Sorry, Strike. Don't hate me.
It's all good.
Right, they don't know, man.
Don't worry. The title of
I know,
I
it's
hate that
nasty.
person is reserved for Moff, so don't worry.
There's only one Kraut that I like, and that's Strike.
Ah.
Oh,
nice.
Just remember, Strike. Pack of steel here. We're going to put an end to that evil Maltrusion.
Yeah, let's dig into that pirate stuff. Maybe we'll find something about it.
History has proven that when Italians and Germans get together, it's a deadly combination. Even with the Romans, and we used the Germans to help us. Sometimes didn't, but most of the time did. It's a deadly combination. You don't want to mess with the Italians and the Germans. That's too much.
Phil has like a thing for the Germans.
Oh yeah, I do.
He does.
And I shouldn't include the Dutch because the early
the
Dutch.
Dutch. Don't get me started about the Dutch, dude.
While we're at it,
freaky deaky Dutch.
Right? I mean, get him in, man.
Okay, Matt actually just want to say fuck Europe. I mean, that's
yeah, seriously, man.
Why the hate you get
Dutch?
Oh my
Dutch
God.
were the best Roman allies they had, and they were the ultimate fighters.
Yes.
They were where they went,
still are.
wars end, and that's why the Romans loved them so much.
Matt, your country used to be ours.
Hey,
I'm glad we have a historian here, like explaining everything.
By the way, the Dutch would be speaking German if it wasn't for us. So you're welcome. You're very welcome.
He's right. My state was first founded by the Swedes, and then we were saved by the Dutch, and then them crazy English came along.
Yeah, it's the English.
Yeah, the real evil is the English.
The English are the worst.
Dude, I feel like somebody's gonna come up here and be like Sinead O'Connor and tear a picture up of Europe and say, "Fight the real enemy."
No more bald women. Can we stop with the bald women already?
It wasn't a reference to her being bald.
He's gonna trigger him again.
Where did that come from?
You know what I remember about brought up the
Don't make me slap Phil McCracken again for this. Come on.
Oh my God.
When Sinead O'Connor went on that Saturday Night Live and she tore up the picture of the Pope, my man, Joe Pesci, went back there, made him tape it back together, and publicly said, if I ever see Sinead O'Connor, I'm going to punch her in the mouth. Now, in today's world, that can't be said. But I can tell you this, little Joe Pesci would have probably really knocked her out.
I'm sure he would have.
I'm just saying.
With
Italians, you don't mess with our pasta, and you don't do our thing with the Pope. No. That's almost the only thing better, more important than that is our mamas. And if Matt Rivers ever talk about my mama, Matt Rivers, I will come find you.
Your mama's so fat.
Don't mess with mama.
Let me ask you a question, Phil. Do I amuse you? Do you think I'm a clown?
Do I make you laugh?
Matt, here we go. I love you like a brother, but you're the irritant brother. You find ways to try to make trouble, get the brother in trouble, or to trigger him. You did that. You went there and messaged Coach, knowing full well what was going to happen, and even admitted that this is going to set Bill McCracken.
I never said anything like that. I never said
you doubted that I would even survive. Now it's true. I probably am not going to survive Kenobi. But to even hurt me even deeper by even knowing it's going to hurt me. You hurt me.
Yeah, Matt.
It just makes you
Matt.
stronger.
Phil is sensitive.
I admit I'm a sensitive guy. I have feelings.
Did Arkin call me an asshole?
Crushes my feelings.
Oh wow! Now he's even calling Americans assholes. This is getting interesting.
I mean,
Wow.
And many times I tell them about
America.
5.
America.
With love. Puts me in my place with love, Matt.
I don't care.
Phil,
I just like
Phil
saying
anybody who gets offended over you, Phil, is an idiot. So.
Phil, I told you before, and I'll tell you.
America.
I'll tell you again from the bottom of my heart. I love you. I love you so much. Even when you're as wrong as you are right now, I still love you deeply.
We need to stamp that on Matt's forehead because
Matt,
What are you stepping on my forehead now?
What you just said.
America, Tim.
America. Hell yeah.
Of them poor
America. You talk about America?
Matt Risman being the king.
America.
They made me cry. I cried. I literally had tears.
From what?
What you did that night on
America.
that with you and
Deutschland.
Matt Cave.
Nine.
And
Why are you saying a number? What?
I'll tell about you. Phil McCracken, I'll tell you about America. All right,
America.
You're not giving me a chance to talk about America right now. I'll talk about America all you want.
Right.
Let me
oh yeah, red, white, and blue. That's what I bleed in my underwear every night. America.
Matt Risman over there calls me a Yankee.
Oh my god.
I am not a Yankee.
Yeah, I'm the true Yankee, man. I'm America. I bleed. I bleed red, white, and blue. I don't know what you are like preaching, but I bleed every night. I don't know. Those are my jammies. Those are my freaking jammies. I bleed America with my dip in my mouth. I bleed all night. I love baseball. Dude, I'm military. I'm freaking Navy SEAL. Yeah, I'm America.
What happened?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Going on, man?
I think you're questioning my America right now, but your America is less tier than mine. I'm America 100%, and you are not America right now.
I am not America.
If there was a scale America, you're like subpar America. I'm real America.
We're going to go there.
Yeah, I just don't know. I just shave my beard. Maybe I seem less America, but I am top tier America right now. So I believe in the Batman. Fuck that stupid guy that flies into whatever. I'm America, whatever. I believe in America.
Oh my god! I'm dead.
I'm done. Yeah, sorry. I was going on a tangent.
Cash Money and Mark have never gone there to insult that.
I was gonna go. Hey, sorry.
No.
Ajin and Phil McCracken. I was going on a tangent. I believe in America.
One at a time. What, Phil? What were you saying about Matt and I?
Yeah, I mean, you guys have said a lot of things and have hurt me sometimes very deeply.
Yeah,
really.
Never attack Batman.
That's what she said.
Me too.
Never attack Batman.
Never attack Batman.
Never attack Batman.
Oh my god. That's his line.
Everything that what has been said. Everything that is not okay across the line is Batman.
Cross the line on Batman.
We know his line.
Everything else that came out of his mouth was fine, but
oh my god.
So Phil, who's the best Batman?
Oh man.
Of course.
Oh, Tim Burton's the guy that did the best one.
Christian Bale.
Val Kilmer.
Oh my god. Oh,
he's your favorite, really?
Val Kilmer.
Val Kilmer. Okay, so the new topic is who's Phil's favorite Batman? Okay, and well, Val Kilmer. He's good, but
don't bring me back. Catch me. Don't bring me
I know,
back.
right? Seriously.
You're going to fight me over Batman.
We just talked about Batman on the other stream.
Oh, 3 hours.
For
3 hours.
That's why I asked you that, because Tim just had a stream about this.
Oh man!
Was
And
Val
you're
Kilmer
wrong.
even
You're
Batman?
wrong, Phil.
No.
You're
I blocked
wrong.
it out. If he was ever Batman, I blocked it out.
And fit the perfect part of
3 hours later.
He had to look. Playboy.
Oh my God, no.
Playboy Bruce Wayne.
I can't handle this. Y'all have a great one. Fuck me, I'm not sleeping. Yeah.
Don't you dare
I'll
go
see
anywhere,
you
Strike.
guys
Oh, Strike,
around.
where you going, bro?
Matt, fuck you. Everyone else, I love you guys, and peace
Hey,
out.
man.
Really, Strike?
Hell,
Oh my
Germany.
God.
Germany, bro. Germany.
Germania.
Just like a fucking German, always retreating. Oh my
Oh,
god.
man. Wow, dude.
Oh my
dude, that's
God.
He's
cold.
gonna
That's
he's gonna
cold
beat
right
your
there.
ass
That's
to that
cold.
comment later for sure.
Ouch.
And for the record, Phil, you're wrong.
Ooh,
Homer
exactly.
is the worst Batman.
Oh, come on
Christian
now. The
Bale
worst
is
Batman
the
Bale
is that.
is the best, Alina.
Christian Bale
all
is
the
the
way.
Clooney was the
best
worst Batman.
Batman. Christian
When
Bale
I
is the
saw him
best.
play Batman, I really I wanted to upheave.
I swear, dude.
Tim,
We're back
He's
to
the best
Batman
Batman
again.
overall.
Tim,
According to the rankings.
For me, it's always
Let's Strike's back.
Yeah,
Strike's back.
Matt, dude.
Do not
George
retreat.
Welcome back,
Clooney.
Strike.
George Clooney over Val Kilmer.
No, George
Honest
Clooney
man.
is a good Bruce Wayne, but not a good Batman. We can have like a
Fuck you. If one thing's not true,
Strike.
then it's a retreat. Fuck you.
What's up,
I
Strike?
knew why he
Glad you're
came
back.
back. I
Fuck
knew
you.
exactly why he came back.
Wait a minute,
Bitch
wait,
ass.
Strike,
Fucking entire
Strike,
city
Strike.
bird.
Just
Oh, she's gone again.
Oh
just
my
to defend the Germans,
Yeah.
it
I
took the
knew
world.
why he
It
came
took the
back.
world, Matt Risman, to take them down. Took the world.
Oh my God.
Remember that.
No, like Christian Bale is like a consistent, like it's only Batman that you can see two different parts. Like Ben Affleck had the potential to be the greatest, but he didn't get the opportunity. So you have to look at in the context in which what we got. So like Christian Bale had 3 phenomenal films. So the last one dipped in tier. The Hans Zimmer score makes everything epic. When we watched the Batman, I gave it an 8 out of 10 initially, but like, dude, that score is very dour and it's not memorable. It's like, gosh dang, we filled the weight of the 3-hour film in which we got. But he's just one character. He's very dour, even as Bruce Wayne, and lifeless, even a worse character, I would argue. So Christian Bale was 2 different characters, especially in Batman Begins and The Dark Knight. Like, he was Bruce Wayne, charismatic, like what George Clooney brought. George Clooney was actually maybe one of the best Bruce Wayne, but he's a horrible Batman. But then again, it comes to writing, right? It comes to writing a lot of these things.
Yeah.
Val Kilmer, George Clooney, they're both good actors. They're very good actors. But like the thing is, it's the context of the situations, all of that. We all know this. So I think Christian Bale is overall the best Batman, and he rose to the top. But though, if Ben Affleck would have got like more films, he wrote as a younger Batman because he has a baby face. He's in the embodiment of Batman from the 90s animated series, dude. It's just like taking him from the animated series and putting him on the page or on the picture. He's 6'4", built like Batman, has a big, he's handsome. He has an Oscar on his belt. Like,
he fits.
Why not, bro? You know what I mean?
What if you just don't like him? I just don't like him.
I had issues with him as Batman in the beginning.
I mean, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
I think if
But that was
Val
also
Kilmer
because we were
had
coming
more
off
than
Christian
one
Bale.
movie, I think a lot of you probably will put him up there near Christian Bale, which I agree with.
I think he would have been
But
ghost
George
status.
Clooney, no way. I mean, no. George Clooney.
I agree with you on that.
I mean, I think his more character is if he was just doing a Bruce Wayne, like you said, a Bruce Wayne only movie. No, forget the Batman parts. Just a Bruce. Okay, George Clooney, that's more comfortable his role. But him in there doing a combat, you can. I bust on Picard can't throw a punch. George Clooney can't fight.
Yeah, but this is my point here, Phil. The thing was that he was already writing a Batman script. right? There's been a problem over Warner Brothers, right? As far as like we know the whole thing about the Zack Snyder debacle and why that didn't get wrote. Like eventually, I'm glad that he got his thing, right? But Ben Affleck was going through this stuff, but I feel like they blamed it on that essentially. But I don't buy that. That like from a commercial standpoint, they're blaming on him. He was going through things that in Hollywood that I find that bullshit. There, yeah, it was, and he had his own script painted out. The dude is an Oscar award-winning actor or like screenplay person, and the fact that like he looks like Batman. He works out. He knows the comics. He's not like these newer age people that say they know. Like I read some comics. No, the dude actually has a like Batman cave or whatever. So like it already tells you that this guy loves this type of stuff, and I feel like you can feel that in like newer age. You got to bring that level of gravitas. I feeling towards that age, and just like I don't know, maybe I'm being biased here, but I don't know. I feel like Ben Affleck's heart was in this, and
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, you know how bummed he was in that interview that they always make fun of, Tim? He was bummed, dude, sitting next to Henry. He was bummed. When they
there's a thing going on in Warner Brothers, man. There is a thing going on in Warner Brothers where they put their overhead influence and not give people's vision. I'm not saying Zack Snyder's cut was a masterpiece. It's not. But it was significantly better. 4-hour cut would never worked. But like, you know, I don't know. Cashman, go on what you were saying. You know what I mean? Like it just I don't know, man.
That movie that came out, thank God they did release the Snyder Cut, but the director who stepped in there, this is prime example. We had that same problem with Rogue One. We had the same problem with Han Solo. When you go in there and you trash a director after 90% or sometimes more of a movie is done, and for whatever reason, these like Warner Brothers, Disney, Lucasfilm decides to trash it, but then you're still going to keep some of the elements of the original director in the movie. It's no matter what Opie did. What's his name in real life? I can't.
What they did is they trashed the original version.
Thank you. No matter how good Ron Howard did, and he did good because he had to fix it 90%. No matter how good it was, it would have been a lot better if they said, "Here you go, Ron Howard. Do Han Solo. Do it from the very beginning. Don't try to fix what the other directors did." You know.
Yeah. Because Ben Affleck was actually had like films stated, like he was supposed to like direct some films, like he was supposed to like this is fact, like he was supposed to like do his own films, and the studio was like no, they didn't like his writing on that, and then they moved to Matt Reeves. Like Ben Affleck was supposed to be like very influential. They try to blame it on Ben Affleck's mental issues. But that was not the case, dude. Absolutely not. Just like they blame Zack Snyder stuff on the death. Absolutely not. That's a nice cover-up, believable cover-up, but it's not true.
I think
believing the rainbows and sunshine that are like that's not true. Dude, they always have cover-ups, and that's absolutely bullshit.
I think Warner Brothers, one of the reasons, and this is a bad reason why they hired Ben Affleck, and it's not his fault. I actually did like it. He got blamed for Daredevil with Marvel. He got blamed for it, and it had nothing to do with his acting. Really, the film, I just blamed the timing of that film.
Yeah,
I actually like it, but I think Warner Brothers was like, if this looks like it's going south, we can blame the acting. You know, he did terrible, quote unquote, with Daredevil. Yeah, because he was.
Daredevil was in a time that
Daredevil was still, it was all right. It's not something you
But he
need
was
to watch
promised
again.
movies by Warner Brothers. When he took that role, he was promised. I even believe, I think, a trilogy that he could have write and direct on his own. And Warner Brothers weaseled their way out of that. So, yeah.
Well, like Ben Affleck had a deep conversation with them. They were supposed to have like a trilogy or whatever, or they were supposed to have the Batman films, right? With Batman, with Batfleck, and then they're like, no, we're not going to do that. It was already kind of agreed on, and they counterbalance out, like the Snyder Cut. The Snyder Cut stuff I can understand, but Ben Affleck is he's not Will Smith. Ben Affleck is a whole nother echelon. Like, he's another tier. I want people to understand. This dude,
he's really good in drama roles and comedy roles. He can.
He's not a joke. Well. Like Will Smith is a joke. Like, anytime you have your woman come on, say an entanglement, you're a joke, dude. I don't know. I'm not gonna. I don't know. You know how I feel about the situation now. He's a joke. And I think Jada's a joke and it's never been relevant in Hollywood, and I don't know why people make her relevant. But
and Affleck also, when the deal was starting going south, got a little bit vocal, and unfortunately for him, he's a little bit more higher actor. But
dude,
one of the reasons they didn't want to touch Hayden Christensen wasn't just because of bad movies. And I told Cash Money this. He came out during the time when he wasn't making any movies. He came up with a TV show called House Calls. And he pitched it around to all the TV networks. Nobody wanted to touch it. Then a month later, USA comes out with Growing Pains, and it was the exact same concept, the exact same storyline that Hayden Christensen gave to them. He actually sued and won. Now, I'm not sure if USA was or still is owned by Disney or what the company is, but the big no-no in Hollywood is suing your own. And I think a lot of the reasons why, particularly Star Wars and a lot of other corporations in the movie industry, stayed away from Hayden Christensen, was the fact that he sued, even though he was in the right. So I think Ben Affleck, they knew that, let's just put it this way. When you hire George Burns, I don't know if you guys remember who George Burns is. Mm-hmm. He's a smoker. If they didn't like a smoker, don't hire him. Ben Affleck was known he had an alcohol problem. It's not a big thing. And if you use that as an excuse and to hover over his head is wrong by Warner Brothers.
Yeah, for sure.
Unless he actually did it. But here's Hollywood today. Look at Warner Brothers. You have Ezra Miller. Not once but twice assault somebody, threaten to kill somebody, hit that lady, and nothing done.
It's awful.
And Johnny Depp didn't do anything, and they practically excommunicated him. All right, Warner Brothers, fine. But Disney had no right to do what they did to him. He wasn't with them at that time. We're not going to put Jack Sparrow in any up-and-coming pirate movies. How are you going to have a Pirates Caribbean without Jack Sparrow?
That is not, you can't.
I'm just saying, Hollywood's warped in their standards, and that's just an example. Not that Johnny Depp isn't what I would quote unquote a normal person, or what we might say unstable. He's quite unstable. But what's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. If you hold somebody to a standard, you better keep it across the bar for everybody.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
Like I said, Ezra Miller should have been kicked out when he did that to that lady. That should have been done.
I agree with that.
Definitely.
So, like I said,
so did you guys see Moon Knight? It was
I watched the first episode of it. which is the only episode that we had. Next week will be.
What about you, Matt? Did you see Moon Knight?
I watched it. I watched Moon Knight, and so for me, I have no grounding in the character. So I mean, I went into it mostly uneducated and semi-blind, just trying to enjoy it. And I have to say, I found it to be quite confusing, and not.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. The first episode's supposed to be that. Right?
Yeah, and I think that's what they were trying to communicate, right? And so for me, Oscar Isaac and Ethan Hawke, both of them, I thought, hey, they acted well. So I mean, I'm not giving up on it. I mean, I'll continue to watch it. But what I always go to is in these Marvel
situations,
shows that only have 6 episodes. Can you afford for folks to kind of be, I'm confused on the first episode? It's a tough one.
Yeah, that's true.
Because normal TV has 10 or 13 or more episodes, right? So if you dick around on an episode or two.
But they're not limited. They don't have the constraints like ABC, NBC, even though they're owned by some of the same companies. But basic TV episodes, you have commercial breaks, you have constraints on advertisement, all that stuff, and what they want to put in or see in the shows. Disney don't have. If Disney want to make an episode of Kenobi, and the first episode is 3 hours,
it's not. The first episode's 50 minutes. Disney hired me.
They own their stream, right? So if the episode is 3 hours, it doesn't.
It's not that. It's not that, bro. Phil, look, this first episode was dope, actually, because like people, I'm there with you. Listen. I had no idea who the fuck this guy is. Forgive my language, the Christian gods here. Dude, I had no idea who this was. I absolutely did not. Like, who the hell is, like, keeps spawning on? All right, we're done with this. So, basically, I watched this like, episode in, you know, there was a lot of jumps. Right, there's a lot of jumps. All right, so I'm gonna talk about it like how like someone, general movie audience person sees it. Dude, there's a lot of jumps, man. I didn't even know what the hell was going on, and I was like, all right, so, wait a second. This guy has different personalities, and then we see him over here. He's supposed to be like Batman. No, he's not the Etsy version of Batman. And then we're supposed to see him over here, and there's a passage of time that's going on. So, I know it's a bad example, but dude, this is like the most epic like series we're ever gonna see until we realize it. Because, like, dude, we're not understanding it right now. I get it. We're like, what the hell? What the F? You know, what the WTF or what the hip kids say? Dude, this is gonna be dope. This is gonna be dope. I'm telling you, bro. It's gonna be dope.
I read the Moon Knight in the comic books, and I never equate to say they have to do everything according to the comic book. And now I'm not really good with his character, all the Marvel characters, but there's some characters out there that we're not going to love every single one. But
Phil, Disney did you watch the first episode? Let me ask you that. You haven't answered.
And it was, I'm with Matt Risman on this. God forbid. I was confused. You confused an old man, which is not that hard to do, but they ultra confused me on that.
All right. So what did you think?
And worse than that, my mother, who likes to follow these things also, she tried to watch it, and she's like,
good question.
I don't like to watch anything where the character is more confused than I am in real life. I don't think I'm going to keep watching this. So I'm kind of like,
it's supposed to be a roller coaster, bro. It's supposed to be like that.
I'm like,
just the breaking of the glass and putting into the shoe.
Give it another episode, right? But for me, none of that really matters so much as where I come to is, who are they making these series for? Who are the audiences of these series? Because the 6 of us that are here are the atypical audience, right? And if some of us are a little bit confused about it, my mother trends more towards the normal, let's check it out and learn about a new superhero character that we've never seen before, who are they making this series for? I don't know the answer to that.
Hold on, Matt. Did you say Atypical?
No, we are. I think we are. I think we are.
That's a series.
I think we are. We are atypical of the normal consumer of the content because we have a frame of reference, right? We know something about a comic, or we've done a little research, or we're going into it with some idea about why what we're seeing, even if it's confusing, is expected, right? People who have none of that frame of reference, who are just, it's not this. People are like, well, WandaVision was confusing. I'm like, but not in the same way. Someone who turned on WandaVision.
I don't think it's confusing at all. Honestly, I don't. Yeah, no, like I understand what you're saying. I'll stop interrupting. Like, yeah, dude, I understand what you're saying.
And I think it's exacerbated because in the case of like WandaVision, those characters were familiar, right? Mm-hmm. We've compounded the predicament with Moon Knight by putting in every character on screen that you've never seen them before until now, and it's confusing.
Mm-hmm. I still didn't get the meaning of breaking the glass and putting it into his sandals. I mean, understand he has problems with the sleep and everything, but this was not like when he's.
But it's two different guys, Phil. The guy who put the glass in his sandals is not even Moon Knight.
Right.
That's Ethan Hawke's character.
No. All right, so look,
maybe Sailor Moon's Moonlight.
No. Hold on. There's three different versions of Moon Knight. There's three different versions of Moon Knight. So later on in the museum scene, there's actually displayed two people in the mirror when he's walking towards the scarab thing. There's more, like, dude, he's a multi-layered character. All right. So, but what I'm trying to get across is there's not two, there's three. Mm-hmm. There's another character that's floating around. We saw the character of Steve floating around. Then we saw the character of Mark in the last ending scene. So you're going to think I'm crazy here. All right, so do you remember the scene where they're walking in the museum, right? And you see the artifacts, and you see a second character in the mirror. A lot of you guys don't remember that. Mm-hmm, okay, so all right, so in the mythos, I'm not a hardcore comic book fan of this, but I did a lot of research because I want to understand this because it's so crazy. There is another character out of the point. So the perspective of what we saw was Steve the whole time. Steve, why did he forget his date? He's like, "You're gonna call this a date?" Well, did Mark set that up? It didn't seem like every time Mark sets stuff up, it becomes, Batman, the white Batman, essentially. But what about the other character? All right. So where is he? So they're going to introduce a third character here. This is my predictions. And, dude, like, every time he blacks out, it's just not Steven. Can we agree on that? Can we agree on that? Because if it was just Steven, like, you have to have Mark. Mark spoke with him in the things, but if he's full Mark, in which, like, Moon Knight, that's not true also, because he's not full Moon Knight. Because if he was full Moon Knight, he wouldn't ask the girl on a date that he would not forget. So there's multi-elements. Like, people are forgetting what's going on in this series, right? He's like, when he goes to Moon Knight, he blacks out and doesn't remember anything. But there's a whole nother conversation when he remembers stuff, he doesn't forget things. He has multi characters. That's a whole different situation. He's like 3 or 4 different characters. He doesn't forget things. He doesn't have amnesia. He has multi-character, That's his thing.
It's dissociative identity disorder, right? So I'm totally with you on the premise, right? What I think they've done for me, what I think they've done a very poor job of so far, again, which I know about because I researched it, is the whole, Moon Knight's this Egyptian god, Ethan Hawke is this Egyptian god. They're this part of it is again, it's compounding.
It's awkward.
Confusion. Yeah, because they didn't. For me, they didn't show or tell it very well.
In the comics, that's his brother.
Yeah.
In the comics, that's his brother. Like in one of the comics iteration, that is his brother.
Mm-hmm.
But like, dude, I don't know what they're gonna do because, like, based on the moon phase, right? In this iteration, Matt, like, they had, like, it was not a full moon; it was like a partial 1/4 iteration of the moon, and we don't know what they're gonna do with that because it's just because it's the comics doesn't mean they're gonna adapt it the same way. We don't know what's going on.
But
so I'm very confused.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. When he's in the cupcake van, right? And he hears the God speak and say, "Let me take over to get us out of this," and he does. My understanding in the comic book, when something like that in that situation, the God doesn't blink in and blink out of him every like 5 or 10 seconds. He takes over until he's either saved them or mission done or whatever. He's not blinking like 5 seconds into the fight. He kills one villain, then he blinks and it's him again. Then a couple seconds later, it's back to God again, and then he's back to him again. A way I remember it, and I might be wrong, old person here, sorry, but Moonlight, when the God takes over, he takes over, and when he's done, then he relinquishes control. Not this 10-second or 15-second deal that they got with what they're going on now. You see what I'm saying? If I'm making sense?
I honestly don't know.
Control of his body and does everything. He's doing it. He's continually doing it. Whereas opposed when you saw that scene, he's like, you see one guy get killed. Then he blinks back to him being him. Then when another threat comes, he blinks back into it. I'm saying the whole entire scene, once he gives control to the God stays in control until everything's done. And then he gives back control. You see, I hope I'm making sense there. It isn't like a 10-second possession when the God takes control. It's not 10 seconds.
There was a scene where, like, you see Ethan Hawke come on screen for the first time, and everyone's kind of like scavenging towards him. And you see the old lady going towards them, right? And then they weigh her skill out because he's kind of like the god of death, almost in a way. But he serves Ammit. The god they're trying to bring back is Ammit because she was betrayed by the Egyptian gods or whatever. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but Ammit or whatever. So basically, he kills her off. It's like, I believe you that you didn't do sins in the back in the day. So they kill her, and then the plot kind of moves on, and that's why Oscar Isaac's character doesn't want to like trust her. So like, I don't know, man. I'm confused on that part. It's just like, I don't know, Matt. What do you think? I don't. That's it. That was my.
So even for my confusion or whatever, it wasn't enough to make me stop watching the show because I really appreciated Oscar Isaac and Ethan Hawke's acting. I mean, I think they're bringing great qualities into the series.
Yeah, it was good.
And for that, I'm like, all right, let's again. It's a 6-episode thing, and it's streaming once a week. It isn't a huge investment, and if it doesn't work out to be something that I like or understand, I don't feel like I've wasted my time, right? My issue is we again, it's more philosophical, right? Firstly, for those folks that are super sweaty on Moon Knight and they really love it, character and where that character comes from, right? Do they appreciate the series and do they feel like it's doing it justice, and do they evaluate it to be a great series? And then again, is it bringing any new folks into the franchise? But I will tell you, honestly, in certain Discord servers that I'm a member of and some of the other things, right? After the first episode, people are declaring that this is the best Marvel television series ever invented.
Yeah, I think that's ridiculous.
All over themselves and
Oh
orgasming
my God.
Stupid, man. It's one episode.
And that for me is problematic.
What server is
I will
this?
agree that is the best Marvel TV episodes with Disney that we got, because the other ones were so bad and we haven't got anything good.
Yeah, I liked Loki. I liked Loki so far.
Loki's the best thus far.
Loki much better.
But here's the thing. Moonlight, he is a character. I wouldn't say he's the most well-known and popular character.
No.
If it succeeds, Disney gets a win. If it fails, I don't think it's going to hurt Marvel. Unlike the other episodes that are and shows that are more known, it isn't like it's X-Men on TV and it flops. If that flops, then Disney will pay a price for it. This one, you might get away, even if it gets to a Book of Boba Fett standard. You might get away.
Dude, it's gonna kill Boba Fett. This is gonna be the best series. It's gonna be 100 times better than Obi-Wan Kenobi. I'm calling it now. Like, Obi-Wan Kenobi is gonna be decent, but this, because of now the nostalgia factors, Obi-Wan Kenobi that people will consider better, but this will be better. 100% behind that, because this is gonna challenge your mind. And everyone's gonna love it, but like the nostalgia factor is gonna take over Obi-Wan Kenobi and the merchandising. Period.
If we want a Marvel flop series, just give it a few more weeks when Ms. Marvel comes out, right? If
that
was
horrible.
I'm not watching that.
Awful.
I have no investment in that.
That's awful.
No.
I think Moon Knight is
Fire.
interesting though, because it is a character that I'm not very familiar with, and that's
Moon
what
Knight's
makes
gonna
me
kill
want
it,
to watch
dude.
it though.
Yeah, and there was.
Sorry, Cash. For me, I love Marvel. Most of y'all might know this. Not necessarily Disney Marvel, but I was really into the comic books in the 90s and early 2000s. And I'm actually, Moon Knight is a character that I never really followed. I never really read any of those comic books. So all of this is new for me.
Yeah.
That also
I would
makes
say
us not
this, a lot
super
of people
sweaty
don't
on it.
remember.
And
He's gonna be dope.
This is I brought up before. As a Marvel, I know I'm not really a Marvel fan, but I do love the comic books and everything. I'm more Warner Brothers with Batman, but even before they had it. But I remember 70s Marvel. At that time, we were getting their butt kicked by DC. The only TV show that was successful was their Incredible Hulk with Bill Bixby.
True.
And
Spider-Man.
the Japanese version of Spider-Man.
Yeah. Then we had the Spider-Man occasional show, but when they tried to come out with Captain Marvel flopped, and that's why Battlestar Galactica got in there. Captain America. Sorry.
Oh,
His
yes.
show flopped. It flopped hard. Marvel was on the back foot up until with their comics books until the late 80s, early 90s. People didn't, unless it was Incredible Hulk and Spider-Man, nobody wanted to touch that franchise. When they put up stuff for sale, nobody wanted to buy it. The only company that wanted to buy it was Sony, and they only said, we only want Spider-Man and all his little villains associated with him, but we don't want the Incredible Hulk. We don't want Captain America. We don't want Iron Man. They didn't even want the X-Men.
They didn't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Which is amazing to me because the X-Men was the first comic book that I read of Marvel.
Yep.
And I fell in love right away. And then after I started reading the comics, shortly thereafter, a couple of years afterwards, they came out with the X-Men 90s cartoon, which is so close to the comic book.
Killed it.
It's great.
So great.
I love that cartoon.
It's
I
great.
remember that. And they even used to bring Spider-Man sometime in that show. But
yeah, and let me lay up under Arlena's point here. The Christian Bale Batman, that set the template. Is like these guys were hanging out with juice boxes or whatever, and Christian Bale was like, "Hold my beer," like a tall Budweiser, and not a juice box, little small. You can set that to the side. You can sit in a little playground. But what this film did for superhero films, it established the market, and everyone has taken notes for Christian Bale's Batman. And that universe, you can't deny that, dude. Freaking Sam Raimi and like X-Men 2, Hugh Jackman, that was great.
Yes.
But you cannot deny the fact that freaking Christian Bale was like, all right, guys, I'm here. And that was cute what you did. But and then Hans Zimmer, and Nolan is like, all right, guys, do you want to make something great where we're going to make comic book films mainstream? And that's what they did. That's what they did after that. And everyone held their beer and was like, oh my gosh, it's getting too heavy. And now they're trying to forget about them. And I'm like, no.
Yeah, and the thing is, we've talked about this a lot, but like we make jokes about, not using source material. Use the source material. Watch how much money you'll make if you do. If you use a lot of the source material. If they did, for example, I know Matt liked Wonder Woman 1984, and that's fine. Aiden liked it. Some people liked it. That's fine. But if they followed what the comic did, where Wonder Woman actually takes Max Lord's head and basically cracks it and kills him, and Superman is standing right there, I was like, oh, that would have been sweet. But they would never do that, though. I know.
Yeah, no, like the first Wonder Woman was great.
Sweet, though.
Yeah, the first one, I
it
loved
was really good.
I
It felt like a
Percy
comic
and
book movie.
Warner
It's like
dropped
Patty
the
Jenkins, you
ball.
have this all in front of you, and then she's like, well, I want to take
Patty
more
Jenkins.
control. But Patty
Yeah,
Jenkins,
fuck
Warner Brothers
Patty
and
Jenkins.
DC dropped the ball.
Oh my god!
From the 90s until Christian Bale's movies, until that ended, Warner Brothers was the ones.
Yeah.
Okay. I know Marvel was doing okay with the X-Men.
Yeah, they were
but
coming
for
up,
every
but-
X-Men, there was a Fantastic Four flop. And I have nothing against the Fantastic
There
Four. I
was
love the
two.
comic books. But here's the thing. There's a disconnect generation-wise that DC didn't go after the comic books with the kids more so, where Marvel went 90s and 2000.
Yep.
They didn't do good earlier, but hey, we're going to show you these comic books, made comic book fans, and then when the movies came out, them comic book fans came out for them movies in droves. DC kind of said, we're gonna relax with our comic books. Not that they stopped, but we're not going to be as hardcore as Marvel is. And they kind of I want to say, rested on their laurels. I can say this, and probably there might be one or two, maybe disagree right now. Are you looking forward to a Flash movie? I think people really do not care about the Flash that much to see a movie.
I don't
It's
know.
another one of those. I'll watch it, but I'm not really super.
But I guarantee you, if I told you right now, we're going to make a Teen Titans movie.
Oh hell yeah!
Well, everybody here.
That would be
I'll also say, would you want to watch the Bat Family? Would you want to see Batman with Nightwing, with the other Bat Boy?
Nightwing is dope, bro.
Nightwing's pretty
Nightwing.
badass. So yeah,
Nightwing is dope, dude. Like I feel like I'll be honest here. Nightwing, he needs to be 17 or 18 years old. You can't be like 15, right? That's criminal. Or 13 years old.
No.
Nightwing could work, man. He could work. I think Terry McGinnis could work, What If series or whatever. Dude, people, there was enough audience for that to work. But No, like Robin at 12 or 13 or younger, no way. But like if you transition to like 17 or 18, dude, that would work because like a dude working out, being trained by Batman, peaking testosterone like levels, I don't know. But anyway,
I would like to see if they if hypothetically a Nightwing, I would have put him a little bit older, like 24. He's away from Batman, but he's still attached to Batman. I want to see the next Robin. I forget his name. That does.
Yeah.
Phil, do you like the Red Hood?
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to see him. I don't want him to see him.
Oh, dude, that would be awesome.
I want to see him like slightly younger than Nightwing. I want to see the one Tim Drake, and I surely would love to see Damian Wayne, maybe like a 16 or 17-year-old. I want to see him. I want to see the Bat family together fighting. I want to see Batgirl. I won't even mind not the TV show Batwoman. I want to see the comic. I don't care what her orientation is.
No.
Put her in there. I like Batwoman, but I don't like the TV shows Batwoman. I want to see that. I want to see Batgirl and everything.
Batwoman is a mess, and it just got the
CW
CW is just the CW in general is just a mess.
They're destroying DC and they're hemorrhaging money. They're trying to sell, but they're still giving bad TV shows.
Well,
this could be pretty good, and then
it's stupid. It's so stupid because they change these characters, and then they're like, "Well, this woman has to why now? Why? She was like a GI Joe type character, some badass. We got to change her hair. We got to do this because now she's a lesbian. Why does she have to be a lesbian now? Oh, well, that's how we want to make her. Why? Like these decisions don't make any sense. And so, like Supergirl. If you ever watch any of it, it had what it's
in the beginning.
Yeah, it had Cat Grant, and Calissa Flockhart was really good as Cat Grant. She was a smart ass. She doesn't take people's crap. It was a really good character. And of course, then they moved the filming to Canada because it's cheaper. And so then she's like, well, I won't be there anymore. And so we lost Cat Grant, and that hurt the show. Then they brought in, after a while, we got a Lex Luthor, and you had John Cryer. Now, people like Kevin Smith said he's the closest we've seen to the comics ever. I don't know if I agree with that, but I thought he did a nice job. And then we had his sister, played by Katie McGrath, who of course is from Merlin, and I don't know what else. But
I want to say
it was just a mess.
Hey guys, I gotta go.
All right, dude.
Yeah, it's been awesome.
All right,
I did like
It's been awesome, Tim. We'll
I didn't like the last
dude.
seasons of Arrow because it would start going woke. You saw the writing on the wall.
Arrow, yeah.
The first season of Flash, but when they went to the second season, it started going woke.
That's how it always goes.
Hey Phil, I stopped watching Arrow like when Arrow ended. I stopped watching all the Arrow, like the whole CW stuff, because that's all the only show I cared about actually. Because they, it wasn't just because of the woke stuff. It was just like bad writing, like essentially.
That hurts too.
Like, I don't care if stuff is woke, but if it doesn't have good writing, I was like tuned out. I was like, Flash, like the Flash wasn't even special anymore. Like everyone was the Flash. Everyone was fast, even his girlfriend. I was like, okay, what's the point of watching the show? But yeah, Matt, thanks for having me on. Cash Money, love you like a fat loves cake. Yeah, you're my homie.
I don't like when it comes to Warner Brothers.
Yeah, we'll have you on again if you want to come on. We'll do another one of these late.
Yeah, dude.
So we're already into 4 hours, so things got crazy.
Warner Brothers is, in my opinion, worse than Disney.
Yeah, good to see Darth Paulina, so much cracking agent. But yeah, if you guys are free tomorrow, you know how I am.
Thanks, man.
Covering the Moon Knight stream tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. ET.
It has its.
Oh, I didn't say that.
No, I heard a rumor that Cash loves Supergirl though.
It's not a rumor.
It's not. That
it's
show
not a
is
rumor.
a mess. But my brother and I have stuck with that show since the beginning. So
he does like.
We just haven't finished the last
You know the only good part of Supergirl?
It's a mess. It's a mess. that makes me
She's
laugh.
cute, but yeah,
No,
she's
the best part of Supergirl, and correct me if I'm wrong, is Sam Witwer.
Sam Witwer's
yeah,
arc
he
in
was
that
on
was
there.
cool. That was cool. Yeah, he did
That
a
was
good
in
job.
like 2 seasons before. But yeah, I don't know. I'm out. So I
Bye,
love you all
Tim.
like a pack of
All right, Tim.
Thanks
Yep.
again,
Bye,
Tim.
Tim.
Take care of yourself.
Thanks for stopping by,
Yeah.
man. Yep. We'll
Yeah,
do it
that's
again
what she
soon.
said. All right, peace.
That's
I still say this, and Matt, I mean, I know you're going to disagree with me on this when it comes to all this stuff. I think at some point, 2008, 2009, I don't want to, I hate to use government conspiracies, but I think our government sat down with these movie industries and says, we want you to push this. And I think they were all for it. Unfortunately, I don't see one company besides Sony that, and like I said, I'm very open minded. I don't care about the gayness. I don't care about any of that crap. I don't want them to mess with any canon. You want to make somebody new and you want to make them that way,
They
I'm
can't do
all
that.
for it. I'd be
They
more
can't make
supportive of
new
that.
people.
The thing I hate is when they change characters. That's why I'm not going to see this Batman. I'm sorry, it's nothing against the actor or his ethnicity, but Jim Gordon is white. Unfortunately, that's the way he was written. I would love them to keep him that way. They want to introduce a black character that's besides Fox. Be my guest. Create the vice deputy of chairman of police, and he can be black.
yeah, and
No
it's
problem with
interesting
that.
because like Jeffrey Wright, of course, is Commissioner Gordon, and he was also Felix in the Bond movies. Though I don't think there was ever any reason that Felix couldn't be black or whatever. But it's just hard to bet against Jeffrey Wright. He's just such a really good
I mean,
actor. I even liked him as Gordon.
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
love
my
Spawn.
thing about Jeffrey
Love
Wright
Spawn.
is, and I'm with what Phil is saying, right? I mean, there shouldn't be an obligation to change characters specifically to suit today's viewpoints, right? But in the specific case of Jeffrey Wright playing Commissioner Gordon, well, I guess he wasn't Commissioner Gordon yet, but playing the character of Jim Gordon,
right,
is I didn't feel like the fact that they decided to make him a black character, I didn't feel like it was then virtue signaled as him not being successful in that position because he was black, and then
I'm
him
not saying you
saying,
can't do
well,
it.
I'm not
just
rising
saying
to the
that's
rank,
not
or
the
I'm
case.
not doing this, that, or the other, because everyone's against me, etc. Right? So for me, I saw it as he's a great actor. He acted well in the role. They didn't switch the way the role behaved because of him being the actor playing the role. So I'm kind of like, that was okay. Right. So that's where I always come into these kinds of situations, which is, are they just giving us the best actor for the role? Or are they then using it to virtue signal or to otherwise influence the way we're supposed to feel about the story because of
If
the
you
race
flip
of that
it
character?
and you would say we want Spawn to be white, it destroys Spawn. If you were to say Lando Calrissian is now white, it destroys Lando Calrissian. I don't care if they get the greatest actor in the world to play his part, and he can play it the greatest. It's not his part. You can make a character to fit the idea and the role of what you want. Why do you have to go and change the character?
So this is
Why?
my issue. This is exactly my issue.
Mhm.
You guys, I'll say it again. I was really into comics in the 90s and the early 2000s. You have, especially with Marvel, I didn't really get into DC, but Marvel was my cup of tea. Um, you have so many black characters that are fantastic characters. I mean, Blue Marvel, Willis Stryker, Cinch, Doctor
Mhm.
Voodoo,
Uh-huh.
Bishop, who was actually black. uh,
He was.
Nightshade, Hardcore, Misty Knight, all these great
More than
characters.
enough.
Storm,
Are
Lightning.
who have never been introduced.
No.
Never been introduced, but in the comic books, and they are fucking great characters. Why do we have to change the race of an already established character?
Because
Why
it's
can't
easier
we
for them.
just bring
It
in
is. It's
one of
lazy.
these
Yep.
terrific
Exactly.
characters that are already there? They're already black. There's already gay characters. Why do we have to change what is already established? That's what pisses me off.
And
I
I'm
agree,
right with you.
Alina, but I also agree with Matt though, because if the actor is great at it and it doesn't take away from it, then I don't really care. I guess it's hard because if you grow up with comics and stuff and you're always seeing this character the way that he's just there,
Yeah.
and they switch it, it just fucks with you. I
I'm
get that.
yeah.
I'll
Yeah,
use
and
this
so
example. If you make a historical movie, which there's plenty of them,
Yeah.
and there's an actor and he's great at it, are we prepared to watch a white Zulu? Will we
No.
want to see, no,
I don't want to see that. I don't personally want to see that.
If they made
Yes.
Romance of the Three Kingdoms into a movie, that's all Chinese. That's their history. That's pretty much we might consider mythology. To them, it's history.
Well, you
Will we
already
wanna
have
see,
you already have a good example of that, Phil McCracken. They made the BBC made that short series about Anne
Troy?
Boleyn,
Oh,
and
oh, oh,
she
Anne
was
Boleyn.
black.
Yes,
And
but
that was a huge flop. And it wasn't because the actress wasn't a good actress. She
no,
was a
I agree with
great
you
actress.
100%.
But it's because it's historical. Anne
Right.
Boleyn was white.
I
People
can tell you
know
this:
this.
they had on the BBC, they had the Fall of the City, the Trojan War. Okay, they made Achilles black. They made Aeneas black. Now I'm Italian. We trace our ancestry to Troy. The Greeks do the same thing for their side. You insult us. There's not just our characters. That's to us historical. I didn't need no German enough. I'm glad Strike came here to go dig up a Hesserlich to tell me Troy existed.
Oh, he'll never be back.
You know, we know that Troy existed. Although you can even look on YouTube. 6 months ago, they actually found in a linear B script, Aegean. That's what the Greeks used to call themselves at that time. They actually found the inscription in Aegean of the piece of the Trojan horse in Greek. This is the Trojan horse.
But guys, I also feel like it's a bit of a false equivalency to compare them making Jim Gordon black to saying Anne Boleyn was made they made a decision to make Anne Boleyn black, right? Because some of these other things, whether it's Greek history or some of the other stuff about this that has a real foundational precedent, to me it's very different when they make changes or whatever, and they're trying to signal and all that. If they want to make some of these other, again, for me, Jim Gordon black, white,
Here's the thing, and
matter.
There's people that probably do know even Egyptian mythology. When it comes to the what BBC did with the Trojan War and changing characters black, there's an actual black a real historical black person that was part Trojan that came from Ethiopia that went to fight at Troy. He was called Memnon. Even in Egypt, they tell people this. He went there. He went to defend his uncle, who was the king of Troy, and they could have put him in the movie, and they didn't. Here's a real black character, Homer written.
Well, there's the thing, right? What Matt is saying is if they do it with the purpose to, with a message to it, like, oh no, this character's black, so everything's harder for him now, then I'm like, eh. But if it if it's not that way and it's just because he's a really good actor, like Jim Gordon, I guess I haven't seen the movie yet, then I don't mind that much, I guess. If it's purposely done to make him black, so you're like, oh no, he's black.
Well, don't rewrite history, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah. To me, Arjun, to me, what my point is Gordon is a minor character.
Yeah.
So to me, it doesn't freaking really matter. But when they take characters like Captain America and just skip over all these other white Captain Americas to get to the black Captain America, and then they get
there was a
to
clear
the
message behind that.
Falcon. What the Falcon would that's just all kinds of wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what bothers me when they take these characters. I mean, that is the main characters. That's what irritates me when
That
there
whole
are
Captain Falcon show
so
was just filled with the political
and the
bullshit. Though.
same thing.
That was
The
the reason
same
they did
thing
it.
when they freaking instead of a man they use a woman. I mean, in Black Widow. What the hell's the character's name?
Oh,
Oh,
Taskmaster.
you mean with
The Taskmaster. The Taskmaster is a man.
Is a man. Yeah.
It's
I mean,
a
it
man.
is. Yeah, that's what it was in the comics. That's what it always has been.
The Taskmaster
Even
is
a man in the
man.
Marvel Avengers game.
Captain Marvel.
Captain
was
Marvel
a
was
man.
a man.
Yeah, he
Yes.
was
Miss.
actually
Okay.
modeled after
So
Elvis Presley.
Captain Marvel, yeah, or Mr. Marvel.
Miss Marvel
Mhm.
was a thing, but her comic books were never successful. They
No.
were always trash. They ended up quitting them and then restarting them and quitting them and restarting because they could never get a leg up. Now they did change Miss Marvel to Captain Marvel
Right.
eventually, and it still didn't take off. But for them to, because my daughter told me when the movie came out, she's like, "Oh, we need to go see Captain Marvel." I'm like, "Oh, I didn't know they did a movie about him." And she
Him?
was like, "It's not a him, it's a her." I was like, I
Oh
had
no.
to look, I was doubting myself. I had to go and look it up to make sure I wasn't imagining shit that Captain Marvel was a man.
Yeah. See, I didn't know that. I didn't know that at
But
all.
there's comics and movies like you watched Marvel and you watched the last X-Men.
Mhm.
What the
Talking
girl,
about-
the lady that plays that the one who was able to change back and forth her appearance. She has the blue
Mystique.
skin. I can't think of her
Mystique.
name. Right.
Mystique.
Mystique. Thank you. When she makes the comment, instead of being called X-Men, you should call it X-Women. What's the point in that? And
Yeah.
a generic
There's not a
term of
point.
men,
No, there's not.
when you use a generic term men, and I know English is a lot
It's
different
all
than a lot of language.
encompassing.
You mean all of them. You're right.
all
That's right,
encompassing.
Darlene.
Yeah.
It's when I can't speak for other people. I know in Italian when you have men words, you have women words, and there's a generic word. And men in English is never always considered. Yes, it means male, but in some cases means just like Darlene, everybody.
mean all of us. Yeah. Yeah.
And now they put that image. This is my thing. They put that thought in a child's head, and someone says, "For all mankind." You got a confused kid now. Well, it just means men only. No, mankind means everybody.
Everybody. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like they're not just wanting to destroy our foundations. It's like they want to destroy everything. I saw a movie on HBO, and I forget the name of it. It's about something with the Nile, and the characters in the trench in World War One, and it's a mixed unit. Well, I hate to tell everybody, there was never a mixed unit.
There was not in
no.
World War One. No.
They did have black units on the French side fighting the trenches. The
That
Germans
makes sense.
did have black troops that fought in Africa, but to have mixed units in there, no, not even our army did that. We
Did
had
not happen.
segregated. I when someone sees that and they're going to put in their head, well, I guess the French in World War One had segregated units. Why? Because when you see it on TV, us older people and some younger people look at it and say, well, that's not historical correct. But somebody that's not knowing the lore or know your history is going to look at, well, that's got to be true.
Yeah.
Even if it's not intended to be true.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I know I just mentioned a lot about that. I love everybody. Everybody should be proud of who they are.
Exactly.
And everything. What I'm talking about, you can create a character.
Yes.
You can be proud that if you were from Nigeria and you fought with the French in World War One in the trenches, you don't have to alter the history about it. You don't. You don't
right.
even alter the character about it. It makes it better when you create, when you have the super friends. You've seen everybody. You had Apache Chief. You had everybody. You had everything.
The Wonder Twins. Wonder Twin
Wonder
powers
Twins. Yeah. I
activate.
mean, there were comments. Okay, there was a part in there where when you're watching Super Friends as a cartoon, Lex Luthor says, "Damn that Superman and that Apache thief." You know, it's a term. It's sadly that's a term that a lot of people used at the time, but to make it a big deal and to change history just because we want to
Might
change it.
offend someone.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that's
look,
what they're scared of.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
I'm
that's
Italian.
why it's so funny when people are like, "Oh, what white people can't make black characters and this and that." I'm like, "Well, for all these people who have all this money, you people certainly do a piss poor job of representation since you're so high and mighty on it."
Yeah,
I'm
it's
going to say
ridiculous.
I don't like the use of Caucasian. To me, when you say Caucasian, Caucasian is Russian. I'm not Slavic. I don't have anything in common, maybe a little bit, but I'm not Slavic. I'm not Scandinavian. My family originates from the European continent. That's a totally different race.
Well,
The
and
Irish are
it's
totally
like
different.
it's like what you just said, Cash. Taking stuff from different cultures and making it. So, Song of the South.
Yes.
That was lore from slaves. The slaves in America were the ones that created those stories. So
Uncle
Disney
Remus.
takes it
Uncle Remus.
Disney
The
takes it
book.
down because it's offensive, but you're not taking it down because it's offensive because it is developed from stories that the slaves told.
It will
So
actually ex-slaves. The
you're
ex-slaves was after the
slapping
Civil
you're
War.
slapping them in the face and saying what they did doesn't matter
Right.
because
think
it's
that is better.
offensive
This
today.
started over probably 10 years ago when they decided that with the Pirates ride that in history that they're not called wenches. Well, in those days, those women
They
were
were.
called wenches
Yeah,
who worked
they
at the
were.
bar. So why would you change this because of a petition? So it just has gotten worse and worse and worse, and who knows when it's going to end. But all this virtuous nonsense is just stupid, and they could be, if they're a company that wants to make more money, they should just make better decisions.
Walt
For
Disney's
one,
biggest
ahead.
pride and joy was the Song of the South. That's
Mhm.
post-Civil War. You would call it Reconstruction. I don't like that term, Reconstructionism. It's post-Civil War. Unfortunately, we want to be historically correct. The slaves, when they were free, had no choice but to work on the farms. What were they going to do? What were they trained to do?
That's
Right.
all they knew.
It's not, and they weren't the only people that had to do dirty jobs. Even today, we can say we don't like people crossing the borders from the southern, South American, Central American thing. Fine with that. I'm all for legalized carding and everything, but we need even seasonal workers to go pick our food because there's no one here. If me and Darthelina don't have a job, we're not going to go say, "Hey, Darthelina, let's go pick some food." You don't want to be out in that summer heat. We don't want to do that. We don't want to be trash people. We don't want to work in the sewers. Yet, if someone doesn't work in the sewers, pick our food and everything, and it's unfortunately they have to come
Society
with that,
stops.
our society stop. Some of them want to be legal seasonal workers. They want to work here during the seasons with the job that they know what they can do and then go back. Some of them want to come and stay. I'm all for it. All I ask for legal
Do it legally.
documentation and say, okay, you're a good person, you've never been in trouble. Welcome to the United States. Hey, he wants to go do the dirty job that we need people to do. Hey, when Italians came here, we had to do the dirty job. When the Irish came here, they had to do the dirty job. This is not anything to be insulting or anything like that with anybody. Every nationality, every race, when they came to the United States, had to start at the bottom and work our way up. And in today's society, like I said, we can be strict as we want on immigration. If we don't have people seasonally come pick our crops, you're not eating. You know, and even Hollywood twisted it. Even things. I don't even want to discuss what's going on with the Florida bill, which I'm all favor for. But if I open my mouth and say something even to be rational,
of course,
you get put in the
Mm-hmm.
box.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not Republican. I am an independent. I can see some things on the left, and I can see some things on the right. We only have two parties in the United States.
Yeah.
We are so messed up we can't get
That's
nothing
so
done.
insane to me.
And we make fun of a
Yeah.
country like Italy, which has over 20 different parties.
Yeah, still we have like 25 or some shit.
I was
They
gonna
have
say, Arjun, how many do y'all have over there?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
we got a
25
bunch.
or something.
you have
Choice
you
for
have the
everyone,
Communist Party,
literally
you have a
everyone.
Socialist
Yeah.
Party,
And
you
that's
even
what it
have
should be.
a
But you have a
Royalist
smaller
Party.
country. You live in a smaller country.
It doesn't
too,
matter.
Arjun.
Even bigger countries like Germany and stuff have that. And
Yeah.
then like you vote for who you are. There's the seat is according to that. The seats are basically put in order, and they all work together to get to an agreement to what people want.
Mm-hmm.
But they had to make deals. When you have
It's not
parties
one
that
side
big,
to the other.
you
Yeah,
have to
that,
make
of course. They always have to make deals with each other.
Yeah,
and that's how it works.
it's a mess. The problem is when a third party has come in, and we've seen this, they take votes away from one of the other candidates,
course
and then
they
that
do.
other person wins. It's
Well,
crazy.
yeah, perfect
Yeah.
example of that. I
Mhm.
mean, you can go back and just 100 years with the
Yeah.
U.S. Perfect example of that was when Teddy Roosevelt didn't get the Republican nomination because they were pissed off at him. So what he did is he went and formed his own party, and Woodrow Wilson ended up winning with
Ab-
less than the majority of the vote.
Abraham Lincoln, when he first ran, had three other people running against him with three different parties. Abraham Lincoln only got 30%, no, excuse me, 40% of the votes.
Mm-hmm.
But because all the other ones were so small and couldn't draw, he automatically won.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well,
I mean, I'm just saying, to me, and I hate to use the analogy or to bring it up, I don't want to blame anybody, but I think our government sat down and say, we want you to promote this, and promote this, because I can't see all these corporations, but they don't get along. If you think Coke and Pepsi get along, you're crazy. But you have Warner Brothers doing the same thing, Disney to a degree, but I think they're going to go more hardcore.
Well, like Arlena brought up before, like with Song of the South, it should be on Disney Plus. It's a G-rated film, and it's also the author is a black sharecropper.
If you watch it
Mm-hmm.
and you understand it, that was about how, even though Uncle Remus is in a not a great situation because unfortunately there was no education to give to the slaves. Pretty much when they freed the slaves, you had two choices: work back for as a salary on the plantation or go somewhere. If you think that a black person from the South could went north and not get discriminated against,
oh no way.
you got another thing coming.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let me explain this. They might have fought the Civil War and at a certain point decide they're going to free the slaves. But the North, when they had what they call contraband that they captured from the farms and they brought them out, when after the Civil War, they told them to go home. And it's a sad truth that they don't want to say. If you were an escape or runaway slave and you're going back home with your family, you're not going to go back to North Carolina because you're going to probably the people there, even black or white, are going to see you. You went and fought for the Yankees or you helped the enemy. So what did they have to do? They had to go to the Freeman's Bureau and they got sent to Texas. The problem is when a farmer or a plantation owner has 50 slave or now freemen working and they have to pay for them for their salaries on their plantation. And remember, the union wants their tax money back from the last 4 years that nobody in the South paid for. You can't afford to hire 10 new people. So, and then he said, you have no choice. So now you got to get rid of 10 people on your plantation that worked for you, that worked for your family for years and you have bonds with. I'm sorry, I have to let you go because the government says I got to hire these 10 people and I can't afford you. So it was a double dirty. The whole point of it was Walt Disney was trying in the 60s and the 70s. The Civil War was calming down. People were coming together. It was getting there. Okay. To refight the Civil War is totally stupid. Why are we doing this today? The Song in the South is a great movie that shows you can overcome anything in your situation. Anything.
Yeah.
Why did they want to destroy Walt Disney's pride and joy? Oscar winners 2 times on that.
Well, they're scared of negative response, so they
Yeah,
better just take it away.
They just
they
they
don't
let
care about history or what is true. All they care about is the comments, and if it's
it's a
negative,
lot.
then they're gonna take it away.
I'm from the state of Delaware. We were a slave state. It was coming to an end at the time of the Civil War. We were down to like 2,000 slaves, not because of anything, but because it was becoming cheaper to hire people, immigrants, to do the job of a slave. It's expensive to have a slave.
Oh no! Now there are 2 of them.
But you had to take care of them. You had to pay for their food and lodging, and you had to pay taxes on it. So slavery in the border states were coming to an end. Even in Virginia was starting to happen. It was cheaper to hire people than to have a slave. Virginia did not succeed the first time. April 3rd, they refused it. Then when Lincoln said he needed 100,000 troops to go put it down, they knew they were going through Virginia, and it's an invasion. So that's why they come 10 days later and we're seceding.
Well, and see, the other thing too is, Uncle Tom's Cabin.
Great one.
People, will call someone an Uncle Tom thinking it's an insult. But if you've ever read the book, Uncle Tom is the hero.
Yes, he is. and a similar book to it was Huckleberry Finn. It's very similar. The character, what do they call the African American in that? I forget his name. But Huck Finn was many times you get in trouble. It was the black character that saved him and his friends.
Yes.
Definitely. And he was a slave that ended up getting free, but he didn't say, I'm going north. As I tell people, you hear the stories and you hear the saying, well, the Civil War is about slavery. I'm from Delaware. We remain loyal to the Union. We voted right after South Carolina. If it was about slavery and I'm in a slave state and we're loyal, what is Delaware fighting for?
It was only a small portion of what the Civil War was fought for.
Even West Virginia. I can tell you this right now. I know many Virginians. Even mentioning the name West Virginia makes their skin crawl. No state, the state of Virginia, never gave permission for West Virginia to go its own way. But even though they did that, they said they were never going to admit a slave state. Guess what? West Virginia, when it first got admitted in 1863, was a slave state.
Was a slave state.
So tell me, if they're doing all this, why would somebody in West Virginia who happened to be a slave owner fight for the North?
Well, and it's even Lincoln himself said that he didn't care what he had to do to make the Union whole again. Even if it meant freeing the slaves, he would do whatever was necessary to make the Union whole. He had no intention of freeing slaves. He was of the same mindset as Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson when they both said that it is not something that is sustainable. Eventually, it will phase itself out anyway.
Totally right. D'Artagnan, they had many people. The vice president, right before when the Union split, Breckinridge, he tried everything to make a deal to prevent a civil war. He had no choice when the war come because he had to fight for the South. There's a general, he's called Bushrod Johnson, the greatest name in the Civil War, come from Ohio. He is a Quaker. He was in the Underground Railroad. Guess what? When Kentucky was in trouble and he felt that his fellow people in Kentucky were in trouble, he joined the South. He's a Southern general. Here is the breaking this.
Phil, I don't know if you're aware of this, Phil, but I have a history degree.
So I don't know if Matt wants to say it, but I think he needs to go to sleep, and he's the only one who can end the stream. So then we
Yeah,
can just
I gotta get the food.
where people can go to
Matt,
sleep. Matt, you still there?
come on.
Matt.
Yeah,
I
it's
am.
It's
I'm
5
still
a.m.
here.
I don't,
Okay.
Matt. What time is it where you're at? It's 5 a.m. here, y'all, and I
It's
ain't even been
5
to bed
a.m.
yet.
here as
We could
well.
go
I
and
didn't
talk
wanna-
about
I
this
didn't
for
wanna
another 10
interrupt
billion
this
hours.
great
but-
Yeah.
conversation.
I just want to say one last thing before you end. People say you cannot change a corporation's direction or mine as a consumer. Please do not forget 1985 and Coca-Cola.
Oh yeah.
When they tried to push New Coke,
I
we
wasn't born yet.
refused.
Look at the Sonic situation. People did
that's
not
another
like the
one.
design of Sonic, and
If-
they changed
if-
it.
Oh, yeah,
and
they
made the
changed.
money. Yeah.
I miss New
Kenobi
Coke. New
flopped.
Coke was tasty.
Oh
If
my God.
Kenobi flopped-
What is wrong with you, Matt? Matt, what is wrong with you? We should definitely end it there. That's it. Hey, everybody.
He ruined it.
People should get together.
We're
R.I.P.
done.
R.I.P. New Coke. What happened?
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know. After these
Oh my God.
corporations got all involved in activism and politics, and I'm an activist, I was like, that's cool. I'm just not going to drink Coke anymore. I'll just stick with Dr. Pepper.
So
Yeah.
I have to say though, Arlena, the worst thing about it is Cash preferred Crystal Pepsi to New
Oh
Coke.
boy, here we go. Now,
God.
see, that is a blatant lie.
Okay,
of course.
okay,
And that's
okay.
probably to get me back for
And-
what I said
and,
earlier.
And
Yeah,
with that,
jackass.
I'm gonna say,
Exactly.
remember everybody, there are still kind people in this world, and if you
That's
can't
right.
find one, then be one. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Bye, y'all. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, everybody. for
And
being
thanks to
here. We'll do
Magitech
this again
Mags,
soon.
our original, and still she's been with us the whole time. So thanks for being in the chat.
Yes, Mags, you're the
Much
best.
enjoyed, guys. Peace and love.
Thank
Take
you.
care, all.
And Crystal
Peace out.
Pepsi to me tasted good. It
End it.
looked
I've
good.
never had it, so I don't know. Yeah, just end it.
Neither Crystal Pepsi nor New Coke were good. Neither
No.
one of them were good.
They were horrible.
Awful.
Bye. Bye, y'all.
Bye,
Bye,
y'all.
have a
Bye,
good night.
everybody.
See you next time.
Later.
Good night, Satan.
Good night, Phil.
Oh my God, that was
Oh,
fucking great.
God.
Okay, and we're still awesome.